Die Frage ist, Und jetzt bin ich im englischen Kanal, einfach als Test auch Englisch. Also ja, danke.
Und ich jetzt im Englischen auch.
Gut, dann kümmere ich mich jetzt um das Wi-Fi-Passwort.
Mhm, danke.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на
Dear
9-му
ladies and
Київському
gentlemen,
інвестиційному
we are
форумі.
happy to greet
Просимо
you
гостей
on the
зайняти
9th
свої
Kyiv
місця у
Investment
залі.
Forum.
Наша
We
програма
kindly ask you
розпочнеться
to
за
take your
кілька хвилин.
places and we are
Будь
going to
ласка,
start in
переведіть
a couple
телефони
of
в
minutes.
беззвучний режим.
Please
Дякуємо.
switch your mobile devices on silent mode. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на 9-му Київському інвестиційному форумі. Просимо гостей зайняти свої місця у залі. Наша програма розпочнеться за кілька хвилин. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в беззвучний режим. Дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на 9-му Київському інвестиційному форумі. Просимо гостей зайняти свої місця у залі. Наша програма розпочнеться за кілька хвилин. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в беззвучний режим. Дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на 9-му Київському інвестиційному форумі. Просимо гостей зайняти свої місця у залі. Наша програма розпочнеться за кілька хвилин. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в беззвучний режим. Дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. It's a great honor to welcome you to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum, held this year here in Berlin, as a part of our growing international platform, Berlin Platform. Our theme, Investing in Resilience, Shaping the Future, could not be more fitting for us in topic we live in. When we speak about resilience, we often imagine stress and endurance. But in Kyiv, resilience has a face. It's a face of a young engineer fixing a power line at night after an air raid. It's the face of a teacher who continues lesson online from a shelter. It's a face of a mother opening her small business again because she believes in tomorrow. There are the people shaping Ukraine's future, one act of courage at a time. Berlin, too, understands what rebuilding means. The city rose from the ruins through unity, innovation, and determination. Kyiv stands today with the same spirit, a capital of resilience, rebuilding and modernizing even under daily threat. Together, our two cities tell one story, that Europe's future will be built not only governments, but by communities that refuse to give up. Over the past 9 years, Kyiv Investment Forum has grown from a local initiative to an international platform, connecting cities, governments, businesses, societies to make Ukrainians' recovery a driver of Europe's renewal. Before we invite the mayor of Kyiv to the stage, I'd like to share a short video that captures the spirit of a city that stands firm, protects its people, and continues to rebuild and move forward.
Це ми відбудуємо. Тримайтеся. Она там осталась. Я думаю, вытянуть. Это будет. Thank you for everyone.
No, we want more! We want more!
Behind this transformation stands a leader whose courage and vision have guided Kyiv's modernization and shaped the forum's global presence. Under Mayor Vitaly Klitschko's leadership, this forum has become more than an annual event. It's a movement of ideas, partnership, and action. Mayor Klitschko has turned Kyiv into both a symbol of endurance and a model of transparent, human-centered government. His ability to unite partners from European institutions to private sector shows how Ukraine and Europe can rebuild stronger together. It's my honor to invite to the stage the mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, a leader whose integrity, strength, and vision continue to inspire not only our city, Kyiv, but all Europe. Mr. Klitschko, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Dear colleague, Kai Wegner, dear colleagues, mayors, dear friends, a lot of people coming from Ukraine, from many different countries to Investment Forum. It's very important for us. And I want to say thank you very much for everyone who interested to Ukraine, who support Ukraine, who give whole energy to protect Ukraine and to help, because without your help, it's impossible to survive. I want to say from beginning, thank you very much to everyone who stay with us, who give the energy, who give the ideas, who give support to Ukrainian people. Kyiv have some special mission. Kyiv, the heart of the country, the capital, and every small city, every small city, every village is looking at Kyiv. From Kyiv depend the stable situation in the whole country. And we are example for whole city, example on all challenges, changes starting from our hometown. I am very happy to be today here in Berlin. Great city, our partner city. And I want to say thank you very much to Germany, because Germany is the second home country for me. I spent almost 25 years in Germany, and that's why I make my sport career. And it was actually a successful time in all ways. If I come to Germany, come to Berlin, I'm very happy. Very happy to see the friends, and very happy to talk to the friends and exchange ideas and vision. In this difficult time, I'm very thankful for everything what we do it, and we make step by step implement so many projects together with our partners. Right now, to do an investment forum in Kyiv, we have problems. Sometimes twice, 3, 5 times a day, sometimes 10 times a day, we listen alarm. It means we have to go everyone to shelters. And this year, from 12 months, our citizens spent 1 month in the shelters. And that's why we take idea in beginning the war to make investment forum outside of the country. I want to say thank you very much for Philip Klose, Mayor of Brussels. 2 years long, we do it our investment forum in capital of Europe, in Brussels. And this year we decided to do it in Berlin. Philip, thank you very much. You find the time to come in here. We know, and it's regarding to every mayor, Mayor of Vilnius, from Poland, mayors coming here. And mayor's jobs, you are busy whole time, because you're delivering services to the people and protect people, make people happy. It's actually a thankful job. And we decided in this year to do it in Berlin and make a lot of good project already with investment to support Kyiv with our sister city in Berlin. I explain some interesting story. We are mayors responsible for everything: medicine, education, public transportation, electricity, water, everything what we delivering to our citizens, and also responsible for in this very unusual time, in time the war, for many activities what actually not our responsibility. A lot of people injured in Ukraine, young people with amputation. We know the German medicine is pretty high level, and we decide to send our soldier for rehabilitation to center which make protection syndrome in Germany. I remember this time. It was full bus, I guess, more than 30 people driving to Germany. Before they leave the Kyiv, I meet with them. I remember the mood of the people. Everyone was under depression. I talked to everyone. They need the help, they need support. 2 months later, I visiting these soldiers, these young people here in Berlin. It was total different people. One of them come to me and tell, "Hey, Mayor, look, I can working right now. Look what I can, the exercise. I never have a dream to do that." And they feel himself the part of active society. They was so happy. The biggest problem, I talked to them, the biggest problem was different languages, different countries, no contact with the friends, with family, with families away, and they have difficulty to be a long time outside of the country. And we're talking with a guy and decide together to build a center in Kyiv. Exactly the same. We sent our doctors, which make to study how to do that, because it's very specific job. And it's great to make people happy. I see the eyes of everyone who feel himself already healthy and active part of society. A couple of months ago, we opened this center together with support of Berlin, and right now, a lot of people, we have to never forget, just in this year, 30,000 people, young people, with amputation. They lose arms or legs. To bring them back to active part of society is very important. It's one small example what we do it. We have a lot of them, but it's critical important. Critical important to people, critical important to feel support, and we have a lot of challenges what we fixed every day. And we're not just asking of support, we can share our experience to our partners, and it's very successful work in Ukraine, it can be successful in Europe, and that's why we exchange our ideas, we exchange our vision, and we prepare for the one day which wait every Ukrainian. Day when this senseless war will be stopped, and we come into normal life, to rebuild the country, rebuild the city, to give good services to the people. Right now, more than 10 million Ukrainians outside of the country. It's also not secret, it's a big challenge. Its main value is the people, is a big challenge for us to bring the people back to our homeland. How we can do that? Very important point. They need peace. Main point. They need jobs. They need services and life quality. same quality as European country. It's our main goal to do it that. We can do that with support of the people of our friends. And that's why we're talking today about our vision. We're talking about possibility. We're talking about the a lot of potential what we have to use. And success of Ukraine, largest country of Europe, success of Ukraine is very important for Europe. And with successful Ukraine, Europe will be also successful because our goal to be the part of European family. And thank you for everyone who share our vision. Thank you for everyone who support us in this difficult time. And thank you everyone who believe in Ukraine. Because together with our friends, with our partners, we will be times stronger. And I'm more than sure we have a lot of ideas in culture, public transportation, in education, in IT technology. We share today in a lot of panels the ideas what we have, and we not just ask, we propose also a lot of projects, and we expect the interest. And the end of the war is the beginning, the time when we have to implement a lot of ideas in our homeland. We are not wait. We do that right now because we believe in our homeland, we believe in the future, we believe in democracy, and we're fighting for that. Because no fight, no win. We have to fight for our vision, for our future, for our country. We have to fight for the peace. And one day, my great dream to make investment forum with all our friends who help us in our home city. I will be very happy to see everyone in our hometown present a lot of projects and present the great city, old and young. It's so beautiful. And to present our hometown to everyone who visit Ukraine, visit capital of Ukraine, our hometown, Kyiv. Thank you very much, and I hope it will be successful investment forum, ready to exchange our ideas, ready to present a lot of projects, and let's do it. Let's fighting.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, for these inspiring remarks. Your words remind us that resilience is not built in theory, it is built in daily choices, in leadership that protects people while moving a city forward. And now, it is my pleasure to turn to our co-host city, whose partnership with Kyiv has become a symbol of European unity and mutual strength. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kay Wegner, governing mayor of Berlin, a leader who has been a steadfast advocate of collaboration between our cities and whose vision continues to make Berlin a driving force for innovations and solidarity across Europe. Mr. Wegner, we are honored to have you with us today. Stage yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome also from me, but excuse me, but I will speak in German. So maybe you can put your translator in your ears. Lieber Vitali.
Vitali, I had prepared a speech. The speech was great.
Aber ich habe gerade das Video gesehen und ich habe
But then I just saw the video and I heard what you just said. And that is why I want to speak freely today. Vitaly, we had many talks over the last 2 years, and I'm grateful to you. I'm grateful to you for this strong partnership between Berlin and Kyiv. Two cities that have a lot in common. We have many startups. We are a vibrant city, great nightlife, people who like to dance, who like to celebrate. But then we saw the pictures of war, the brutal, full-scale invasion of Putin's Russia against Ukraine. With our city partnership, we sent a strong, a very clear message, a message against this war, against Putin. And this city partnership is strong. It is trusting. And we want this partnership to lead us, to guide us into a good future. Berlin is a city of freedom, ladies and gentlemen. We are meeting here today very close to a symbol of this freedom, the Brandenburg Gate. The Brandenburg Gate is an iconic symbol representing a thirst for freedom, a thirst for peace. And for me, it is important that Berlin is this city of freedom, and that it's to me, ladies and gentlemen, that when the war is over, Kyiv will not only be a free city, but a city of freedom, representing freedom. I want to build bridges, stronger bridges even, between Kyiv and Berlin, bridges that symbolize independence, freedom, democracy. Vitaly, you keep thanking us for our support. But I want to thank you. I would like to thank the Ukrainians, the people of Ukraine, the people of Kyiv, that we have the possibility to support them. I'd like to thank you personally and the many courageous young men and women in Ukraine who are fighting for their freedom, fighting for their independence, fighting for their culture, for their country. And I'm thanking them because they are not just fighting for their country, they are fighting for us. We have to be grateful to Ukrainians because they are fighting for our freedom, for democracy. They are fighting for the values that we share. And we mustn't have them destroyed by the autocrat Putin. I'd like to thank you very much indeed, Vitaly, for that.
Meine Damen und Herren, dass Sie heute alle gekommen sind.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fact that you all are here today, that all of you have joined us, sends a very strong message. It is a signal that tells people we are standing with Ukraine. We believe in a free, independent Ukraine. And my favor, the favor I'd like to ask from you is that we follow our words with deeds. We, as policymakers, have to do our utmost to ensure that Ukraine can continue their fight. And this is why it's wonderful, it's important that Europe, that the federal government of Germany is continuing to support you, to give you the opportunity to defend yourself. The possibility, indeed. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about winning the war. This is about much more. It's about strengthening Ukraine economically, making it a prosperous country, investing in infrastructure, healthcare, in many, many other fields. We need all hands on deck. We need this for Ukraine, but we need this for Europe too, because we need strong markets to be strong in Europe. And it is my wish, Vitaly, that Ukraine becomes a prosperous and economically strong country when the war is over, that together we rebuild Ukraine very quickly. And it is my wish that as soon as possible, and this is my dream, that the European Union becomes a member of the European Union as soon as possible. You are part of the European Union. We are not just partners, we are friends, and you share our values. And this is why Ukraine needs to become an EU member as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen.
Als regierender Bürgermeister
As governing mayor of Berlin, I am so proud that after the many successful years in Brussels, Philipp Klose, where the forum was hosted before, that we brought the forum to Berlin. But let me be honest, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful and I'm proud that this forum takes place in Berlin. Don't get me wrong, I share a dream with Vitaly Klitschko. I want the forum to take place in Kyiv as soon as possible.
Deswegen lassen Sie uns alles dran setzen.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's do everything in our power to continue to support Ukrainians in their fight for our, and I say our, freedom. Let us join forces, let us come together to support Ukrainians now, to start rebuilding their country, to plan it, to talk about it, discussing investment that is so necessary. And let us then build strong bridges, bridges that may host trains. It is my firm belief that in the end, freedom will prevail, freedom will win, and Kyiv and Ukraine are in a battle for freedom now that we, as a city of freedom, support without any reservations. Berlin, I personally, but Germany and Europe too, stands with Ukrainians, with the people in Ukraine, and this will never change. You can be sure of that. And we are sure that we will be able to host the Kyiv Investment Forum in Kyiv as soon as possible, and we will all be there, Vitaly. Welcome to Berlin. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, for rallying behind Ukraine and rallying behind Kyiv. Thank you.
Wagner, for your thoughtful words, and I would like to ask you to stay on the stage because our partnership today moves from words to action. And allow me to briefly introduce the next important moment in today's program, the signing of Memorandum of Understanding on establishment of a direct Berlin rail connection. A direct link, just here, leave it here. And now I invite Mayor Vitaly Klitschko to return to the stage for the official signing of Memorandum of Understanding. This agreement marks a significant milestone in enhancing the connectivity between our two capitals, a practical step toward bringing Ukraine and Europe even closer together, both symbolically and physically. Within this memorandum, the cities of Berlin and Kyiv will jointly address Deutsche Bahn and Ukrzaliznytsia with an official appeal to accelerate the establishment of this direct rail connection. And now I kindly invite you to move to the center stage. Thank you very much and congratulations once again. And I would like to invite Mr. Burkhard Kicker, Chief Executive Officer of Visit Berlin, who has been a strong advocate for this initiative, to join for the picture. Thank you. Thank you very much and congratulations once again to Berlin and Kyiv.
I hope, dear friends, I hope everyone understands what we signed right now. If not everyone understands, we can explain. It's not our responsibility But we trust of our power. We can push our government and also Deutsche Bahn and Ukrzaliznytsia to make again direct connection between Kyiv and Berlin. It will be great. I know it's a lot of Ukrainians right now, they're traveling to Berlin and spend more than 24 hours. It's a long way. It's a lot of stops. They change cars, trains, buses, and the direct connection. It's actually worked before the war. A great idea, and we support Kyiv and Berlin this idea, and to make a memorandum to give our power to rebuild direct connection between two capitals of our countries, Germany and Ukraine, Kyiv and Berlin.
Ja, das ist es. Darum geht's.
Exactly, Vitaly. This is what it's all about. We want to bring people closer together. We want economic exchange, but we also want to strengthen tourism between Kyiv and Berlin. And I know that there are many friendships between Berliners and people in Kyiv. And I think this train connection will bring us even closer together. I just mentioned strong bridges in my speech, and ladies and gentlemen, when the trains of Deutsche Bahn and the Ukrainian rail service will cross these bridges, these will be bridges of friendship, of freedom between our two countries, and I'd like to thank you for that, Vitaly.
And now we turn from the municipal to the national perspective, to a partner who plays a key role in shaping Germany's policy for Ukraine's recovery and long-term European integration. It's my honor to introduce Mr. Johann Satov, Parliamentary State Secretary to the Federal Minister for Economic Cooperation and Development. Mr. Satov has been a consistent supporter of Ukraine's reconstruction agenda and a strong voice for resilience, energy security and sustainable growth through international cooperations. Thank you.
Thank you, Governing Mayor Wegner, Mayor Klitschko, Senator Giffey, colleague mayors. I explain later why I say colleague mayors. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, when Russia's war on Ukraine started, some people thought that Ukraine wouldn't have a fighting chance. They thought that Russia was too strong militarily. They underestimated the great resilience the people of Ukraine continue to show in protecting their country. And that's not just my perception. The facts are there to prove it. Local governments and communities are supporting displaced people, helping them to find new temporary homes. People are volunteering nationwide, showcasing Ukraine's deep social solidarity beyond the battlefield. Ukraine's economy bounced back with a robust 5% growth in 2023, despite massive war damages. Ukraine's industries retooled rapidly to support defense production and keep critical factories running. Ukraine's private sector, especially in IT, is innovating boldly to overcome supply chains and energy obstacles. Partnerships like the one between Berlin and Kyiv contribute to this resilience. They provide unbureaucratic, tailor-made and fast support to local administrations. For example, they supply material and vehicles needed by the partner communities, or they organize summer camps where Ukrainian children can find some rest. The international solidarity is a source of hope for the Ukrainian people. Why did I say colleague mayors? I was a mayor in the outer northwest of Germany too for more than 10 years. Not as poor as Berlin, but twice sexy, I would say so. Forgive me, governing mayor. And Having been a mayor, I can say that it is most important to work with the mayor in a political way, even then when it comes to hard times. So we know the people, we know the companies, we know the infrastructure in our cities, and we know what is needed as best. Local governments, local self-governance plays an important role in fostering Ukraine's resilience. The role of local administrations has been strengthened thanks to the country's decentralization efforts. It needs strong local self-governance for the country to recover fast and effectively. In fact, an estimated 70% of reconstruction projects in Ukraine will be implemented at the local level, 70%. Strong local self-governance is also required for Ukraine accession to the European Union, and a large part of the EU regulations has a direct or indirect impact on the local level. Sometimes I wish this would be more recognized at the EU level, and I had to admit sometimes it would be good to recognize the local impacts on the federal level as well. My ministry has been supporting Ukraine's resilience, recovery and reform. Since 2015, Germany has been accompanying the decentralization reform closely through the EU Lead with Europe program. We are supporting energy efficiency, urban planning and businesses. For example, through KfW Development Bank, we are supporting Ukrenergo. They repair war-pummeled substations, install modern transformers and construct structures around substations to protect them from attacks. Our support for the Business Development Fund, for example, has helped many businesses to continuing during the war. And because private investments are so important for recovery and reconstruction, the BMZ is supporting German and European companies that invest in Ukraine. For example, through the Develop PPP program that fosters private-public partnerships. Some 27 Develop PPP projects are currently being run in Ukraine. They range from strengthening the health sector using digital technology to demining aimed at enabling agriculture to recover. This makes Ukraine one of the countries with the highest number of developed PPP projects. For example, the Berlin-based company Boreal Light has built a solar-powered water desalination plant in the city of Mykolaiv, so that people have clean drinking water. Boreal Light and the city of Mykolaiv are rebuilding the destroyed water infrastructure in the town, and they are creating new jobs for local skilled workers. Another example is the Bavarian company A-Reiter. Together with its Ukrainian subsidiary Staff Dove, they are operating a photovoltaic plant in Dove, where they have created 10 new jobs for internally displaced people. The plant keeps running even during Russian attacks. 2/3 of the green electricity generated are used for the company's local production of firewood and wood briquettes from sustainably managed forests in western Ukraine. 1/3 is fed into Ukraine's public grid to keep the lights on at night. This is another great example of a win-win partnership because the company A-Reiter works with local specialists, companies and training centers to build long-term expertise in the solar sector. A third and last example is a Swabian company IBS. It supports the city of Lviv in efforts to repair its damaged road network using new technologies like Novocrete. And we mayors know that roads never can be good for the people, so they have to always be rebuilt, even if they are brand new. This new Novocrete binding, this is a new binding agent for building solid roads rapidly that are protected from frost damage. Thanks to this technology, CO2 emissions are reduced and significantly shorter construction times are achieved. This enables Ukrainian municipalities to rebuild their infrastructure quickly on their own, and that makes it environmentally friendly and cost-effective. These examples show how important partnerships truly are, that both cities can learn from each other, that people can learn from each other. This network that we started with only 39 partnerships in 2015 has now grown to 255. What a great success. And such a testament to both of our countries' dedication to helping Ukraine win this war and bring back peace and stability to the Ukrainian people. In order to build even more city partnerships, we are currently preparing for the next year's conference in Berlin, which I would like to invite you. Let me express this in my mother tongue, which is Low German. Dat langt uns noch heil und all night, which means we want to find much more partner municipalities because we know that all politics is local. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank all municipalities involved for their tireless engagement and solidarity, for their openness and trust in our partnership. This is not only giving Ukraine a fighting chance, it is giving Ukraine a winning chance. And Germany will stand by your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sato, for your insightful remarks and for Germany's continued leadership and advancing recovery and development initiatives for Ukraine. And this session has shown that Europe's resilience is built city by city, partnership by partnership, people to people, through courage, innovation, and trust. And we continue today's forum. These values will guide our discussions on investments, reconstruction, and cooperation to ensure that the bridges we built here in Berlin will shape a stronger and more connected Europe. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our next segment, Svetlana Kovalchuk, Executive Director of Yalta European Strategy, a platform that had been the forefront of international dialogue on Ukraine's future and its place in Europe. Please welcome Svetlana.
Thank you very much, Olga. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. Before we move to our high-level panel, I invite every one of you to witness another very important and practical step of this forum, actually signing a joint declaration of intent on promotion, innovation, and entrepreneurship between City of Kyiv and the Berlin Senate Department for Economic Affairs, Energy, and Public Enterprises. Through this agreement, both capitals commit to deepen collaboration in entrepreneurship, in startup ecosystem development, and digital and green innovation. This shows us that despite war, despite all mess that's happening in our country, our cities continue to deepen cooperation and do practical steps to make our life better. It's my big honor to invite to this stage for signing memorandum Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv, and Ms. Franziska Giffey, Mayor of Berlin and Senator for Economic Affairs, Energy and Public Enterprises, to proceed with signing a joint declaration of intent on promotion, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Please, floor is yours. Ms. Franziska Giffey, Mayor of Berlin, and Mr. Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we sign, I would like to just a few words to explain what we are doing here. And dear Vitaly, we know each other since several years now, as we have worked together with the other cities in the free European countries, and it's really a big honor for us that we can sign this economical declaration today in together with the other mayors from the other European cities, because we are really convinced that we have to work together on the city level and that we have to make it really concrete. Absolutely. And today I was asked, what about an investment forum? And our Ministry of Economic Affairs has organized and prepared this investment forum. What about an investment forum during war? What do you think about who should invest in the Ukraine during that difficult times? And I answered, it is important to do it now and to prepare and to support and to work together in critical times, but also to prepare for the reconstruction. And what we are doing today is to sign a declaration of cooperation in the digital field, in the health sector, in the enterprises, in our two cities' efforts to foster innovation and really to bring our startup ecosystems together. And we started already last year with an ecosystem connectors project, which we want to continue further and that we want to, and I can announce that today in 2026, we will continue with the ecosystem connectors. So we work together in the digital sector and we can learn from Ukraine as well, because you in your city, the Kyiv startup ecosystem is very, very progressive, and we work together and we have a lot of companies which can learn from each other, and all the things in terms of defense technology, security, health sector, energy, mobility, logistics. These are issues where we have to work together, and now we are doing a new chapter of cooperation in the economic field, and that's why this is very important, and we will work hard on really fill all the overall targets that we have for peace and reconstruction. We want to fill it with concrete action and with concrete cooperation. And that is what this joint declaration is about today. And I'm really very proud that we can do that together, dear Vitaly. Thank you very much.
I invite you to proceed to the signing of the joint declaration. Congratulations to both cities with this very important moment. I invite both mayors to remain on the stage for the picture together. And now I suggest also to make one handshake photo. Good. Thank you very much for this very important and practical step to deepen our cooperation and to taking care about future. And now we will move to our high-level panel discussion. We need just a minute to make a setup of the stage. But we are really grateful for everyone to joining us today, because it's important to discuss what is going on the level 2 city, because we see that not only geopolitical system in general are changing very fast, but also our cities are changing very fast, and new challenges remains new strategies for all cities. In the era of war, energy shocks, and global uncertainty, cities have become strategic actors, protecting citizens, maintaining economic stability, and driving innovation, often under enormous pressure. Kyiv stands at the center of this transformation. Its experience shows that resilience is not only about rebuilding infrastructure, it's about governance, trust, and adaptability. Berlin, Brussels, Poznan, Vilnius, and Wrocław each bring their own models of innovation, partnership, and social cohesion that strengthen Europe's collective resilience. It's not only about cities, it's about our life together. Before we move to our broader discussion, I would like to invite our distinguished speakers and mayors to the stage. Our stage is almost ready. I invite to the stage all our speakers. Mayor Klitschko, please proceed to the stage. Senator Francisca Giffey. We have free seating. Please take place whichever you find better for you. Mayor Klaus, please proceed to the stage. Mayor of Poznan, Jacek Jakovic, please take your seat. And Mayor of Vilnius, Valdas Benkunskas. And I invite also to the stage Richard Kessler. So now we are all together on the stage. Thank you for being with us, and of course, symbolically, I would like to start our panel discussion with asking Mayor of Kyiv how he succeeded to make not only life in Kyiv possible, and I'm, as a citizenship of Kyiv, can assure you that we continue to live a normal life, but how it's possible also to make even our life better and to deeper cooperation between cities. Mayor Klitschko, floor is yours.
Dear friends, short story. This summer, I participate political meeting in Spain. In 1 second, it was huge shock for many countries in Europe. Was blackout. I don't know, you remember or not? It was a really shock for municipalities, for many cities, what we have to do it. And I am someone who actually living in this condition almost 4 years. Know exactly where have to stay police, what they have to do it in the roads, because I see the chaos what happens, because nobody was prepared for that. It's nobody knows what we have to do it, and it's practically, it's actually, I hope it's not happens, but we have to be prepared for any case in any scenario, and it happens in Europe, and there was a lot of discussion, but I was someone who gave a lot of advices what we have to do it. It's great experience, but it's also knowledge what we have to exchange with our partners to do it, and immediately to make reaction and to help the people to give the services, because people was in the first couple of hours helpless in this situation. In this unusual situation. It's one of the practical example. We're talking about investment. We're talking open. We believe each other. I understand. Logically, to invest to the country during the war is huge risk for investment. Huge risk for investment. And during the war can happen everything in a lot of unusual situations. But anyway, I want to say thank you very much who trust Ukraine, who prepare for the game. And the main point of every investment forum to prepare to make a connection, to be ready to have a contact with the business, to make proposals and give the chances to invest and to be successful, because success is a main goal for us. Ukraine have to be successful after the war, and we have to be prepared for that. Thank you very much for who already invest to Ukraine, who help Ukraine. And I listened right now the presentation, and I forget the name of also we make right now our hospitals much more protected with solar energy because they working right now independently of central energy stations. And it was investment to our homeland, also it's security for our people, but it's work and work pretty well, actually in medical care. Last night or last evening we have great event meeting with Google, and we very happy our IT department. By the way, I am very proud to present in IT direction we win 2 awards 2 years long, one main awards in IT exhibition in Madrid, one of the biggest exhibitions in the world, where participate more than 700 cities. And to provide right now IT services to make life much more comfortable for every citizen it's very important. And I am, as mayor, really enjoy if my colleagues coming from Europe and present our system, and they very surprised and told, wow, we want to implement the same system and the same services in our hometowns. And that's why we have to exchange our knowledge and our experience and give the advices what to do and to give the services to the people. It's worked pretty well, and we have great feedback from citizens of our hometown. A lot of direction. What we work with our partners and also with investors. I want to say thank you very much for everyone who trusts Ukraine. Thank you very much for everyone who believes in Ukraine, and it's critical important to have partnership, to build trustful partnership with our partners, and our main goal to be successful. And every investment forum, I present myself. Looking at me, 2 meters big. I guess if will be competition between the mayors of the world, I guess I can be the strongest mayor. But I present myself as bodyguard for investment, because I know it's critically important for our hometown. Investment in the money, the investors invest the money to our hometown. Investors give the services. Investors produce the jobs. Investors pay the taxes. It's critically important for me as a mayor to make successful examples, successful business in my hometown. And that's why I present myself and propose myself as bodyguard for investment in our hometown. And success of people, success of business in our hometown make city successful. And this is very main point why we're doing this investment forum, why I'm here, why I talk to everyone, why we present everything, and prepare for one day when normal life gives to us much more opportunities. I mean, normal life when this war will be actually stopped. Thank you. Sorry for long speech.
Mayor. Mayor Klitschko, thank you very much for sharing with us your very important insight how to lead the capital of Ukraine through this brutal war. And now I would like to turn on to Senator Giffey. Berlin has a long and very sustainable model of cooperation, connecting government, business, and academia through its integrated cluster approach. In a time of global turbulence, how is Berlin using this ecosystem model to ensure both economic stability and social resilience? And how can it inspire other European cities facing disruption?
Yeah, thank you very much. And I can say we have a very, very strong connection to Ukraine and especially to Kyiv since 2022, since February. And it changed the relationship in that time. At the beginning, of course, we had the first help for thousands of refugees arriving in our city. I was governing mayor at that time, and we had days where we had at the central station of Berlin 10,000 people per day arriving, fleeing from this absolutely difficult and horrible situation. So the first step of our cooperation was help for the refugees and connecting people and organizations who helped. And we had also a lot of support from our civil society here in Berlin, but also from the enterprises. And then, after 1 year, we started our sister city connection, and we made this agreement to be sister cities and to give concrete help from Berlin to Kyiv and to have a concrete exchange in terms of energy supply, in terms of public transport. There is a bus from Berlin in Kyiv giving people support, and a lot of different projects, the prothesis you mentioned already, a lot of different concrete projects. But now we are on the third step, so to say, of cooperation, and that is the economical exchange. Not only help, not only support in a very emergency situation, but really to say, okay, how can our enterprises, the startup ecosystem here in Berlin, and we have more than 5,000 startups in fintech, in green tech, in health tech, in games, in artificial intelligence, how we can work together. And we see that especially in two fields, in the terms of digital service of public administration, Ukraine and Kyiv is very brilliant. You are doing, of course, you had a huge pressure to use more digital tools in that emergency situation. And that is very interesting for us because we also digitalize our administration. And the other thing is how to connect businesses, NGOs and state organizations by digital means. And that is what startups can do, and that is where we can really have a good cooperation to perform in the energy, in the health sector, in security things. And even here in Berlin, our energy supply is also in danger. We have seen that we have attacks on the Berlin energy supply, and we can learn how Kyiv deals with that, and we can have a real good exchange. That is what we are doing.
Thank you very much for sharing this with us, and also I would like to thank you for creating real homes for Ukrainians who are in Berlin. It is important that we deepen and strengthen cooperation and looking for the future, because today we need to prepare our future together. And now, speaking about future, I would like to move to Mr. Klose, Mayor of Brussels. As we know, that Brussels has been a solidarity since the beginning of this journey, launching the Brussels Declaration that united cities in support of Kyiv. As this cooperation evolves, how can city diplomacy move from emergency assistance to building strategic framework for joint growth and long-term stability across Europe? How we can create a better future together?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's always a difficult moment when Vitaly says that he's the strongest mayor, because I confess he's the strongest mayor of us. As a former rugby player, it's difficult to say to me, but I know that he wins every time. I'm talking. But for the rest, I'm just kidding. It's not by chance that there are a lot of mayors who respond to the appeal of our colleagues and friends, Vitaly, to participate at a forum like this. You know, first of all, I want to testify also the special role of all the municipalities in Europe. You know, some people say that democracy is very complicated, but it's the best power that we can provide at our population. And it's true, in every country, there are always a fight against federal, national government and a different city. But this balance between the both is also important to build a better future for the population. We know, as a capital of Belgium, it is the same. I know for everyone that we have always it's so important to convince the different governments that to help the different cities, to support and to implement all the policy in connection with the city, it's a great goal, but also realize a real success. And it's particular through during a crisis. Remember, there is the crisis COVID-19. Without the city, impossible to manage. We know we need to do so many things. But imagine during a war, it is a real thing. And I understand that every time they say, yeah, but we are very crisis that we need to take all the power ship because without that it's impossible to manage this crisis. Be careful with that. It's so important to say that the resilience begins with every part of the society, NGO, all the citizens, all the people who work for the future, but also the special role of the city. It is in all the European history, first of all. Secondly, what I learned when I went to Ukraine, resilience is also a real opportunity and a real asset. We provide a lot of medical equipment and in connection with the hospital in Kyiv. And I saw, and every travel, every journey that I did in the past in Kyiv, the evolution in the health policy. I gave the example. We provide physiotherapists, material equipment for all the prostheses, and to rehabilitation for the wounded people. And my last trip 1 month ago, I have a meeting with a young engineer formed in Germany, an Ukrainian engineer formed in Germany, who specializes in prostheses, know the expertise of all the staff of Ukraine to implant prostheses. And you know that prosthesis is not during the war, it's also with all what happens maybe in the normal life, it's at a very high level. What I want to testify is if you invest in Ukraine now, this is not only for solidarity. This is not only to say, okay, we are very open, we want to help a country who share the same value that European people. It's because it's good for European economy, it's a real asset for us. I'm coming here with two investors, one Thomas Pissal specialized in engineering and sustainability, and the other one is Roland Krakow, who is the CEO of one of the biggest car parking company. And I asked him to come with me because I'm convinced there's something to develop together. And one of the best ways to fight Putin and to fight this war is to show that with economy and social and solidarity, we can win this war. If you look what it happens in Europe, it's because we build something together in economy that we can also testify there are no war in Europe, in this part of Europe. Unfortunately, there are war in Europe, but in this part of Europe during 80 years. It's for me very, very important as mayor of the capital of Europe to testify, okay, Europe is sometimes complicated. Okay, we need to pay attention of the different level of power. And I repeat, it's very important. The local government is so important. But to speak about the future, economy and social is so important to protect peace. It's why organize a Kyiv Invest Forum during the war. It's very important. And the last word I want to say, I understand that some company, European companies, are a little bit afraid to invest in a land where the war is active, or maybe the land is in the border of this country. Although the war is active in the border of this country. It's why I think European institutions need to invent a special protection things for our company who want to invest in Ukraine. Look what we do. We spend a lot of billions, and it's normal for solidarity to provide weapons, but also to provide money for the administration, to provide some services for electricity provider, gas provider, farming. Also, we provide a lot of billions also to welcome all the diaspora of Ukraine, all the refugees. But it's so important now to find an issue and to find a goal to protect the investment of the European company who won't decide to invest in Ukraine. With this, I'm convinced that's a positive balance for everyone and that we can reconstruct and rebuilding Ukraine in a very, very short time. It is very important to show that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Klaus. Let's hope that the reconstruction and rebuilding of Ukraine will happen really soon, thanks to solidarity among cities. And now I would like to turn all to our closest neighbors, actually to Poland, because today we have also Mayor of Poznań, Mr. Jacek Jaśkowiak, with us. As we all know, that Polish cities have carried enormous responsibility, integrating millions of Ukrainians and maintaining social and economic balance. Mr. Jaśkowiak, from your experience, what are the key lessons for building cross-border resilience and supporting local communities under such big pressure?
So maybe some numbers. Before the war, we had 40,000 Ukrainians, mostly men working in Poznań. After the war, we had 80,000 Ukrainians. Poznań has 540,000 people, so about 15% of our society were Ukrainians, mostly women with children and elderly people. What was the challenge for us? From the beginning, we have started to find the proper jobs for migrants. It means for musicians, the work at opera or philharmonie and so on. For doctors, the work at hospital. Not avoiding the feeling that the migrants are some way the second category of citizens, having not the proper jobs and so on. And in few months, in 3 months, we managed to find the jobs for 20,000 women. And at the moment, we don't have any problems in our society because we are accepting each other. It means the Polish society, they don't have the feeling the Ukrainians are living on our costs. They are really working, they are part of our society. The Ukrainians are also following the Polish rules. I mean, there are some differences, and even such simple things like respecting the speed limits and so on, the safeness. It is very important, and we are really living together. We have a lot of problems to solve, and we used to solve the problems also in the past. For example, the children. The Ukrainian government didn't want to send the Ukrainian children to the Polish schools because they were afraid of losing them. After sometimes speaking Polish, they were afraid they will not come back to Ukraine. And some children were having lessons online with Ukraine, but a lot of children didn't have any lessons in Ukraine, online, or in Poland. And so it was necessary to solve such problems. And I have a regular meeting with the Ukrainian ambassador. Yesterday, it was the Polish National Day. The first SMS I received, it was from the Vasyl Bodnar, from the ambassador from Ukraine. And so if we have any problems, we have to solve them. At the moment, we have 61,000 Ukrainians in Poznań. Altogether, we have 80,000 migrants from different countries. With some countries, we have problem, like, for example, with Georgian, with criminal aspects and so. We have statistics, and if we have some data, we are trying to solve the problems. We treat the migrants in the honest way, and so for us, the independent Ukraine, democratic Ukraine is very important. We have also the border with Russia. We know what does it mean be dependent from Russia. We have such bad experiences too. And we have a big respect for Ukraine because Ukraine is fighting for democracy. We used to fight too, maybe not this way, but it was not so easy to be also the democratic way. And Poland managed to show how it is possible to use democracy and freedom. 30 years ago, Poznań and Berlin or Hanover, completely different words. We managed to improve a lot of things. At the moment, I'm not ashamed having tourists from Germany, having tourists from Scandinavia. And really, I strongly believe in democracy. I know it is the opportunity also to invest in Ukraine. We have to support Ukraine. Action speaks louder than words. And from the beginning, Poland and Polish city were supporting Ukraine, sending tanks, not having debates and thinking twice. We decided to deliver the proper things, and okay, we have to speak, we have to discuss some aspects, and for us, independent, democratic Ukraine is very important, and in my opinion, it is also very important for Europe. Nowadays, after the President Trump election in US, Europe has to be strong. Europe has to be stronger. We have to invest in many areas, and we need Ukraine because it is a big country, and we need the strong Europe to compete with US, to compete with China, to compete with India, and we need strong leaders like Vitaly. And you know, it is important also to invest in not only in Kyiv, but also to invest in such politicians like Vitaly. They know what does it mean democracy, how important, how is possible to change the country, to develop not only the city but also the country.
Thank you, Mr. Yashkovic. It's a really great example of regional solidarity and integration. Mr. Benkunskas, Vilnius actually is at the crossroads of democracy and security, and it has become also one of the Europe's digital frontrunners. How is your city using data, technology, and citizen engagement to strengthen preparedness and trust in the region facing growing geopolitical risks?
So, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here today, and thank you, the City of Berlin, to host this forum. Thank you, Vitaly, for your dedication to organize in such difficult times. And, you know, to begin with, I would just want to emphasize that for Putin and for Russia, the collapse of Soviet Union was the tragedy in the 20th century. So no country in this region, from Germany to Baltic states, can be, you know, relaxed that one day the terrible occupant will reclaim the empire. So that's why we need to prepare. And it's very clear that Ukraine is already fighting not just for themselves, but they're fighting for all of us. So, Vitaly, you already are the bodyguard of our people as well. And thank you very much for that. And as Lithuania was occupied more than 50 years by Russians, so we know very well with whom we have, you know, deal. So we are not afraid. We know where we are living. We know our geopolitical situation, but we are quite calm. And now we are combining two different points of view. First of all, we have optimistic view and we believe in our future. And I can just mention few numbers. So Vilnius and Lithuania is fast-growing country. Vilnius, for example, is since this July the biggest city in the Baltic states. We are economically very strong at the moment. Our GDP is rising approximately 8–9% per year. So we have believing in people that we are safe, despite the fact that we have 30 kilometers to Belarus border, but people coming, business coming in Vilnius, and we are strong at that point. Secondly, we must invest in our security, obviously. So a year ago, I visited with my team the city of Kyiv, and we brought back to our city a lot of lessons, what we should do as a city. So since last July, we have adopted our city political defense plan, and we just keep investing in our civil security. We help our defense military forces just in order to be prepared. We are not afraid. We believe in our country, in our city, but we are preparing and sending very clear message to Russia. We not afraid of you. So, but don't even dare to step in our country. So that's why now we focus to continue to help Ukraine to fight. It's a difficult time, what we seeing in what's happening in the world, but still we will be with Ukraine since the victory will come. So good luck, and we are with you.
Thank you very much for your strong support. And now I would like to move on to another Polish city, Wrocław, and the Deputy Mayor, Mr. Kessler. Wrocław is known for its inclusive approach to urban governments and strong social fabric. In your view, how does community participation and social inclusion contribute to resilience, not only as value, but also as a practical system that helps cities endure and recover?
Guten Tag, ich werde auf Deutsch sprechen. Vitali, du bist der höchste Mayor hier in Berlin und bin ich die einzigste ohne Anzug. Mein Anzug ist in Eile in Wrocław geblieben. Aber ich freue mich sehr, dass ich hier bin und wollte ich auch dazu etwas sagen, was mein Freund aus Posen gesagt hat. In Wrocław leben heutzutage 200.000 Ukrainer. Und über Wrocław sind mehr als Hälfte Million Leute zu uns gekommen und dann weiter nach ganz Europa. Also nach Deutschland, nach Frankreich, Spanien, Holland, Italien, auch in Ukraine, Kanada, USA. Und von diesen 200.000 Leuten, 2/3 arbeiten jetzt in Wrocław. In polnischer Schule sind mehr als 10.000 Kinder, die lernen Polnisch und fühlen sich bei uns in unserer Stadt wohl. Wir haben auch tausende Studenten aus Ukraine. Die jungen Leute bekommen bei uns Stipendien, natürlich, und die wichtigsten, nicht nur Stipendien, aber die probieren auch die Start-ups zu starten, die arbeiten zusammen mit polnischen und ausländischen Investoren. Das ist die wichtigste Kraft von Wrocław. Unsere Investition für die Zukunft von Ukraine sind die Leute. Also das, was wir für die Leute machen. Ausbildung, Ruhe, Sicherheit zu Hause. In Wrocław leben die Ukrainer sicher. Die natürlich haben gar keine Probleme mit sprachlicher Integration. Die Kinder nach einem halben Jahr sprechen schon Polnisch, sogar flüssig. Und das ist ein großer Vorteil für euch. Da wurden die in Zukunft Ambassadoren für Ukraine. Die kommen zurück mit Wissen, mit Kenntnissen von Europa, wie das alles in Europa läuft, weil meine Stadt ist ein Vorbild für Europa auch. Wie entwickelt sie sich in Wrocław ganz gewaltig. In allen Branchen haben wir ganz niedrige Arbeitslosenquote, 1,4%. Also wir brauchen ständig Leute. Und zurzeit sind euch bei uns, und das ist großes Glück für uns, dass euch bei uns sind. Ich hoffe, Teil davon bleibt noch, solange wie der Krieg in Ukraine ist. Ich möchte auch sagen, wir waren vor ein paar Jahren solidarisch, wir sind solidarisch und bleiben solidarisch mit Ukraine. Wir gewinnen den Krieg mit Putins Russland, bin ich sicher. Nach Woche.
Vielen Dank. Dear mayors, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Kyiv Invest Forum, I would like to thank you for your leadership, partnership, and commitments to our shared future. We all understand that strong Europe is not possible without strong Ukraine, strong Kyiv, and we are really committed to work together to create a better, stronger Ukraine, better, stronger Europe, and we will be very grateful for all investment to Ukraine and especially to Kyiv as we discussing now Kyiv policy. But before coming to short break, I would like also invite to the stage Mr. Alex Stebe, CEO of Crowd Ukraine, and Mr. Vitaly Klitschko to making another practical step for better future. Actually, for signing memorandum of understanding on the attraction of resources for the restoration and development of Kyiv city infrastructure between City of Kyiv and Crowd Ukraine. Mr. Klitschko, please. And Mr. Alex Stebe. This agreement represents a new model of partnership, one that brings together the public sector, private investors, and international partners to mobilize resources for rebuilding urban infrastructure.
Do you have the microphone, actually?
But I ask you to be really very short because we are out of the time.
Absolutely, and very short. Actually, we are like a very young startup investment from Berlin, and I will not tell what we do because everybody can just scan the code and then you will know what we do. But what I like very much is that you just mentioned you are the bodyguard of our investments in Ukraine. And I would like everybody to look up their Berlin partner, and the sign of Berlin is the bear. And the bear stands for strength and for power. And 200 years ago, there was a startup in Berlin. It's called KPM, the Royal Porcelain Factory. And they are right now doing something. Maybe my dear colleague Svetlana could unpack it for Mr. Klitschko. And I would like to give it as a sign from Berlin. Because what KPM, they've survived 2 world wars, and they are still there, standing for resilience. And they are now making golden Berlin bears. So this is for you, Mr. Klitschko. And I thank you very much. It can stand up and down. And this is my wonderful colleague Svetlana, and we were very much looking hard to find the last boxing gloves that you were boxing world champion with. So if you would like to sign them for us, I would love it very much.
So we have like additional steps to be done.
Amazing. Wonderful day. This was like the goal for my day. Now I can go. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations to both partners.
Please, absolutely, I'm in. Mr. Klitschko, dankeschön. Thanks for being here.
Congratulations to both partners of this important step, and thank you very much, my beloved panelists, for this panel discussion. And now we have time for very short coffee break before we proceed to the next panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive, and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership, and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment, and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmak laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmak has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmak help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmak exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmak, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmak laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmak has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmak help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmac exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmac, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Kyiv Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive, and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership, and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment, and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на 9-му Київському інвестиційному форумі. Просимо гостей зайняти свої місця у залі. Наша програма розпочнеться за кілька хвилин. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в беззвучний режим. Дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmac conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmac carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmac laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmac has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmac help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmac exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmac, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us.
Шановні пані та панове, ми раді вітати вас на 9-му Київському інвестиційному форумі. Просимо гостей зайняти свої місця у залі. Наша програма розпочнеться за кілька хвилин. Будь ласка, переведіть телефони в беззвучний режим. Дякуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 9th Kyiv Investment Forum. Please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Kindly set your phones to silent mode. Thank you.
Stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership, and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment, and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine.
Шановні гості, просимо вас зайняти свої місця у залі та перевести мобільні телефони у беззвучний режим.
Dear guests, please take your seats and switch your mobile phones to silent mode.
There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmac laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmac has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400
Шановні гості, просимо вас зайняти свої місця у залі та перевести мобільні телефони у беззвучний режим.
Dear guests, please take your seats and switch your mobile phones to silent mode.
Good morning, everyone. Before we move forward into our first panel discussion for the day, it is my pleasure to introduce the opening speaker for today's investment track, Mr. Andriy Stranikov. Mr. Andriy Stranikov is the first deputy chair of the Standing Committee of the Kyiv City Council on Budget, Socio-Economic Development, and Investment Activity. Mr. Stranikov has been one of the key architects of Kyiv's fiscal and investment policy throughout the most challenging years of the city's modern history. His leadership has helped maintain financial stability, transparency, and investor confidence, turning Kyiv into one of the most reliable and reform-driven municipalities in the region. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Andriy Stranikov.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for such introduction. You know, I was asked to say a short motivation speech before the next panel starts. But to be honest, I didn't expect that this motivation would come from my own experience coming here. How do you think, who is the most motivated person and most motivated participant today? How do you think? It's me, yeah. I will easily prove you. How many hours did you spend to come here to Berlin? Who spent 2 hours? Please raise your hand. Don't be shy. Yeah, 2 hours. Who spent 12 hours? Nobody. 1. 2. Who spent 24 hours? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can see 6. And who spent 44 hours? Nobody. Me. You too? Oh, so welcome to the club. You know, yeah. My train was stopped at the border, and you know, on the Moldovan border, and Moldovan guys were checking the train, looking for smugglers. They didn't find any, but the only result was, you know, my train was late for 4 hours. Then, of course, I missed my plane. Then I took another flight to the Prague. Then I took a bus, and my bus was again stopped. Where? How do you think? In the middle of Schengen zone, between Czech Republic and Germany. And to be honest, I didn't know that it's possible. Maybe Moldovan guys said to Germans that probably some smugglers are in the bus, and they were checking it again during 1 hour. So 44 hours, it meant that, you know, I am the most motivated person because I spent 44 hours in order to deliver 7-minute speech, motivational speech. That's a first consequence. The second consequence is, you know, a direct rail connection between Berlin and Kyiv is really needed. And thanks to 2 mayors, today we have good memoranda, and probably next time that will be real and fast connection between Kyiv and Berlin. Well, in 7 minutes, of course, it's not possible to deliver the speech about the figures, about the percentages, about the money, investment, and so on, so on. Actually, I will not do it because everything you can read in this small brochure, everything about Kyiv, about investment in Kyiv, about the Kyiv city budget, about our brave people who are brave enough to live in Kyiv, to work in Kyiv, to pay taxes in Kyiv, and to invest in Kyiv. So not me, but they are best motivators. And so be brave, believe in Kyiv, work in Kyiv, invest in Kyiv, and glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Andrei, for your valuable insights and motivating speech. As we continue with the panel discussion, investments amidst uncertainty. My name is Angeliki Varela, and I'm a senior manager at the Kyiv School of Economics, leading our work on investments and business engagement. Over the past few years, I've had the privilege of working closely with Ukrainian businesses, international investors, and finance organizations. My personal takeaway is that investing in Ukraine is not just about capital. It is about placing a vote of confidence in the country's potential, its people, and its European future. Every project financed, every factory reopened, every loan approved sends a signal that the economy is not just waiting for peace to start rebuilding, but it is already moving forward. Kyiv stands at the heart of Ukraine's reconstruction, whose needs are vast. The most recent recovery and damage needs assessment of the World Bank estimates total losses at over $520 24 billion US dollars. Given that scale, it is evident that public funds alone cannot cover what must be rebuilt. The answer lies in catalyzing private investment, unlocking new sources of funding, and turning risk into opportunity. We're living through a moment that defies convention, because we're talking about investing during an ongoing war, one whose end is still uncertain. The risks are very real. Yet, waiting for perfect conditions would mean delaying recovery, losing talent, and prolonging instability. That is the paradox we face. How to invest not just after victory, but while on the road to it. In other words, how to design financial instruments that make investment possible now. Fortunately, we're not starting from zero. When we look at the financing landscape today, what stands out is that the architecture for investment in Ukraine already exists. The building blocks, capital, incentives, risk mitigation tools are all in motion. A central pillar of this architecture is, of course, the Ukraine Investment Framework, the European Union's flagship de-risking facility. The European Investment Framework mobilizes around 9.3 billion euro to crowd in private capital. These include 7.8 billion euro in guarantees, 1.5 billion euro in blending and grants, as well as a strong pipeline of technical assistance. Already 6.9 billion has been deployed through eligible financial institutions. And what this shows is nothing else that Europe is financing resilience right now. Through partnerships with IFIs and DFIs, the European Commission is targeting exactly those areas that sustain life and employment: green transformation, small business support, and public sector infrastructure. At the same time, international financial institutions and development finance institutions, the EBRD, EIB, IFC, KfW, and many others, as shown on the slide, have kept their funding windows for Ukraine open. Together, they represent billions in exposure and liquidity support, ensuring that local banks and corporates can continue to access credit and that the real economy is not stalling. But even beyond the multilaterals, export credit agencies are stepping in as well. Across Europe and beyond, more than 5 million, according to our estimates, in dedicated export credit agency support has been made available for Ukraine, covering large infrastructure and capital goods transactions. Agencies such as Euler Hermes, Kuke, BPI France, SACE, and Nexi are already backing concrete projects, helping European and international firms export equipment, materials, and technology into Ukraine's reconstruction effort. And then there's insurance, which has quietly become one of the most transformative instruments in Ukraine's investment story. For the first time, war risk and political risk coverage is available through MIGA, DFC, and private underwriters. While the products may still be modest in volume, they are monumental in signal. They tell interested investors that safeguards and protections exist, with new de-risking solutions being in development. Taken together, all these mechanisms form a comprehensive ecosystem for investment. Of course, financing alone is not enough. Information and transparency matters just as much, and this is why at the Kyiv School of Economics, we have created practical tools, such as the investment portal and the financing guide, which consolidate information on guarantees, grants, blended finance, and technical assistance programs. If this topic is of interest to you and you would like to learn more, you will find the QR codes on the screen that link directly to these resources so that you can navigate them in your own time and pacing. And all of this brings us to our discussion today. Our panel will explore how these elements come together, namely how international financial institutions, donors, and private investors can collaborate with Kyiv's authorities to de-risk projects, build trust, and mobilize investment for resilience. So, without further ado, I am very pleased to welcome our distinguished panelists on stage. Mr. Harry Boyd Carpenter, Managing Director, Sustainable Infrastructure Group at the EBRD. Ms. Annabel Gashtal, Senior Investment Guarantee Officer, Europe and Central Asia at the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency. Dr. Benjamin Ziering, Investment Guarantees of the Federal Republic of Germany. Mrs. Yevgenia Pidubna, Corporate Affairs Director and member of the Board of Directors of Pharmac, but also Head of Healthcare Committee at the Union of Ukrainian Entrepreneurs. And Tobias Wittig, Managing Director of Simexia GmbH and Deputy Chair of the IHK Committee, Internationally Acting City. Together, we will discuss how global cooperation and a comprehensive financing toolkit can turn today's uncertainty into investment opportunity tomorrow. Harry, let's start with you. The EBRD has been Ukraine's largest institutional investor with more than 30 years of engagement in the country. Since the start of the full-scale invasion, it has deployed over 8.5 billion to keep the economy moving. Could you walk us through how the bank has been financing critical infrastructure during wartime? And how do you see blended finance working in practice to bring the private investors along?
Great, thank you. So good morning, thank you very much for having me here. I should say that yes, EBRD has tried to be a very strong supporter for Ukraine throughout the last 3 years. But the first and foremost condition for EBRD support has always been the incredible courage and commitment of the Ukrainian people. So everything we do is dependent on and in service to that remarkable courage. And that includes also the team. I'm lucky enough to be part of a team of really incredible people who work night and day for their country. And I'm very proud to be here and representing them. What have we done since the war? Well, you mentioned the headline figure, but specifically on critical infrastructure. We've focused on the infrastructure and energy sectors, and in there we've provided around about 3 billion euros of financing, including some grant, but predominantly EBRD capital. Where have we done that? Well, we've done that across the economy. So we've done that in the energy sector, so that's been support for Ukrenergo, support for Ukrohydroenergo. It's been support for the railways system. I'm always slightly disappointed. We provided an enormous amount of financing for UZ, but they never give me a discount when I buy a ticket on the train to Kyiv. So you know, something tells you how ruthlessly commercial UZ remains. We've also provided a lot of support for municipalities, and of course we're very proud to be a partner for the city of Kyiv, where from before the war we had a program to support the rehabilitation of district heating, and during the war we've provided liquidity support, so just emergency capital to keep the lights on, and also we're now working on support for the metro. And that's really gives you a representation of a way that our support breaks down. It breaks down into some of it is just liquidity. You know, the country is in crisis, huge demands for cash, and we are able to step up and provide short-term financing to help meet those liquidity needs. But others of it is for long-term investment in real assets. And that I find always remarkable, that we have clients across the board in the public and the private sector who want to invest in infrastructure, in businesses that are going to make the country better for many years to come. And that commitment to a long-term, sustainable future for Ukraine is remarkable. And then finally, we've worked with a number of private sector clients where predominantly in the private sector, we've supported, for example, a German investor in solar who wants to take advantage of the opportunities there, and we've invested alongside them in equity. We've provided debt financing for Galnaftagaz for a wind farm, and hopefully we'll provide a second tranche of financing for the same sort of project. You asked about the role of blended finance. It's one of the critical enabling conditions for our support. But if I run through those conditions, the most important one is the quality of a regulatory environment and the quality of governance in Ukraine. The most important thing for us whenever we assess a project is we have to have confidence in the transparency and the commitment of our counterparts. And I want to emphasize that because it's so important that that is maintained. If we can't trust our counterparts, it's really difficult. No amount of blended finance will get you over that problem. So that's been absolutely critical as an enabling condition. The second has been that we have a risk appetite ourselves, and our shareholders have asked us to step that up. So we take a considerable exposure on our own balance sheet. But then, yes, we have also benefited very much from support from donors, and that includes the EU, most importantly, but also the US, and Norway, and a number of other countries. What have we done with that? The number one thing for us is leverage. For every euro of donor support, we want to get as many euros as we can of investment. And I think that's probably been the critical focus for us, which is how in our own risk analysis to target that donor finance most effectively and generate the highest possible leverage. I'll stop there. But.
Thank you, Harry. I would like to now turn to Annabelle. MIGA has been a pioneer in developing war risk insurance solutions for Ukraine and has already supported flagship transactions, including coverage for the M10 industrial park in Lviv and many others. MIGA has also led significant collaborations, such as the one with the Polish export credit agency, KUKE. So can you tell us, how can MIGA's war risk insurance and guarantees help de-risk private sector investments in Ukraine's recovery?
Thank you, Angeliki, and it's a great pleasure to be able to share today a little bit more about the insurance space and how we can leverage through the guarantee products more private capital mobilization. So I would like to maybe provide a little bit more detail at the beginning to start with before I deep dive into the MIGA efforts to support Ukraine. How actually the private capital can be a very core engine of the Ukraine recovery. I hope that I'm here in front of an audience that is already convinced about that. But here, what is also critical to keep in mind when we think about how the private sector can come in is how the private sector can really bring the next level of engagement, really trying to push to leverage, to scale up this investment, because we know already from studies that I was looking at some numbers here. It's billions that we're talking for the recovery. So we will need to have the private sector to come in here as, I would say, a key driver, if not the driver, of the Ukraine reconstruction. Now, when it comes to the banking sector is one thing. When it comes to the insurance sector, it's something that we do not really have maybe a core understanding or knowledge about how the insurance sector can really drive also that particular force of the private sector to rebuild Ukraine. So I wanted to just say a few words about that. Prior to the Russia invasion, the Ukrainian private sector could rely on a strong insurance sector with 20 largest commercial insurance providers, all private companies. But all of these private insurers were almost ceased operations due to the conflict. And this has resulted in a shortage of private commercial insurance. Now, this shortage was an important factor for MIGA to come in, and here is what I wanted to share a bit more about the MIGA story since the conflict started. MIGA is the political risk insurance and credit enhancement arm of the World Bank Group. We've been operating in Ukraine since the 90s, so it's a very long-standing relationship with Ukraine. Now, we are well positioned from the angle of a political risk insurance provider to unlock the needed private sector investment already now. Maybe it's a bit limited, but we have already been very active. And as a matter of fact, we have 4 different political risk insurance products here, or coverages, against the war risk that most of you know already. which is basically political violence. And if I go into a bit of details here, there are two key features of that particular coverage, which is loss of asset and permanent loss of use. We can provide that particular coverage for up to 15 years and for cross-border investment, not only in the equity space, but also in the debt financing space. We also have other coverages that could be applied, although less applicable at this time, except maybe the expropriation of funds for financial sectors. But we also have breach of contract and currency convertibility coverages. So these are all the political risk insurance products available. Now, when it comes to the way we have been deploying our support, let me just add that we were able to scale up the engagement during that ongoing conflict through a dedicated trust fund that we established right after the start of the conflict, and we call SureTF. This is essentially, we blend donor financing received from Japan, UK, also the USA, Belgium, and Norway, into our own balance sheet, the MIGA's balance sheet, together with very selected and limited, I should say, private and public reinsurers. Angeliki was mentioning Kuke as a co-partner of us for co-insurance effort and reinsurance efforts as well. We have also partnered with US DFC, and also our specific private reinsurers that are partners for us in a very, I would say, long-run setting. So altogether, this has helped us being there. And the way we have been focusing our engagement has been the following. Trade finance on one side, and that was in partnership with DBRD and IFC for the trade finance program to help state-owned banks. But we also have the financial sector, so helping the foreign subsidiary of banking groups, being more present through capital optimization and help them essentially lend more or provide the necessary liquidity for SMEs. So this has been a very important part of our engagement. And the last but not least, on the real sector, and Angeliki mentioned the M10 industrial part as one of our example, also actually in collaboration with EBRD, that has been also a very important focus. Altogether, and I will kind of stop there, but altogether, every dollar that was brought by the donors helped us leverage 4.4 US dollars of private, of guarantees. So just to give you a sense of the leverage that we have been utilized thanks to the donor money that was put in this SureTF, the trust fund I was referring to earlier. And in total, as of today, and since the conflict started in February 2022, the total amount of guarantee issuances has been $453.8 million US dollars in 8 new guarantees. And we use a little bit more than $100 million US dollars of donor financing for that. We also mobilize $182 million in treaty reinsurance. So this is our kind of long-term partner private reinsurance framework, and $41 million in facultative reinsurance, so also private reinsurers. So just to tell you how we mobilized really the private sector on different angles to be there, to be present in Ukraine today. Yeah.
Thank you, Annabelle. We will stay for a moment on the topic of insurance. And Benjamin, In the 2025 interim report of investment guarantees of the Federal Republic of Germany, we see that Ukraine has for the first time taken first place in terms of the volume of accepted applications, around 250 million euro. How do you see the role of national export credit and investment guarantee schemes, such as those of Euler and Hermes and federal investment guarantees, in encouraging European companies to participate in Ukraine's reconstruction?
Okay. Thank you for having me here. It's a great pleasure. And as we from PricewaterhouseCoopers represent the German federal investment guarantee scheme, I will first focus on that. And of course, I ask my colleagues at Euler Hermes what their figures are for Ukraine. So similar to what Annabelle said, is the investment guarantee scheme of Germany is a political risk insurance for investments and abroad from Germany, especially, of course, in this case here in Ukraine. And it's against the political risk, like Annabelle says, expropriation acts like they are similar to expropriation, transfer restrictions for money transfers, etc. But especially, of course, also the war risk, which is here the most relevant risk for the investors. And beside these financial protection for investments, the German government offers the diplomatic support for investors which maybe struggle with Ukraine government, but of course not only Ukraine, but abroad all over the world. And this is often named as the key value for investors, that they can rely on the protection by diplomatic support. But let's get close to the Ukraine. The German government still has opened the whole guarantee scheme for investment in Ukraine, and without increasing the premium and without increasing the deductibles, and is still including the war risk. So this is very crucial for German investors. And this is a story of success. As you said, the volumes are increasing for Ukraine, and since the beginning of the Great War of Russia against Ukraine, by now we issued 50 guarantees for German projects in Ukraine only. And it's, I think the volume is nearly to 440 million only for German investment guarantees in Ukraine. And as you said, in 2023 and 2024, the Ukraine investment guarantees was the top by numbers of issued guarantees. And if we look on this year, 2025, just in the first half of this year, we issued guarantees with a volume of 250 million euros. So we see it's increasing, and this shows that the investors trust for the guarantee, or in the guarantee scheme of Germany. And looking to Euler Hermes, which is mandated for the export credit guarantee side, they also have increasing volumes for Ukraine. I think just in the first half of 2025, they issued guarantees in the volume of, I think, nearly 460 million euros, which is already now more than the whole year 2024. So in a nutshell, the German investors and export companies are willing to invest in Ukraine. They do invest in Ukraine, and they trust in the guarantee schemes of the federal government.
Thank you, Benjamin. Let's now bring in the private sector perspective. Yevgenia, Pharmak is one of the companies that has continued to invest in modernization and exports despite enormous challenges. And you have been at the center of the business community's efforts to sustain production and jobs throughout wartime conditions. From your point of view, how is Ukraine's private sector contributing to recovery on the ground, and what motivates your investment rationale?
Thank you, Angeliki. Just to say a couple of words about the company so that you know who you are dealing with now. We are the biggest Ukrainian pharmaceutical manufacturer and exporter in Ukraine, and the biggest employer and taxpayer in our sector. And yes, we kept investing in Ukrainian economy since the full-scale war started. Behind my back, you can see beautiful pictures indicating the number of investments made and the projects headlining the slides. So I'd not stop on that and focus more on the logics and motivations on why do we keep investing during the war. But before that, I would like to say, I would like to refer to the very question that you put, like, what is the role of Ukrainian business investing on the ground? I would say that any Ukrainian business is the part of Ukrainian nation and Ukrainian community. We go through the same thing that our country goes, and we are an essential part of society because we are responsible of uninterrupted supplies of vital goods and services on the market. We ensure workplaces, taxes paid, and bringing foreign cash into our economy, which is very important for the balance. But this is even not the most important thing when we talk about investments, because our investments is a strong indicator. First, for our people. When our company keeps investing, because we blocked investments for like half a year when the full-scale invasion started, and then we unblocked it. When we unblocked the investments, our people realized that actually the company has a plan, the company believes in our future, the company secures its operation, and people understand that they will have their jobs, they will keep their salaries, they will be able to sustain their families, and actually everything is fine. So this is the way we fight the uncertainty in our own manner. And for the international partners and the governments and the organizations, it's a signal that if we ourselves believe in economy, if we keep investing, keep attracting investments and loans, thank you, BRD, you are on that way with us for like 20 years, I think, and the latest loans came after the big war started. So thank you once again for that, for believing in us. And when we launched the new production line in I think on the 3rd month of a full-scale invasion in Kyiv, when Russians were around Kyiv Oblast, I think it was a strong signal that anyway we are resilient. Because yes, when you see the pictures of bombed out streets and broken glass and baristas still making coffee in half-ruined coffee shop, you think it might be romantic, but it's not about this. It's about our choice to be working every day despite the threats, because we have the army keeping the front line, and we have people keeping that resilience so that we are able to stand. And just a couple of words about the logic of these investments. First, we are a company operating in the healthcare system, and you know that Russians have either completely destroyed or severely damaged hundreds of hospitals, hundreds of ambulances were broken, hundreds of pharmacies, and this means lack and destroying the access points to healthcare treatment. And we are the part of this healthcare system, and we need to deliver affordable quality medicines. We cannot stop, we have to invest. And so this is about our mission. And the second thing about why we keep investing, because it is just about our survival. Should we stop investing, we would lose our business, because in the very first weeks of the full-scale invasion, we lost our warehouse worth 50 million euro. It's a lot for us, believe me. It's a lot for us, and we realized that there will be a lot of damage going on, and then our key factory in Kyiv was also a little bit affected by drone hit in the area. So for us, it is to invest in what was destroyed. Second, invest in our portfolio, because we have to adapt to what is required for exports in the EU or other countries, and what our frontline demands or what our people demand. So investing into portfolio, investing into damaged buildings, investing in the future, because only export actually gives us a chance to keep prices low in Ukraine and to keep financial health healthiness of our organization through selling products abroad and having some margin. And of course, expanding our business abroad is also one of the things which makes the Ukrainian brand strong and attracts investments, because if we have strong, cool businesses which are ready to compete not only in the domestic markets but also in the EU, means that actually investments in Ukraine are reasonable even during the war. It might sound risky, but on the other hand, nowhere in the world is quite safe now and predictable, if we are honest with ourselves, while Ukrainian businesses already know and prove effective to operate in the worst conditions.
Thank you, Evgenia. Tobias. The German-Ukrainian Chamber of Industry and Commerce has become a key platform for bilateral economic exchange, helping companies identify opportunities and navigate practical challenges on the ground. Drawing on your experience, what do you see as the main factors that can help companies move from interests to partnerships? And how can business networks and municipal cooperation between cities like Berlin and Kyiv make investment happen in a more tangible way?
I would love to start with saying that I'm not happy to be here. I think this conference, there's no need to have this conference in a world that actually works like it should work. So, because in the end, right now, people are dying in the field, and we Germans have problems to kind of really empathizing with it. We see it in the news, but as was mentioned on the stage before, it took him 44 hours to get here. It took me 22 minutes from door to door. So basically, to create investment opportunities, it's about empathy from the German side. We Germans tend to tell people what to do, how we like things done, but in the end, it's about eye level. We need to be on the same level, and this is basically what a city partnership like Berlin-Kyiv can actually demonstrate and create. And now he's walking back there. Jan Eisbert is the best example. Basically a long-term business relationship to Ukraine. 15 years he produces lead batteries. So lead batteries are the most old-fashioned batteries that you can actually build. But in order to save energy infrastructure for outages, you need to have lead batteries. And he basically boosted his business with Ukraine just over the last couple of years, and he's regularly there. And that's great examples for Berlin economy doing business on the economic level with the Ukraine. But that's only one hat that I'm wearing. So the one hat is I'm representing the IHK, which is the Chamber of Commerce, like the self-government of businesses in Berlin. So we basically would love to help wherever we can. We can mobilize our activities. We can mobilize our training efficiencies. We're happy to help. But the other hat that I'm wearing, this the funny Cimexia hat that nobody knows, I'm a business angel. So I invest in very early stage startups. And I'm also heading the Business Angel Club here in Berlin. And in that function, for the last 2 years, we had a group of people that actually traveled to the Ukraine and attended startup conferences. And talk to the entrepreneurs, because without entrepreneurship, yes, you need infrastructure investments, but entrepreneurship is the key to spark new innovation. And basically what came back from there was that the Ukrainian entrepreneurs are not a single bit worse than the Berlin-based entrepreneurs, that the resilience is planted into the DNA of the new companies. So basically in any kind of corporate structure, there are always double seats. So if one person needs to go to the military, there's always a backup. The people is always decentralized. So it's basically ready for the modern world. And we as the German ecosystem can learn a lot from how Ukraine entrepreneurs are actually building their companies. The problem is just that there's hardly any investment happening from Germans. Because we Germans are always kind of risk protective, whereas the people from other countries, from Anglo-Saxon countries, they're already heavily investing in the Ukraine. And we should just actually get going. There's wonderful investment opportunities, and the industries have been mentioned before. So it's resilience, defense, it's anything regarding mental health and trauma dealings. It's anything regarded, okay, Frau Giffey and Herr Wegner are not here anymore. It's digitization of government. Wow. In Berlin it takes like 4 weeks to get a new passport. In Ukraine, all that is digital. There's companies who actually implemented that, and we can learn a lot from there. So my message here is that the traditional economy of Berlin is happy to cooperate in any means that is proposed, and the startup ecosystem, go take the train for 44 hours to Ukraine and invest in Ukrainian companies, because they are in many ways better and more advanced than the Berlin ones.
Thank you. Thank you, Tobias. So far, we have heard very interesting perspectives on financing, risk sharing, what it takes to invest. But ultimately, success is going to depend on projects being implemented on the ground. I am a bit conscious of time, but I think it would be very interesting to turn to the question of trust and delivery. I will ask all of my co-panelists to make the necessary interventions. We have approximately 17 minutes, but I think it's an important issue to discuss. Let's now discuss public-private collaboration, which for a city like Kyiv is essential, especially in fields such as housing, energy, and infrastructure, as these fields are going to be paramount in urban reconstruction. Harry, I would like to start with you again and ask you, from your perspectives, what are the key factors that can help these public-private partnerships fly? What needs to be in place in terms of the governance, regulation, as well as investor confidence?
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's a question we're giving a lot of thought to, because you talked earlier about the sheer scale of reconstruction needs. And there's a big and important question as to what are the delivery mechanisms. If you're going to rebuild 500 billion worth of lost value, lost capital, and a lot of that is infrastructure, what are the tools that you should employ? And there are different roles. There are some things that are essentially only a government does. Typically the transmission network will always be a government asset. There are some things that you can leave the market to do. In the right environment, the right regulation, you don't need a government pharmaceuticals company. You can have a brilliant and innovative and fantastic Ukrainian private pharmaceutical company to deliver that. But then there's a lot of things that are in between there. And just to give a couple of examples. So for us, we've supported renewable energy in Ukraine a lot. And that has always been, with the exception of the big hydro, of course, but when it comes to wind and solar and batteries, we've always done that with private partners, because the private sector can do it. The private sector can deliver. They're quick, they're innovative, they're imaginative, they can raise capital from other sources. And then there's another stage, which is when you have a public-private partnership, where the government commits to pay a certain fee, make available certain facilities, but hands it over to the private sector. And so there are some good questions to be asked about what the right tools are for each of those. But then there are some fundamentals that you need in place. And I go back to what I said in my first intervention, which is you have to believe in the quality and integrity of the governance of the sectors. And that's really, really fundamental. And it's a challenging task for every country, but I can only urge Ukraine to just keep up the task of making sure that the way in which state-owned enterprises are governed, the way in which sectors are regulated, remains of the highest possible quality. And so you need that, you need transparency and confidence, because private investors will take a lot of risk, but they don't like the feeling that the rules of the game are unclear or that the rules can be broken. So that's the first enabling condition. The second one that comes with any form of infrastructure is tariffs. If you're not paying the true cost of a service, it is very, very hard to get private investment in there. And that's an enormous challenge. I appreciate that. It's not easy to start saying to people in a desperately difficult situation, you need to pay more for water or more for electricity or more for a train ride. But in the long run, there has to be a pathway towards fully cost-reflective tariffs. If you can get those right, sound regulation that people can trust and a true cost of payment, then you can get private investment.
Thank you. Annabelle, MIGA's guarantees can be pivotal in making such projects bankable. How do you see risk insurance and guarantee instruments to be integrated from the very stage of this project design so that to enable investor trust and attract more private capital?
Thank you, Angeliki. I would like also to tackle this question with the hat of World Bank Group, because it's a very powerful engine here at the World Bank Group. Why? Just to add to what my colleague said from EBRD, which is all true, the IBRD is bringing on the table, when it comes to public-private partnership, this policy and technical support that is most needed to enabling the right environment and really understand how we bring a structure bankable. I think this bankability angle that was mentioned just right now is crucial when it comes to a successful PPP structure. So understanding how the payment flows are made and who is bearing which risk and what is the kind of risk-reward balance is something that we have within the bank group a true understanding why we have supported balanced risk-reward allocation in PPP structure across the globe for decades. All the more so in conflict and fragile affected states. So these are things that we know how to do. And when it comes to mobilizing the resource at scale, especially when it comes to PPP in critical sectors such as energy, transport, housing, MIGA has, through the political risk insurance tools, we can help attract the private sponsors alongside the public sponsor with providing the de-risking guarantees to the private sponsors so that they can come in and invest for the long run. Here, 15 years I mentioned, right? So this is a sort of lens that we will want to see when it comes to PPPs in many instances. And maybe just the last point here, we can also coming into the debt financing. So alongside, for example, EBRD or IFC financing, then we can have a commercial financing brought by international commercial banks, and we can provide MIGA guarantees to de-risk the financing that these commercial banks are making into the projects. So that will help them come in for long term. Yeah. So let me stop there, but it's broadly speaking what I wanted to share on this matter.
Thank you. Evgenia, what does the private sector need most from public authorities and international partners to engage confidently in such important initiatives, especially in a critical field like healthcare?
Thank you for this question. As any business and any investor, I have a long wish list of prerequisites necessary to invest in any country, should it be Ukraine or abroad, because we are now expanding in Europe and we are in the process of launching our production site in Spain, as well as R&D and laboratories in Spain, and we have offices and contracts manufacturing in the EU. So we are choosing whether to invest in Ukraine or not, as well as our international partners. And what are the key? I will go from very wide to industry-related. Very wide ones are obviously, in first place, attractive market regulations, because you won't go to a market which is unpredictable in terms of taxation, changing fast, in terms of regulation, always, in some volcano mode, etc., etc. Because, for example, if we talk about Ukraine, there are so many instabilities like energy supplies, availability of human resources, and shelling all the time, and all this exchange rate jumps here and there. So we want to have at least favorable market regulation. This is number one. Number two is access to insurance against wartime risks. And I'm talking about like physical destroying of assets or from cyber attacks, because it is underestimated, but it's huge for some industries like ours when the main asset is intellectual property. So we still have some problems and restrictions. For example, we cannot employ international, not Pharmac, but Ukrainian businesses cannot employ international insurance givers because we cannot make transactions abroad. It is restricted by the National Bank of Ukraine. So this is point number two. Point number three, if we are talking about some hard investments into construction, into new manufacturing sites, the government and local authorities should make some kind of take-off package of simplified connection to utilities like water, energy, etc., to easy obtaining of land plots, certification, etc., etc. And of course, Kyiv might be thinking about some clusters, not only IT cluster, because we have so many other high-tech and value-added industries that might be placed in Kyiv as a hub. And there are a lot of evidence of how other countries manage to actually provide incentives like tax relief or something else to launch these hubs, to make them work. And industry related is, but maybe it is also relevant to other industries, is thinking about certain companies and industry being already included in the EU supply chain. For example, in healthcare, EU has the Critical Medicine Alliance, and candidate states are already included. So we can talk about, and Europe wants to localize the production of active pharmaceutical ingredients and medicines produced in a full cycle from the scratch in the EU or candidate states. So Ukraine has a really rich background of producing such medicines and active pharmaceutical ingredients, and we might be building the greenfields or increasing capacities in Ukraine, but we all need to include all that what was said before as a prerequisite for this to happen. And then when we think in this manner, it's easier to attract investments both from Ukrainian businesses, from foreign businesses, and from financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Tobias, what would effective coordination between IFIs, national governments, and city administrations look like in practice? How can city-level cooperation complement larger financial frameworks?
That's a big question.
It is, and we have little
probably
time, but
not going to answer it. The question is, what does a startup ecosystem need?
Yes.
And we do not need guarantees. We need less regulation on the European side. There's still some blockages from the European Investment Fund, keeping German-based venture capitalists from investing money in Ukraine, or even investing in German startups who actually do a big business in the Ukraine or have a big chunk of their staff in the Ukraine. And that's wrong. Even before the war, it has been, I mean, Ukraine has always been a country for nearshoring, as we call it here in Berlin. So people would actually set up a startup in Berlin, and then all the IT stuff would be done in Ukraine. In the long run, that's not good for the Ukraine, because the value creation happens in Berlin and not in Kyiv. So basically, what we need is a stable, and you mentioned it earlier, stable legal environment and a reliable legal requirement environment that basically money can be invested in Ukraine, and the value creation also stays there.
Thank
Was
you.
that short enough?
It was great. Great. Thank you. Benjamin, Germany has been one of the leading countries in expanding investment and export credit guarantees for Ukraine. How do you see national instruments, like those provided by the Federal Republic of Germany, working along the multilaterals and their facilities in order to create a coherent investment ecosystem?
Yeah, I think there is a big chance to enhance private investments in Ukraine by collaboration of multilateral facilities and national guarantee schemes. And there's one point nearly all our projects in these 50 guarantees have in common, and that's that the companies all use their own financial resources for realizing the investment. And there's, I think, a threat of private banks, private financiers to give a refinancing for the companies to use this money to invest in Ukraine. And I think if there is the multilateral facility more engaged to spend real money to refinance private investments in Ukraine and build a part of the design of a bankable project, that would be a great success. And then, of course, the investment guarantees, if there is a project, and on the later stage, if the money is invested in Ukraine, then of course we will protect the whole project for the whole life cycle, because the guarantee scheme has a long-term perspective. And indirectly, of course, there's a protection for the multilateral facility money as well, because we will protect the projects. And I think this collaboration could really boost private investments in Ukraine more than today.
Thank you. And thank you to all, to our panelists for such thoughtful contributions, and to everyone in this room for your engagement. It has been a very good discussion with key takeaways that stand out. First, that trust is the cornerstone of every endeavor. Financial tools matter, guarantees, insurance, blended structures, but ultimately it is delivery that builds credibility. Second, the coordination between different actors in the ecosystem remains essential. When global financial networks connect with local project pipelines, when donors, city planners, and private investors speak the same language, reconstruction becomes not just faster, but smarter. Third, Kyiv is setting the example. The city's leadership in energy resilience, housing, and digital innovation is shaping a model that other Ukrainian regions can follow. Investing in Kyiv today means investing in the blueprint for Ukraine's broader recovery tomorrow. So the message that I urge you all to take from today's discussion is that of resilience through partnership. Kyiv's recovery is being powered by collaboration between institutions that bring stability, businesses that bring innovation, and a city that continues to inspire confidence, even in the most uncertain of times. Thank you very, very much again to all of our panelists, Harry, Annabelle, Benjamin, Yevgenia, and Tobias, and to everyone for your engagement. Progress is not only possible, but is already happening. Yes, perfect. Oh, here? Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. And as we continue, it is indeed time to turn from investment to innovation. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our next session, Mr. Victor Liak, President of the East Europe Foundation, a leading expert in digital governance, civic engagement, and public sector innovation.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the next panel, which will be all about innovations. Definitely, Ukraine has a lot of aspirations in terms of using digital technology in this turbulent time. We understand that digital economy is not an option. This is a new reality for all of us, as well as to cities. And many Ukrainian cities in this turbulent time, they use digital technologies in the maximum extent. And we'll be talking during this panel about how Ukraine is moving forward, and we definitely have brilliant speakers for you. Our panel will begin with keynote, and here I have definitely a privilege to introduce you to a new speaker, keynote, and this is Michael Firnaber, who is a Partner Development Manager for Global Products Partnerships at Google. And Michael, please take a place on the stage. But I just would like to say that Michael is has the longest work experience as a Googler in Germany. And Michael remembers the world without Google Maps. That means he knows how Google Maps was built. And here, Michael, we are all here to hear your story. Please go ahead.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Victor. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me, and it's a real pleasure, actually, to be here today. Can I turn it? Yes. Thank you. Yes, our mission, actually, in DEO is we want to power the most helpful, the most trusted, and the most innovative maps, which become a digital representation of the real world. And we have to earn the trust of our users every day. We have more than 2 billion users today who rely on a very, very accurate, reliable, and fresh map. And we have over 600 million contributors who actually make sure that the map remains reliable and accurate. 100 million updates every day. This means actually we have to manage a huge amount of updates, of edits to our map, but also that these updates make our map very, very fresh and accurate. And all of this together actually means we can bring these products to our partners. We have more than 10 million partners today who actually can use our products to power their apps and their platforms. And just a quick excursus on how we build our maps. So we partner across many, many different verticals, across the globe, across different data sources to make sure we can make this map that you can see today. And this relies on very different resources, from satellite imagery to street view imagery, but also to authoritative data and to partners who use our tools to upload the data actually every day, and also to users. So as I mentioned before, many, many users contribute smaller edits, but also major updates to our map to make it fresh and accurate. And only then we can apply human input, but also our machine learning and AI technology to then turn this into our map so that we can operate and innovate our map. And talking about partners, yes, there's the consumer side of things here. And this is Google Maps. You might have heard about Waze, a very actually driving-focused app, but also about economic-driven products like business profiles and wallet. But let's focus on the partner contribution platforms. So how can we make it very easy, very convenient for partners to provide their data actually to our tools? And we've built these platforms actually to make it easy to not only create data, but also to provide it and also to maintain it. And then, together, we can provide insights to our partners. So insights actually that help inform making decisions. Decisions about infrastructure, decisions about important investments into making apps and platforms more relevant to users and to cities. And also we provide platforms and tools to a huge community of developers who can then actually use this to do things that we can't do on our map, but make this very tailored and very hyper-local relevant. Digital Kyiv is a great example, actually, of how they built this and brought this to the next level. And very important for us is actually that we start listening to cities. We partner with cities across the globe. And there are many, many cities who come to us saying, we have a specific need. We have a problem that we want to solve. We don't want to start with building something and then seeking for the problem, but it's vice versa. And we identified 5 main areas, actually, to look into together with cities. 1, local economic support. We need to make sure that the hyper-local small businesses get the visibility, actually stand out, actually, and can connect with customers and with our users. We have to be, in the event of crisis, being super, super relevant. We have to make sure we use the right sources that are trusted to be able actually to provide critical safety information when it matters the most. Immersive mapping. This is all about the latest and greatest new technology, make this immersive, makes this shiny, make this beautiful for users to explore, to actually encourage them to use products to invest into tourism, to build their next travel, to find restaurants and provide them an immersive experience. Navigation, public transport, absolutely critical, actually. How can we all work together to enable efficient, safe, clean mobility across urban mobility? And the 2 main areas that stand out to cities very clearly, public transportation and active travel. Active travel is this walking and is this cycling, because this is very clearly the path forward to make cities more sustainable. And talking about sustainability, also, we are investing into providing insights, providing tools to let actually cities make choices to reduce emissions. And I want to share a few examples later. And all of this together actually means that at all times, we can provide a fresh, a highly accurate map to reflect real-world conditions. Look at the left side. This is real-time road data. Ideally, we can show you the traffic flow in real time for all the major roads in a city. But not only the traffic flow, but also tell you hey, something is not right today. Something is different. There might be an incident just right now. And maybe a user has seen it first. Maybe it was the car behind the other car that ran into the accident. And they can report and say, something actually is happening. You want to take this into account. And this might lead to a huge congestion, or maybe to our recommendation to you to say, maybe you want to take a different route today because something is different than what you expected. Detailed street maps. We want to be hyper-local actually here. So again, local businesses, but also about places, so that as a user, you can trust and you can find wherever you are. And this is also about what we call our blue dot navigation. So making sure we find your location and then telling you what is around, what are things to do, what actually is it actually where you want to go today to explore the city on your own. And the third area, real-time service alerts, this is all about like, hey, something again is not working as planned, and we don't only want to tell you like, watch out, something's going on, but we also want to tell you like, hey, here's actually the reason, here's the context actually why something is different, and maybe as a next step also like, here's the implication. The implication might be again that you might want to stay at home, or you might want to like walk, or you might want to do something very different. And the reasons could be for safety, it could be actually for sustainability, it could be also for just to plan your day and have a better work life. Very important actually that we have access to this data at all times. And this lets us do actually like also special things in the event of crisis. So think about actually like, again, in this case, the wildfires that happened in California earlier this year, where because we had access to so much data before, we could actually build a layer on top of this and show the affected wildfire areas and tell users, which you can see in the middle, like a notification on saying, watch out, you're traveling this area, but this might be very dangerous. Please check again and make sure you're safe. And in addition, and again, this is connected to our small or medium businesses, in this case, because we had information from hotels about special offers, we could actually enable a special button to say like, here's an offer for displaced individuals. So in this case, actually, we could show to users who actually lost their home to say like, here's a special offer, maybe even like a free accommodation for you, and find this actually on the map and also how to get there, which is very, very relevant. And again, we want to bring this also together to the next level. Talking about next level, this is actually how we can provide insights and tools to our partners, to cities. Road management insights, again, urban mobility is one of the key areas for cities to invest in together. And we're very keen to help understand traffic patterns. This is early stage. We're rolling this out to more and more partners and more regions. But this is about telling you actually insights about how is the congestion actually like day to day compared? Or is there any seasonal effects? Is there any peak times? What does it mean actually like for how you want to plan, how you want to invest in your infrastructure? How to identify problem areas. There might be specific congestions actually, specific crossings where you might see like an increased amount of incidents. We want to tell you this, and we might want to just pinpoint you to this and saying, you probably want to look into this because there's actually more that you can do to maybe like reduce any dangerous spots or also invest into safety. And then also predictive modeling, think about like expanding cities, maybe you're building like new residential areas. This is also about like restructuring cities, about rebuilding, reconstruction sites. How can we also help you actually to optimize for networks, and then also like making sure there are measures to mitigate actually like anything that might later on lead to congestions or problems in urban mobility. One more example, which is also how can we bring actually these tools now to our partners. And this is very new. We just launched this a few weeks ago. This is what we call grounding with Google Maps. As I mentioned, if we have access to very accurate, reliable data about places, about businesses, we can actually apply our latest AI technology to then actually ground this in this data and make sure that you as a user, you can have a conversational experience here with platforms, with partners. In this case, I guess we all used to like saying, which hotels are in this city, or give me like 5 hotels in this city. Here you can make this even more personalized, even more tailored to you, which means like show me like which hotels are in 50-minute walking distance from my current place. They might have a discounted actually offer here because I'm a displaced individual. And then look at the answer. The answer is like very tailored to you. We might be able to say like, hey, he actually has 6 hotels, and it's all of them within 50-minute actually walking distance right now from where you are. And all of them are special offers. But because you asked for this, we're pretty sure that you might care the most about the one that has a free offer for you right now. And then probably we can just actually like make sure we can navigate you to the place. So 3 things actually for you to remember from this short talk. 1, we need access to fresh, reliable, and hyper-local data. This is the foundation actually for everything that all of us actually can do to build on a map on a geospatial service. This is fundamental. And then actually, all together, we can partner to unleash the strength of Google Maps, of new AI technology, of Gemini, of other like technologies that we might not even have seen today to enable next level of experiences. And then actually like built on the Google Maps platform, built on other platforms actually to bring this to the next level. Again, Digital Kyiv, I've seen this yesterday. What they built is absolutely amazing on things that we can't do on our consumer map, but you can actually like do this in a way that makes this very tailored, hyper-local, and ideally we can bring the technology, the tools, and insights, and you actually, as partners, as the ecosystem, you can do things actually that then become very, very relevant for all the citizens out there to drive innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That was inspiring and very practical at the same time. Please take a seat at the stage and we'll continue with our panel discussion. And now formal part begins. My name is Victor Liach. I am CEO of East Europe Foundation, which drives innovations in Ukraine in the area of GovTech and SafeTech. And here, I just would like to start our panel with several quite shocking facts about Ukraine and how it drives innovations. You probably know that UN conducts every second year UN Government Development Index. And in 2024, Ukraine possesses number 5 rank in the world in the category of e-services. And there is another category which is called e-participation. And guess Ukraine's position? We're number 1 in the world. Can you imagine during the war, Ukraine ranked up 57 positions in the e-participation. That means that Ukrainians are we are using technologies. We are differently open to different kind of innovations. And first of all, after listening this wonderful Michael's presentation, I would like to thank all Googlers and Google for supporting Ukraine with access to innovations, because we need that. We need that to build our resilience, including digital resilience. Thank you so much for that. And we'll go ahead with discussion. And here I would like to invite to the stage Victoria Tskovich, who is CIO of Kyiv City State Administration. Welcome, Victoria. Adrian Wolkersdorf, who is a Senior Policy Officer, Federal Ministry of the Digital and State Modernization, Germany. Helen Uvarenko, who is International Program Lead in Kitsoft, Ukrainian software development company. And definitely you know Michael. And recalling different kind of connections between Kyiv and Berlin, I'm recalling that Berlin was the first city in the world which created global government technology center among 30+ centers created by World Economic Forum. And that was the first center which was created with this particular focus in the world. And again, guess which city opened the second center? That was opened in Kyiv. GGTC, Global Government Technology Center, is operating in Kyiv, exploring all kinds of technologies and trying to promote it outside of Ukraine. So we will go ahead with wonderful discussion, having representatives of local government, Kyiv, federal government, Germany, IT company from Ukraine, and global leader of innovations. And without any further ado, I would like to ask Victoria to share your perspective about development of digital innovations and digital platforms in Kyiv. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Victor. Thank you all the auditory for supporting Ukraine, supporting Kyiv in our already long, but very important for the whole Europe way for victory and for innovation. Digital playing very important part, both in the war times and in recovery times. In addition to what Victor mentioned in his opening speech regarding the global rating, I want to add that in the same rating. There was a specific rating that was called Local Online Service Index, in which Kyiv took 13th place among all the cities in the world. I think it's a huge effort that we've done throughout the war times, throughout the invasion, that brought us to this place. So it's very important for Kyiv to be recognized this way. During war times, innovation is important, and the speed of innovation is very important. Of course, the war drives this innovation. However, we still have to think about the sustainability of this innovation. So how we will support the growth after the war ends and after we go in the phase of recovery. Regarding our perspective, what we are doing now, I want to give you some concept of what we are doing with the digital in Kyiv. So one of our main and focus products is the application that is called Kyiv Digital. It was initially developed as a transportation application, and when the war started, we had like only 24 hours to transform it into wartime application. Why we did this? Because it was, at that time, it was the most trustable channel of communication between the city municipality and the citizens. Now it has 3.5 million users. It's almost all adult population of Kyiv city, imagine. Through this application, through this platform, we are not only communicating with people regarding the safety questions, air raid alerts, shelter maps, etc. Also, we are providing the important services to not only to survive in the city, but to live with some kind of comfort, yes? For example, blackout situation. We have a huge problem now in Ukraine with blackouts, and in Kyiv particularly. Just right now, we have, imagine you have 24 hours a day, and only 6 to 8 hours you have electricity in your apartment. Through the application, people can see exact schedule and have the notification about when their electricity will be cut off in their apartment. It's very important. Another thing is electronic democracy. Victor mentions that we are the first as a country in the rating of e-participation. We invest a lot as the Kyiv city municipality into transparency and into instrument of electronic democracy. I want to bring to you one of the examples why electronic democracy is more important in the war times, even in the war times. It's connected with the condominiums. Condominiums, before the war, used to have their common budget, and they had the possibility to vote how they will spend their budget. And they voted somehow, and they spent it somehow. Now, because of the war, this voting became more important, because now they spend this budget for generators for their homes or for the batteries for their homes to power up, for example, water pumps, because when you have no electricity in your house, the water can't go higher than like 5th or 6th floor. But a lot of people went away, or they're evacuated, or they're not present for the security reasons in their homes. So voting doesn't happen. They can't power up their homes because of this. So last year, in Kyiv digital application, we presented the instrument of condominium voting that provided the possibility to condominiums to make their decisions and do what they need to do to survive in Kyiv city and in Ukraine in general. It's just one of the examples why electronic democracy matters. It matters the most when in war times our civil rights are like naturally limited. On another note, we try to work with international organizations, we try to work with vendors, we try to adapt all the new technologies into our platforms to get something more to be ahead of the challenges that we are expecting to. We are gathering a lot of data. We are gathering analytics from the CCTV system around the city. We have 13,000 cameras around the city. And we have a lot to share with people, with community, with other cities around the world, because we are now on the front line. We gathered a lot of experience from the safety perspective, also from the online services perspective. And one of our goals here on this event, on this forum, is to share our expertise with you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. And I spent more than 20 years working with innovations, and I haven't seen in any European country the city with almost 100% of population of citizens using City app. Definitely, this is very remarkable. Thank you very much for noting that. And we will go to Adrian, to the federal level at the moment. Adrian, you represent just really fresh ministry, which was just recently created. Ukraine passed already this process 6 years ago, and definitely that is very challenging process. I remember first days of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, but definitely we would like to hear your story. What's your priority? I definitely know that cooperation with Ukraine is a part of your mandate. How we can help you?
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Adrian. I'm, like you said, senior policy officer in a very freshly created Ministry for Digital Transformation and Government Modernization. And I work in the division for bilateral digital policy. And Ukraine was actually one of the very first countries with which we decided to really intensify our cooperation. So roughly 2 months after my ministry was founded, a first very high-level exchange happened between my ministry and the Ministry for Digital Transformation, which is actually very similar in its setup, which responsibilities the Ukrainian ministry has are very similar to the responsibilities our ministry has. And what my ministry wants to do is really strengthen cooperation between the Ukrainian ministry and our ministry on all our responsibilities. And we started that dialogue a couple of months ago on the topic of telecoms infrastructure. And it was really, really, I think, emotional and insightful for every one of us, because a state secretary from the Ukrainian ministry showed live pictures or pictures from the evening before where a 5G base station was bombed. And he said, well, we have mobile teams here in our country that basically drive around the Ukraine the whole day and rebuild 5G mobile infrastructure stations so that connectivity is re-established. So when it comes to resilience and many other points, we can learn a lot from Ukraine. So actually a big part of what this dialogue we have started is Germany learning from Ukraine. I mean, it's quite obvious that when it comes to services, civil services, you said it, Ukraine is far ahead of Germany. What we really want to achieve with our exchange over the next years is move Ukraine closer to the European digital single market. I think there are great projects on the way. I think one project which really stands out is making the DIA app and the UDI wallet for digitalizing your IDs interoperable. And right now it's predicted that this will go live in the end of 2026. So this interoperability, so that Ukrainian citizens can use their DIA app or their ID services in the European Union. European citizens can use their EUDI wallet in Ukraine, but also businesses can digitally sign documents, which is very great for both of our industries, our economies. So there are many, many projects we can work together in the digital policy sphere, and we really hope to intensify this dialogue over the next years with our new ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for mentioning that. We definitely need your support in terms of providing us guidance and access to the European Union. But at the same time, we can help you, definitely. And in case we can take these 6 years of activity of the Ministry of Digital Transformation and kind of squeeze it to several words, I would say vision, strategy, communication, partnership, and people. All these 5 words, they are essential for moving ahead digital transformation. And we're definitely looking forward to partner with you in this process. Definitely both ways partnerships. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you so much. Thank you. Michael, I would like to go to you specifically on the case of Ukraine. Again, Google supported Ukraine a lot. But do you think that we can extend our cooperation? What are the areas we can help you to build showcase for all products and services by Google in Ukraine? Can you share?
Yes, absolutely. And this is very interesting, actually, right? Because, as I mentioned, our mission is to create the most helpful, trusted, innovative digital representation of the real world. And we had a very helpful, actually inspiring discussion with your team, actually, and Vitaly's city authority team of Kyiv yesterday, actually, where you could clearly see also there are things that you in Kyiv, you in Ukraine can do that we can't do actually on our map. Again, because we want to also provide a global map and want to make this also available to as many users as possible. But some actually of this needs to be very tailored and very hyper-local actually to the citizens of Kyiv, of Ukraine. So for us, it's very interesting, 2 things. One, again, build this highly accurate, reliable map and become most helpful to citizens whenever they navigate, they explore, and they get things done actually in the city. But second, then also actually to empower you, actually, right? You as our partners to provide tools, technologies, and also insights using some of the capabilities that we have, right, in our geospace to let you do the innovation, actually, right, in a specific community, which means for example, you can integrate data that we otherwise couldn't service. And there are a lot of examples actually in how we partner today with cities where we're also learning from cities, and I'm sure we can learn a lot here actually from Kyiv and also from Ukraine. Let me just give you 3 quick examples also on how we partner, how cities actually use our current services. One is London. London actually came to us, and actually, to be very frank, they were complaining about us, saying, your cycle lane data sucks. It's really not good. And second, also, the way you route our cyclists, it's dangerous. You have to work on this. And we started working very closely, actually, with TfL, Transport for London, and the city authorities to actually invest into this. And we now actually have significantly improved our bike lane data in London, which is now really a mapping to what the local authorities can provide. And second, also, for the first time in many years, we actually changed the algorithm on how we navigate cyclists to make sure actually we become a lot better and actually safer for users. Or another example is Copenhagen. Actually, you started using our air view project actually for air pollution, which they can actually now use. This is all about air polluted areas, which they started using to inform where to set emission zones, or also actually where to implement safe zones. Safe zones actually are zones that are surround playgrounds or schools to protect actually children actually of polluted areas. So I feel there are many, many of these specific needs, specific use cases where we would love to collaborate together and again go a joint path forward.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Definitely we need your products, especially in the areas we have a special kind of high risk of danger and safety issues related to landmines, for example. Definitely we need all of your products, starting from AI to mapping all areas with high risk to protect Ukrainians. Thank you so much for doing that, and we definitely would like to explore more opportunities for cooperation. And the next question will go to Helen. Helen represents fast-growing Ukrainian company, Ukrainian IT company, which developed a lot of bigger projects in Ukraine, but also found many possibilities to export their products on international markets. Helen, can you elaborate a bit more about this?
With pleasure. Hi everyone, I'm Helen. I'm International Program Lead at Kyiv, a brave Ukrainian company. As many other businesses in Ukraine, of course, the struggle is real with over than 4,000 different cyber attacks on Ukraine going per year. You can understand it also affects us because we're working closely with Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation, and thus the projects that we realize for Ukraine are getting a hit from Russian cyber attacks day by day, but it also makes us stronger because we are rising to the occasion and trying to facilitate every possibility to protect our solutions from multiple attacks. And so also about other possibilities that we found, let's say, is that during the last 6 years of collaboration, fruitful collaboration with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and many others in Ukraine, we understood that something that we realized for Ukraine is actually a dream for many other cities and countries, because now in Ukraine during this time when you are, of course, getting cut off the electricity, but still can register your child with one of the services for kindergarten or school, or just open your own business practice in under 5 minutes through your smartphone. It's amazing, is it not? And so, taking this into account, we see other countries, municipalities, and cities posing questions, basically. How do you do that? How can we replicate this experience? And we're happily sharing how exactly we're doing that by going to these countries directly with trainings. And of course, everything is realized via our proprietary platform, Liquio, which is now getting open sourced and getting more and more trust over the globe. Basically, of course, our main solution that we created from Liquio is DIA portal with over 23 million users globally, because Ukrainians now are everywhere, and as well as Kyiv Digital, who the project was mentioned multiple times during the day today, which we're very proud of, and also has over 2 million and now probably 3.5 million users. And so basically everything that we collaborated, we bring to countries like, interestingly, Montenegro, Mauritania, Cote d'Ivoire, and Belgium. I'm actually residing in Brussels, and we opened up the office in Brussels this year, as well as in Berlin. So basically, a Ukrainian company, Kyiv, is getting global recognition and global projects. In Belgium, for example, we are transmitting our expertise in registering an LLC specifically. And in Mauritania, for example, where I've also been this year, we have been during a week training governmental representatives over the ministries about how to build services on Liquio. So what it might give you as a thought is basically that a Ukrainian product, Liquio, as a platform, can become the go-to tool nationwide, more than just Ukraine, to develop services. Why? Because basically when we're delivering services on it, we're collaborating with those who are actually behind those services. They're just getting digitized. So policy analysts, municipal workers, everybody who's involved can basically program their services with us on a level of a thought rather than just go in the code, which is a great accessibility because people who actually possess a knowledge about the service that has to be delivered, they are working closely with us to digitize the service, to make it logical, accountable, transparent, and thus we're leveraging the e-democracy everywhere. Voilà.
Helen, thank you so much for sharing that. Again, for me as a Ukrainian, that is wonderful to hear that we're exporting not just our services, but our technologies. And definitely, we wish you all the best. We would like to see several countries adopting your products, and we will be glad to kind of establish this as a kind of cyber and innovation diplomacy with other countries. Thank you so much for your initial statement. Now we will go to the discussion mode. And here, just as a ignition for our discussion, I would like to say another 3 words, which are essential for me to build and roll out all kind of transformation, digital transformation and products. Trust, security, and AI. Are there places in your particular products and your particular organizations for these 3 words? And in case I imagine that the answer is yes, can you elaborate more? What does it mean for you? Trust, protection, or security and AI? Should we start from Michael?
Happy to go first. Yeah. No, these are like 3 like excellent terms. Trust. I mentioned this before. We have to earn the trust of our users every day, right? And we have to operate and innovate our map and keep investing to again make this most helpful. So this is really at the forefront. Trust is a brilliant one, actually. Resilience also actually, again, a key focus actually is on our users. We have more than 2 billion users. We have a high actually like priority actually to keep them safe. So there are a lot of actually investments, a lot of features, a lot of data that we are very keen actually to surface and to bring to users to make sure actually we can keep them safe. One is actually in the context of mobility. I mentioned this before. There are various ways also to let users contribute themselves to make sure our map becomes even more accurate and reliable and also real-time. Real-time is also a key word because you want to reflect the real world, and this is also actually where you can become more and more resilient into like serving users' needs. And then AI, you mentioned AI, obviously this is like where our company is heavily actually invested, and also where we see like wonderful and new opportunities also to become even more relevant actually to users and more helpful. I mentioned like this one example of grounding with Google Maps, where we can build on existing attributes and then actually like use AI actually to ground this into data and again enable next level of experiences. Another AI example is very tangible, Project Greenlight. Actually, we partner with selected cities across the world to actually use GPS sensors and also AI technology to analyze the traffic lights, and also then actually turn this into recommendations to cities on how to optimize them to, 1, optimize traffic flow, but also 2nd, actually reduce CO2 emissions, because we can reduce stop times. And we see very promising actually stats here from various cities on how we can reduce CO2 emissions by up to 20% for individual crossings. So there's more to come actually in regards to AI, also obviously the whole world of agentic actions. If you think about also how you can help users to actually get things done by like agentic actions, think about like an agent that does complete a task for you. So you might actually be able then to book your next restaurant or your hotel simply by using an agent. So I feel actually like everything we can do here again to provide technology to partners, but also to innovate by using AI actually to enable new experiences will be very helpful actually for this partnership going forward.
Thank you, Michael. Victoria, over to you. Trust, security, and AI.
Yeah, I remember this word. Thank you, Victor. I will try to stick to the plan and comment for each word one by one. Trust. I started with this. We are hosting, we are municipality, we are hosting municipal services. Trust is the core for us. If we haven't trust, we wouldn't have 3.5 million users in Kyiv Digital App. And we wouldn't have users that are using Kyiv online services, portal services, etc. We have to build trust, because when we instruct people to move from their home, for example, to evacuation place, we need them to trust us and do it. So that's a core, and it's important for us. Security. As you know, Ukraine became cyber polygon for Russia now, and Russia became cyber polygon for Ukraine, which is not bad. They want to attack us. They aim to attack our digital infrastructure. They aim to bring chaos with it, and we witnessed by recent attacks on Ukrainian registers how the successful attack on digital infrastructure can bring results, bad results in physical world. So we invest a lot in cybersecurity. Of course, we rely heavily on international partners, not only from the perspective of investment, but from the perspective of expertise. International partners and countries around Ukraine, European countries, they understand that by investing their expertise in cybersecurity of Ukraine, they invest in their own cybersecurity, so that's important. And AI. AI is incredibly powerful technology, obviously. We have to understand its strengths and to understand its limitations also. The municipality has unlimited applications of AI in different spheres, in transportation, in social, in communication, in every sphere we can use AI, and we are starting to use it in security also. We can share our experience in AI, and we are ready to get experience from outside. We are now exploring to integrate some AI tools also in Kyiv digital applications to help people get their services much easier than they're doing now. And we will be thankful for your help with this. Thank you.
Victoria, thank you so much for sharing your experience and your vision. And Adrian, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Well, trust is obviously the foundation of digital transformation, but I would also like to shed a different light on it from a German perspective. And I think the DIA app also shows it, that just the availability of digital services can also create trust, or they are a prerequisite to create trust. And for Germany, that really means we have to start shipping digital services and make them available, and then create trust. When it comes to security and resilience, I think we have to look at Ukraine, how they really incredibly kept their services running under Russian attack. We have to talk with our colleagues from the Ukrainian ministry and really learn from their experience in decentralizing their infrastructure and creating redundancy to really keep their public services running under Russian attack. And when it comes to AI, well, you said it, incredibly powerful technology, which we, looking at our demography and demographics in Germany, we really have to harvest. Two things we are doing when it comes to the digitalization of public services. We created a task force for agentic AI, because that also plays a big role when it comes to digitalizing public services. Especially in Germany, where we have very, very many laws that are interplaying. And the other part, when it comes to AI, is also revisiting the European Union laws that we have created, and maybe look at them to see if we went a little bit overboard with them. My minister has just presented to the Council of the European Union changes to the AI Act, because we really need to use that technology and not just use it as another bureaucratic monster. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for sharing, again, your insights. Definitely here, Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine will be a good partner for you to share our experience in approaching transformation of the, I would say the whole state in the digital state, which is one of the key priority for the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And then, Helen, over to you.
Thanks. So about trust, I think I'm going to piggyback on the international partners idea. Basically, everything that we do is existing in a media space, right? So when something is making moves and waves, it is getting noticed, and people, let's say, reciprocate on something that is making sense. For example, when we create a service that is usually on our end, we try to build an architecture that is going to be mobile first for everybody to be possibly using that, right? Then, of course, it's going to be a government portal that's going to be like a universal window for using the service. But then the third part is still going to be very important, is that workers of municipal bodies or anybody who's concerned with the service, they also have to have the possibility to provide and consult the service physically, to consult people who might have any kind of trouble accessing the service digitally. As for that, we can see that this, like, trio of making sure that everybody who could potentially get the service is the reason why the usability of the service spikes up, and we have millions of users for the services and for the portals. And international partners, let's say, about utilizing the solution or making sure that the solution goes live, or getting share the ideas in terms of other governments. For example, now we're also collaborating on the audit of the open source version of the DIA app together with our partners in Ukraine and international partners. So that's also talking and very telling about trust that they're putting in Ukraine's solution going worldwide. As for the security, on our end, for example, we are part of a grant that was received by us from European Commission on establishing our own security operations center. So once again, trust and collaboration with international partners, making sure that Ukraine exists in a similar digital space, or even, may I say, sovereign European digital space, for our solution to coexist and to be compliant with regulations on European side, so that when the time is coming for us to be finally fully integrated, we're already there. It's just a matter of a bureaucracy, may I say. As for the AI, it's all once again coexisting, because just recently we launched together with our Ministry of Digital Transformation something that we're calling an AI assistant, digital governmental AI assistant, where you can order your services using an AI agent. Think about this is the first ever digital governmental AI agent, and it's powered in Ukraine once again. And once again, it's something that was just starting a couple of years ago with all of the AI booms, and now we're trying to harness this power and utilize it to accelerate the development of, well, citizen experience in Ukraine, I would say.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Helen. Definitely, Ukraine deserves several high-level rankings in the world, and one of them was the world's record on using an AI in a GovTech area, which was just announced last week. So I congratulate all Ukrainians with reaching this point where AI is helping Ukrainian users of DIA. We have 20 million plus users of super app DIA, government super app, and we definitely have AI assistant. And definitely true from the just user experience, we are moving to agentic state. That was the new vision of the Ministry of Digital Transformation to introduce agents who will or it will act on your behalf. Definitely, this is something we expect in the future, and definitely to finish this round of questions, I would like to move on with vision as we are thinking about extending technologies in our lives. And I would like to bring you to 2030, and please share with us your vision. Vision is very important, remember. Vision of 2030, how technologies will influence your particular life, our lives as citizens, as well as your organizations. And here we would like to get your ideas what the future of technology in 2030 will look like, okay? Ready? Michael, over to you.
Thank you, Victor, for letting me go first again. No, actually, this is a very interesting one, of course, and please just don't quote me on this, because I'm sure things might be a bit different, actually, than what I right now actually say. But honestly, I think a few thoughts. One is, I think this will be very positive. I see like a wonderful set of mindsets here. I see like a wonderful world of new opportunities, and also like bringing all of this together with the right people. Actually, I think this is like a very, very positive and exciting future. From a Google Maps perspective, actually, like I see actually, like, given what I've heard in the last yesterday, but also today, actually, and what I know about actually what Ukraine actually is doing, I feel actually I see Ukraine and Kyiv actually as a very data-rich, resilient, future-forward-looking geospatial ecosystem that actually like is very centric to the citizens, to the users. And three things probably stand out. One is, you mentioned actually agentic actions. Again, think about how you can make this very tailored, very helpful for users, for citizens actually in Kyiv, but also how you can turn this into like an engine for economic growth. Think about like seamless logistics. Think about like cross-border e-commerce for like small businesses actually, where I actually in Germany might be able to buy from like the small shop actually in Kyiv and then ship this over actually to me. Think about actually like tourism and how you can again like have these seamless experiences and book your restaurant, actually book your trip to Kyiv actually like at the finger trip. So super exciting. Second, also like everything actually that we can do in regards to enablement and looking into like sharing insights, sharing like technology to help optimize networks. This is about like rebuilding, but also about like building the next level actually of a citizen-focused city actually in Kyiv, where I believe, again, inside technology can really drive the transformation and make this particularly exciting. And in my view, actually, like Kyiv will become a role model for many other cities in Europe. And then actually the third piece is all about like making this citizen-centric, right? Again, like having the map as like the door, as the entry point actually for so many things that users can do. You mentioned actually a couple of examples, actually all of you, like tasks for users to fulfill where they might not have to leave their home, but can get a lot of things actually done by, again, making this like digital and also making this like innovative and also AI powered. So I believe this can turn a lot of things that we currently can't really like foresee into like the next level of experiences. And again, we are very keen to play our role, continue to play our role also to empower this and also make this possible.
Thank you, Michael, for being technology positive. Definitely, regardless of all the risks we're hearing from all of the sides. But thank you again. Thank you for sharing your vision. Victoria, over to you.
Yeah.
Kyiv City, 2030.
Michael, by answering this question, also you answered it through the vision of Kyiv City. I appreciate it, really. It was great. So we can take a couple of your ideas for the future. I will also try, obviously, to answer from the perspective of Kyiv City as a municipal worker. 2030 is not so far away. It's really like 5 years. We just, you blink your eye and you will be in 2030. I hope and I see us as still independent Ukraine, after victory in a stage of recovery. That's optimistic/realistic scenario, in my opinion. Of course, we will rely more and more on technology. I hope and I work, and our team works on the projects where technology will play a crucial role, for example, the transportation. I see how transportation can change in Kyiv city thanks to technology. Road traffic management, traffic lights management, public transport, all these connections, replanning of public transport system. This is the applications where AI can be enhanced, and just technology in general. Public services and municipal services, we are already on this way. All or almost all of the municipal services in 2030 have to be digital, but still accessible. We really need to think about accessibility now, not only until 2030, but now. We need to think about inclusion. We need to develop and design the services with inclusion in mind. What we are doing. Yesterday, we saw absolutely amazing Google technologies in the terms of accessibility, which we will try to adopt in Kyiv city. In general, I see Kyiv living as it lives now, but better, and people using technology for growth in Kyiv city.
Well, Kyiv, one of the most developed smart city in the world. I like that, really. So, vision of 2030 from Adrian.
Yes, I'm also putting on my very specific glasses, my bilateral digital policy glasses, and I would really love Ukraine and the European Union being more digitally integrated with each other. We've made great advancements already. Rome like at home is becoming law now. It was unofficially our providers provided Ukrainians with home fares up until the end of this year, but actually it's becoming a law from 2026 on. Vice versa, Europeans can use their cell phone normally, like in the European Union. In Ukraine, I was talking about the interoperability of our ID wallets. I see Germans using their digital ID just as normal in the Ukraine as Ukrainians do, and vice versa. But I also see more integration when it comes to AI regulation, data spaces, integration of Ukraine into the EU health data space, and many more initiatives. So really digital partners, the EU and Ukraine.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We definitely share your vision, and we are with you in this way. Thank you. Thank you. So Helen, how do you see Kyiv in 2030?
Not only Kyiv, but I think I have a little bit of a global idea as well. Basically, what Adrian was just talking about, I feel like we're coexisting in this, like, policy, law, and digital systems kind of bubble, right? So we have to probably go on the other level of the abstraction of programming the services in the future. What I'm talking about, there is a concept that is called law as a code. Basically, now, of course, we are collaborating with, I see you know what I'm talking about. Basically now we're coexisting in this, like, policy level where the policy is delivered as a document, and then, like, everybody's collaborating on how to create a form, a digital form that is understandable by actual citizens, who's going to be part of this process, who's going to be end user of this process. But what if we kind of shift to the idea of trying to build these policies and services and laws from the perspective of how the end user is going to interact with them? So our next big step probably would be to actually integrate those generalistic ideas, something that's going to be understandable for higher level of hierarchy of producing the policies and laws and services, and coexisting with the final end user as a citizen. And so if we achieve that, everything's going to be even smoother, everything's going to be even like more planned in a way that people who are thinking about services are going to program them even before they actually see the light of day. So yeah.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you so much. And I think our panelists deserve a round of applause because they shared with us their invaluable, valuable experience from their organizations. This is definitely thank you from me as a moderator for being precise in time. Thank you so much for that. And here, I think I've done my job. I drawn all possible ideas and insights from these very experienced people and throw it to you. And now think about how you would need to digest them, how you would need to adopt them in new opportunities for your particular organizations. And here is a side note from, again, being Ukrainian, I would like to say that we are thinking about 2030, regardless the war is going on. That means that we believe in our country. We believe in our future, and we are working all together, private sector, international companies, our government, our partners from other governments, to build the country. We understand that we would need the best copy of ourselves in the future. We would need to be more innovative, more resilient, and we would need to be more technological. This is the only way to survive for Ukrainians. And on this way, we are sharing our experience. We are not just recipients of technologies and innovations. We are producers of innovations. And all possible digital rankings, they're showing that Ukraine demonstrates high dynamic on advancing technologies, either GovTech or SafeTech, open data, even during the wartime. That means that we are open for collaborations, open for partnerships. And my advice to you, now we will have a lunch. Please grab these wonderful individuals, ask them your questions, and propose and suggest your opportunities to work with them, because they're unique and they will drive the future of innovations. Okay? Now we deserve lunch, and before I say that we will give a round of applause, I need to say a very important message from the organizers. Now we will close the panel, and the panel will be closed, and we will have lunch, very deserved lunch for everybody. And then in 1 hour, we will begin with address from the Berlin's partners and presenting how Berlin is builds innovative system for attracting resources, investments, technologies for startups, for extending business opportunities for everybody here to invest in Berlin. That experience is very valuable for Kyiv, and that will be the next panel. So now I would like, again, to ask everybody to thank our panelists for being wonderful speakers and for being open to share their experience. And now, lunch break. Thank you so much.
till victory. Slava Ukraini!
To you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive, and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership, and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment, and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. there are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmac carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmac laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom.
Over the past 5 years, Pharmac has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies.
About 400 drugs by Pharmac help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases.
Pharmac exports its products to about 60 countries around the world.
From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia.
Pharmac, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive, and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmak laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmak has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmak help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmak exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmak, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmac. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmac conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmac carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmac laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmac has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmac help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmac exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmac, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmak laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmak has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmak help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Farmag exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Farmag, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Key Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive, and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership, and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment, and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmak laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmak has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmak help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmak exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmak, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Greetings to you all. I am Ilmari Nurminen, Mayor of Tampere, the Finnish Twin City of Kyiv. It is a true honor to speak to you today at the Kyiv Investment Forum. Tampere stands in full solidarity with Ukraine. Our connection with Kyiv goes back a long way. That relationship has always meant a lot to us. Determination of Kyiv and its people are truly inspiring. As Ukraine rebuilds, we must look ahead, not just to recovery, but to long-term resilience and growth. This forum is a place where ideas turn into action. Here cities like ours can help shape a future that is secure, inclusive and sustainable. Tampere is proud to be a part of this journey. Together, we build not only a stronger Kyiv, but a stronger, more united Europe. Slava Ukraini!
Dear friends, Finland and the Finnish people have stood firmly with Ukraine throughout the full-scale war. As Mayor of Helsinki, I'm honored to send greetings to the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 on behalf of a European city committed to resilience, partnership and sustainable growth. Our cooperation with Kyiv has been valuable and effective during the past years. Helsinki has donated vehicles, preparedness equipment and other materials to support the Ukrainian people. Just recently, Helsinki has learned from Kyiv rescue services about civil shelters and emergency systems, lesson that each European city must observe. At the same time, Helsinki's business ecosystem is ready and willing to build fruitful cooperation in the Ukrainian market. Through national forums, our region is facilitating partnership between Helsinki and Ukraine. We cherish these networks of cooperation with Ukrainian cities and are willing to assist and participate in planning national reconstruction activities from Finland's side. Thank you, and I look forward to strengthening our collaboration.
Welcome to behind the scenes of the largest manufacturer of medicinal products in Ukraine, Pharmak. Here, everything starts with innovations and comprehensive research. There are 12 advanced laboratories where work is carried out on drug development, from new pharmaceutical forms to molecular and cellular biotechnologies for personalized medicine. Pharmak conducts scientific cooperation with over 50 international companies and global research institutions. Medicinal products are manufactured using well-known European equipment. There are strict requirements for air quality, humidity, pressure, and temperature indicators at the production facilities. All processes have been digitalized and automated to the maximum. Pharmak carries out uncompromising quality control. Compliance of ingredients, packaging materials, water, steam, intermediate product, finished product with requirements, and stability of finished drug products are carefully monitored throughout their shelf life. Pharmac laboratories are qualified to conduct 135 test methods described in the State Pharmacopoeia of Ukraine, which are included in the equivalent regulating documents in the USA, EU, and the United Kingdom. Over the past 5 years, Pharmac has successfully passed 100 audits by international and national regulatory bodies. About 400 drugs by Pharmac help not only the Ukrainians, but people in other countries treat diseases. Pharmac exports its products to about 60 countries around the world. From the United Kingdom to Israel, from Kazakhstan to Armenia, from Singapore to Mexico, from the United Arab Emirates to Australia. Pharmac, driving quality medicines worldwide.
Hello from Riga. Riga has supported Ukraine since the first day of the war, and we will keep doing so. We are helping with equipment, with donation, buses, rehabilitation programs for soldiers, and camps for children. Helping to rebuild Ukraine is our moral duty and act of solidarity, and it is also an investment in Europe's future. Local government can stay strong and continue their work even in crisis. And Kyiv shows the courage every day. We will keep organize all possible help as long as it will be necessary, till victory. Slava Ukraini!
Шановні гості, за 5 хвилин розпочнеться пленарна сесія Київського інвестиційного форуму. Просимо вас прямувати до головної зали.
Dear guests, the plenary session of the Kyiv Investment Forum will begin in 5 minutes. Please proceed to the main hall.
Шановні гості, просимо вас зайняти свої місця у залі та перевести мобільні телефони у беззвучний режим.
Dear guests, please take your seats and switch your mobile phones to silent mode.
Один, два. Okay, so distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and those who still having lunch, please join us in the plenary session as we continue with our next segment. My name is Olga Dango, and I have an honor to serve in the program director of this wonderful event of the Kyiv Investment Forum. As we come closer to this day, I want to thank you to all speakers from our previous panel. And right now, we opening this segment that we are calling the Industry-Led Dialogues. It's actually the series of focused discussion on how innovation and collaboration drive Ukraine recovery and sustainable growth. Over the next industry session, we will cover 4 pillars of our resilience. It's energy, mobility, health, dual use, and smart industry. At the same time, at 15 o'clock sharp, we will have equally important discussion in our breakout room that just near the buffet. This discussion will focus on how social entrepreneurship can move forward with its sustainable growth. And now, formally to open Industry-Led Dialogues, it's my pleasure to welcome Berlin Partner for Business and Technology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stefan Franzke, the CEO of Berlin Partners for Business and Technology. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the nice announcement, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends of Kyiv and from Berlin. It's really a great honor to speak here, to stand in front of you at this conference because we are talking about friendship, we are talking about collaboration, we are talking about economic opportunities. And I want to thank that I have the opportunity to speak about the subject that is deeply important both to me personally and to the city of Berlin. It's innovation. Innovation for us, it's the catalyst for growth of the GDP, for for reducing the unemployment rate and a catalyst for sustainable development and international collaboration. When people think of Berlin today, they picture a thriving metropolis driven by startups, creativity, and technology innovation. But not so long ago, just 3 decades, Berlin stood at a defining turning point. The scars of division were visible everywhere. And I'm in the job since 12 years, and at that time, 12 years ago, we had an unemployment rate more than 10%. And now with innovation, with startups, with the vibrant ecosystem, we reduce it, and 12 years in a row, we have faster GDP growth than Germany. And I will talk a little bit about how we move these things and what we can do together. For sure, it took investment, bold decisions, and to turn potential in real progress. What I learned and what we know is that our sister city Kyiv faces similarly fundamental challenge because of the war, of the brutal impact of what Putin did and do, and what the link is of our city is the outlook, the determination to seize the moment of upheaval as a chance for reinvention. And with the industry coming in the city, the new pathways for business, research, and entrepreneurship, it was during that time in Berlin a time of uncertainty, but also a time of great possibilities. And today, Berlin ranks among Europe's most dynamic innovation hubs. We count more than 5,000 startups. We have over 250 research institutions and a unique mix of global tech leaders. Yesterday, JP Morgan Chase opened their new headquarters here in Berlin. And this is a thing that will happen in Kyiv soon, I'm really sure. But this transformation is no coincidence. It reflects a deliberate alliance between policymakers, industry, academia, civil society, and shared by ambitions. Berlin has learned that innovation doesn't flourish behind closed doors. It thrives where people come together, exchange ideas, and dare to think differently. And this is why I'm really proud that the second Kyiv Investment Forum is here now in Berlin. And our mayor yesterday evening said, and this morning, next year we will be in Kyiv after there is no war, there is war. And then we put our forces together to exchange ideas. And I think the approach is for both cities that science industry and the startup community have to come together for sustainability reasons, for technological excellence, and international partnerships. These are the foundations for long-term growth and global competitiveness. Allow me to share some few key examples we learned and to share some practices from our Berlin journey. And these are 4 points. One is that Berlin and the rural area around Berlin have since 15 years an innovation strategy. You mentioned some deep technologies like health tech, AI, and I think it's really good that we have a vision that we have to concentrate the resources in these themes and branches and technologies. And this is what we decided 15 years ago with the cluster and innovation strategy in the metropole region Berlin-Brandenburg. We have there a collaboration between industry, research, public institutions in the cluster ICT, media, creative industry, healthcare industry, energy technologies, and the mobility sector. The second thing is when you have established an innovation strategy and a cluster strategy, one success factor here in Berlin was public-private partnerships. And these public-private partnerships is concentrated in my organization, which I'm the CEO, because the Economic Development Agency is a public-private partnership investment, and we have the public side, we have the private side, facilitating innovation, attracting global companies, and enabling international cooperation. The third success key is the startup ecosystem in incubator network. There are a lot of, I would say, 1,000 programs connecting startups with established enterprises, the investors with the startups with the research institution, the established industry with the startups, and with the research institution to foster the entrepreneurship and the resilience in the regional economy. And now we have around about 1.6 million employees in Berlin, and around about 200,000 are in these startups. So this is the startup sector has a really great impact for our ecosystem. And the fourth thing is the global connectivity and the talent attraction. We have a collaboration for sure with New York, Tel Aviv, Warsaw, and Kyiv, and I think it's really necessary to share people, to share ideas, to share business plans, to foster the ecosystem in Berlin and in Kyiv in the Ukraine. And we want to share these experiences with you and continue learning from each other along the way, because it's not only one way. We want to learn from the technology approach and from the high qualified talent from Kyiv also. And our goal together is between Berlin and Kyiv that we are building the future together. So we are open for in attracting global talents and investments. And to look ahead, I think we have some potential things what we can do together. And with joint innovation initiatives, maybe in the field of green tech, health tech, and digital infrastructures, we can learn from each other and to bring both cities in really on the world-class level. Second thing is what we can do together is what I mentioned before, the exchange of talent and knowledge. This is really necessary that we bring people together, building bridges between Berlin and Kyiv, where people and organizations have an easy way to find partners in the other city. And third is the technology-driven recovery. The reconstruction gives Ukraine and Kyiv the unique chance to shape a modern, sustainable economy system, and Berlin stands ready to contribute as partner on your side. And so I have no doubt the story being written here will shape European futures, and it will give hope far beyond its borders. So let's seize this moment with courage, with openness, with convictions that true innovation is born from partnerships. Berlin stands with you not only as a partner, but as a friend and committed in all things what is needed. Thank you for your attention. Thank you that you are here. Thank you very much for the discussion between the speeches and the workshops. And I'm here till tonight. I have some team member here. Maybe all the people who are doing work with Berlin Partner and the Senator of Economy, hold your hands that we are the people connecting organization, academica, ecosystem with you, and I will be very proud to see you next year in your lovely city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Franke. So it's my dream to say welcome in Kyiv, so maybe see you next year in Kyiv. And right now, we keep going on with our next session, with our next panel, and I'm happy and honored to give the torch relay of this event to the next moderator. Please welcome Ima Krenova-Shinkiv, the moderator of this session of the Energy Efficient Solution for Sustainable Growth in Kyiv and Ukraine. Ima, we are here in Germany, so I may kindly ask you to be punctual. We have 45 minutes for our discussion. Please, the floor is yours. Please, microphone.
Dear panelists, please come and take a seat. Dear colleagues, dear friends, happy to see all of you in this sunny Berlin's day. Yes, it was sunny in the morning. And I would like to thank you first that you are with us today in this difficult time in Ukraine. When we are sitting here, we know that a lot of Ukrainians, municipalities, peoples, staying without energy. And today our goal to talk about the resilience energy system in Ukraine, who is helping us, what is the challenges ahead, what we're already doing, what is the secret of our resilience, because our schools operates in the basement, our hospitals, thanks also for international partners, continue to work. And then we're also thinking about future. Now, when we are talking about Ukraine, I always thinking about 3R. It's resilience, reform, and rebuild. And today with our panelists, we will talk about all these 3 dimensions. And the secret of our resilience is a partnership, because we have a lot of support from international partners. We have operated an effective parliament of Ukraine. We have our government who is also staying strong. We have innovators, we have a business, also business representatives here today. And I would like to start with legislation. Any new turbine, any PV system or rooftop solar solution should be installed based on the new European directive. We are working many years to align our legislation to the European Energy Directive. It's actually a lot of work from GIZ. We install energy management system in more than 100 Ukrainian municipalities. We have donation campaign when we receive a lot of support from the different German companies. Also would like to thank you for that. We continue to work and support different climate actions, the development of legislation also, and different kind of activity which is creating Ukrainian resilience. So I think now we can start with first panelist. It's Ms. Victoria Grib, who is a member of Ukrainian Parliament, also the chair of some subcommittee of energy security. We are talking about energy security many years, Victoria, and then very interesting is your opinion. How do you create the balance between the urgency under the attacks and also our willingness to be a part of the Europe? It's big challenge for all of us and for sure for you who is leading this reform. So Victoria Grib, who is advocate energy reform in Ukraine many years. Victoria, please.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, it's a big honor to be here today. It's very difficult to be on this panel because when we're talking about energy, we are talking about pain. We are talking about destruction in Ukraine because energy front is the second front, and it's very difficult front. We know that Russian aggressor chose to destroy all our energy system. Why they're doing that? They're doing that because they do understand that energy, that's actually the engine of economy. And if they destroy the energy system, it will be very difficult for us to survive. That's why we really appreciate all the assistance from our international partners. When we're talking about energy changes and energy reform in Ukraine, we must talk also about anti-corruption reform in Ukraine. And frankly, recent updates from Ukraine, from the very beginning, I thought, oh my God, what's going on? But then I thought, but it's great, because anti-corruption reform is in progress. We all know that if we won't fight corruption, then it will be very difficult for us to survive. It will be very difficult to attract investors. So what we need now, we need really spirit of resilience. We need also fight corruption, continue fighting it. And we need rule of law. Because I'm sure new technologies will come, definitely will come with new investors. And now I would like really to talk to you. What do you think about investing to Ukraine? Do you think it's possible at this stage? Do you think that we need to do something else in order to attract investments? Do you think that we need really to change our operations in Ukraine? Because what we had before, we were the country which had profit of electricity. We sold the electricity, and actually we're doing that even right now. But we do have also blackouts in Ukraine. And these days, again, that's very difficult. Because of enemy's attack, we do have 4 hours electricity per day sometimes. Can you imagine how we're going to survive during the winter? Unfortunately, without your assistance, it will be very difficult for us to do that. And I really appreciate what our partners they are doing in supporting us. Thank you very much to GIZ, because your approach, your systemic approach to set up the environment which will be diversified energy, which will create good investment climate for investments. And actually, even your help with legislation initiatives are really crucial these days. So thank you. And again, it's more about talking to you today, listening to you. What do you expect from us, from Ukraine, in order to invest to Ukraine?
Thank you very much, Victoria. Then you mentioned the needable reform to attract investors to Ukraine. And I would like also to introduce Ms. Hanna Zamazeva, Head of State Agency of Energy Efficiency, who is responsible for the implementation of the legislation what was developed by government, approved by Verkhovna Rada. Even in this challenging time, they already create some incentives. And for example, it's decarbonization time, or the decarbonization fund. Please, Hanna, explain us how you're surviving during this challenging time. what kind of instrument you are using and developing to support Ukrainian municipalities, citizens, to survive, increase energy efficiency, renewable energy, different kind of energy solution. Please, Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for this wonderful introduction, and really very difficult to discuss energy situation in Ukraine after previous speaker mentioned a very serious topic for Ukraine today. But I focus on the energy efficiency and decarbonization measures which we try to implement in life, in real life today for Ukraine and for our citizens. Okay. Ima raised a critically important issue, the survival of Ukrainian communities under constant shelling and power outage. This once again emphasized how crucial it is to think about the protecting business and communities and building energy independent of Ukraine. Even during the war, the team of State Agency of Energy Efficiency continues to work on the key tasks, ensuring energy resilience, developing renewable energy sources, and supporting sustainable energy consumption in communities. We are building partnerships based on collaboration communities, international partners, and government bodies. Ima mentioned partner support for implementing energy management system in Ukraine cities, and it helped our communities to prepare to the next challenges. Communities are actively working today on local energy plans, which allow them to access infrastructure conditions, identify potential energy efficiency measures, and attract investment in the future. This work is quite complex. Communities require assistance, including international support. But unfortunately, the number speaks for themselves. Only 58 local energy plans have been developed among 1,400 communities in Ukraine. But State Agency and GIZ provides communities with comprehensive organizational and advisory support. I would like focus on the state program which were launched at the beginning 2025 and help us to achieve our national goals, reduce energy consumption and CO2 emissions. About the government-initiated programs on energy efficiency in public buildings implemented by the state agency. It includes the installation of solar power plants with energy storage, energy certification of public buildings, and energy audits of state enterprises. For context, Ukrainian public institutions spend over 19 billion hryvnias annually on energy utilities, of which 23 billion comes from the state budget and 67 billion hryvnias from the local budget. It is a huge amount in our budget, and we can save a lot of money for other very important direction in our country. And today, in 2025, we received 1,700 applications from the central executive bodies for solar power plants and 2,900 buildings for the certification and 26 enterprises for process energy audits. We start this program in this year. The program will enable Ukraine to meet the requirements of the EU Directives 2023 Energy Efficiency First regarding the exemplary role of public buildings and strengthen energy security. Annually, public buildings will generate 67 gigawatts of electricity from renewable sources, reducing CO2 emissions by 28,000 tons and saving approximately 500 million hryvnias in public funds. Every saved hryvnia in an additional hryvnia for citizens and social programs and defense needs. And the most important and famous tool which created in Ukraine in 2020 was State Decarbonization Fund and Energy Efficiency and Transformation. This fund was created in 2023, but this program was launched in 2024, because in 2023 it was only concept note. But we launched this and established joint stock company Decarbonization Fund. It is a financial institution in 2024. And we start to issue loans, leasing and factoring for communities, for business in 2025. During 2025, we issued 1 billion hryvnias for private enterprises and for municipality enterprises for implement energy efficiency and decarbonization measures, which has in results reduce CO2 emissions and reduce energy consumption, and we understand that it is a reduced pressure on our energy system during the very difficult time to us, autumn and winter. And a little bit about this fund. It is a financial institution. We have a license from the National Bank of Ukraine for loans, leasing and factoring. And we provide finance support from the government of Ukraine to private sector and municipalities for research, renewables energy sources, and other energy efficiency measures on their enterprises. And maybe the most important, during the 2025 fund finance 54 successful projects across 11 regions, totaling 15 million euro. The largest funding went to renewable energy projects, followed by cogeneration and ESCO projects. Support has already been provided to meet processing plants, baby food factories, hospitals, kindergartens, water utilities and shopping centers. The fund actively collaborates with international partners, and I see our partners representative from EBRD in this hall. Yes, EBRD, UNIDA, UNDP, GIZ. For example, under the project Solar Energy for Kids with GIZ, the Decarbonization Fund received 18 solar kit sets worth for kindergartens and distributed them to 13 territorial communities. And in summary, join to us because we can to rebuild and help push energy efficiency and decarbonization measure in our country through this fund, and provide for this we need financial resource for companies. And join to us because we provide a good portfolio of our portfolio projects where you can invest finance and have good profit and benefits in the future. Join to us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. We are very happy that Ukraine is create their own state programs who support Ukrainian municipalities, companies, and people go into this in the decarbonization way. Because if we are talking about this fund, we can see the possibilities for to have a compensation for the cost for the energy efficiency refurbishment, for example, and also for the installation of different renewable sources. And I also thank you, Hanna, that you mentioned capacity development, because now we are coming to meet Ms. Miriam Faulvetter, who is the coordinator of Energy and Climate Cluster. And she is also worked in Ukraine many years and lead a huge program, Just Transition. So I have two questions for you, Miriam. First, how does it support this transformation and the capacity development of Ukraine in the field of energy, decarbonization, climate, and also how to combine just transition and how to integrate this idea to the country in the war when we still need inclusivity and green growth. Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much, Ima, and also thank you, Victoria and Hannah, for already, let's say, having underlined, I think, our partnership and also collaboration, which has existed for several decades already between the German government and Ukraine, and we as GIZ work on behalf of the German government in order to support Ukraine in developing a resilient and sustainable energy supply, especially now, of course, in times of war. What is important here, and Victoria, you have mentioned it, of course, at the beginning, is we as GIZ, of course, also see now the huge priority must be the one of energy security. Yeah? This is where all the attention needs to go. If we look at Kyiv, at other cities right now, where we have sometimes 4 hours per day only electricity, this is a reality. But what we also see is that apart from the short-term measures that need to happen, we also should always broaden our scope towards the mid and the long-term perspective. Because there will be a next winter, and there will also be next winters. So the important decisions need to be made also today for shaping the way towards an energy transition. And here it is very important for us, and of course for Ukraine, to always keep in mind this perspective of the EU accession, which basically for us defines the roadmap, the vector which to follow. The EU accession process, as it is also currently lived in Ukraine, defines which institutions to strengthen, which capacities to build, and which systems to support. And I think also the developments that you, Victoria, have hinted towards that have now been happening in the energy sector are a very strong confirmation of the need to look towards these European values, towards the issue of anti-corruption, transparency, etc. Now, we as GIZ are trying to support from our perspective, because we have this vision that green recovery with all its facades and climate protection improve the lives of Ukrainians on their way towards the EU. And how do we do this? I would just like to highlight 3 main points. The first one is energy efficiency. Hannah, you have strongly hinted at that, and Victoria, you as well. So of course, in a situation where businesses, where people are lacking energy, every saved kilowatt hour is of benefit, yeah, for the supply, for the stability of the system. So what we do is, for example, support on the national level these legislative reforms that were touched already upon, in order to align Ukrainian legislation with the EU legislation. But we also support, for example, institutions, Ukrainian institutions like the Energy Efficiency Fund, which works together with homeowners associations in order to modernize and insulate buildings and also create PV solutions for an energy demand reduction of up to 30%. This is real, tangible results, and this is, what we try to achieve. The second point that I would like to highlight, and particularly important for you, for business, for investments, the issue of skills. In particular, in the current situation where we have a very stressed labor market, there is a huge need for those skills that are important for the energy transition, for technologies, for the engineers, etc. So we, as GIZ, try to support education, vocational schools, universities in strengthening these skills that are important for the energy transition and for energy-related business. And the third point is the issue, of course, of decentralized renewable energy supply. This is key. We have seen this. There is a huge appetite from municipalities such as Kyiv, but also others of different scales, to bring forward this issue of solar energy, biomass, wind. There is German enterprises that are investing and that want to broaden their investments within Ukraine. Decentralized renewable energy where municipalities play a key role. And looking at these 3 points that I mentioned today, you can already see we're working on several levels. On the national level, legislative frameworks, on the path towards EU, regional and local level, where we support municipalities in their energy management, in energy planning, to attract business, but also, for example, working with regions on supporting them on their way towards a just transition, phasing out of coal, looking towards renewable energy. With the current attacks on energy infrastructure, this is now more important than ever. And so what you can see from all of that is that in supporting these three dimensions and working at all three levels, we work towards resilience, but resilience is not an abstract concept. And maybe just to close also, coming back to the point I started with, the short-term measures. So making resilience very tangible, we have, on behalf of the German government and together with the Ukrainian partners, brought technical equipment to Ukraine for the repair of the energy infrastructure, which has reached 7.7 million Ukrainians, which got back light and warmth, heat. And what this means in the end is, yes, what you mentioned, hospitals can be run, schools can be lit, yeah, and families have a warm and safe place. And this is, of course, very tangible and concrete right now. So to sum it up, we are talking also about the solutions, the long-term solutions now, and we, of course, try to balance and bridge between the short-term solutions and the long-term path towards EU and trying to bring our grain of sand to this whole endeavor. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I'm happy to be part of this team and then really proud to see complexity of our work. It's really a lot of levels, and thank you that you mentioned also educational component, because Ukraine really needs an army of professionals who understand what is the energy system, what is the energy resilience, reform, and reconstruction. So then we talking about national level, we're talking about education, also municipal level, but now it's also the time to talk about the business, about technologies, about innovations in the field of energy system adaptation and resilience. Then I would like to also introduce and invite for the speech Mr. Grüniger, Wolfgang Grüniger. Your company is, the story of your company is really remarkable, I would like to say, because they create the Europeans' largest community who is using the private investment to create the PV solar system and organize the energy system. And then we, in Ukraine, we would like also to use some lessons learned from you, because, you know, to see this decentralized energy solution, to introduce in our normal life, we need knowledge, technologies, and also a lot of private investment. It's the best private investors to the energy grid. It should be people who need this energy. So, Wolfgang, please.
Let me start like this. Almost 4 years into the war, why didn't the Kremlin run out of money yet? Why were the sanctions not so effective as they could have been? I give you one word: oil. Russia has built up a shadow fleet of old oil tankers to deliver oil to countries that simply don't care. I give you one more word: gas. Europe still buys gas from Russia, even a record high of LNG imports, LNG standing for liquefied natural gas. And that means that Europe pays the bills for Kremlin's bloody war. This has to stop right now. When the war started, Germany was dependent on Russian gas for 55% of our total gas consumption. Now it's 0% in Germany, it's not 0% in Europe. But now we're dependent on Norwegian gas. Norway, obviously, is a reliable partner. But there is 3 undersea pipelines that are also vulnerable, as we have seen with the Nord Stream pipeline. So what happens when one of the ships of the Shadow Fleet just puts an anchor through the pipeline, or the pipeline gets sabotaged in any other way, then we got again the economic recession, a major crisis. So we have to move away from oil and gas as fast as we can. And that is the mission that EMPAL has. It is not only about the climate, it is about energy resilience, about energy security. So we're not defending our nation with weapons only, as I did when I was at the German Armed Forces before I joined EMPAL. We also defend our nation on our rooftops and our basements. 1/3 of total German gas supply goes into private heating alone. We can reduce that amount drastically by installing heat pumps that are a heating system that is 4 times more efficient than a gas heating system. And we can produce the electricity needed for the heat pump through our rooftop panels for solar and through wind energy. Renewables have one advantage: they are cheap, and you can build them and scale them fast. Even in places like Texas or Hungary or China, renewables, they just skyrocket, just because they make sense economically and for energy resilience. And they're also not so easy to attack. You can attack one coal power plant, one gas power plant, and energy is gone. But if you have a decentralized system of millions of local small power plants that might be connected to a virtual power plant, to a sort of gigantic decentralized battery, but they are still decentralized, it's much harder to attack such a system that is decentralized. So this is why we have to move forward with heat pumps, with solar, with wind power, with batteries, to make our countries less dependent on fossil fuel imports and supply ourselves with our own homegrown energy. Our former finance minister, Christian Lindner, he called renewable energy freedom energy, for a good reason. So we're all fighting for freedom, and I'm thankful that you are joining our fight.
Bravo. Thank you very much, Wolfgang. It's very important also to see how you see this from abroad, because we are as one team, we are working together many years, and then we know the mindset of each other. Interesting to see also another perspective. And I would like to say, as we have just 8 minutes, I have no time for the exact questions, but important to finalize. Can all of you, will start from the Wolfgang, can say in the 5 words, what do you think it's important to do in Ukraine right now? We are talking about resilience, reform, and rebuild, you remember. Okay.
Well, 2 years ago, we delivered 1,000 solar panels to Kherson for reconstruction as a donation. And I think it's very important to build up decentralized energy wherever you can. It's cheap and fast, and makes the energy system more resilient. So we are glad if we could help.
Super.
A little bit more words, okay? First of all, okay. We should build distributed generation more fast and more systematical, because we are a rich agriculture country, and we really have a lot of alternative fuel sources and bioresources for build this. For example, mentioned GIZ biofuels boilers, or for example, for this we need to create and design this establish local energy plans for municipalities. We should know where and what we should develop in these communities. And really, we have a lot of resources. We can and we do this, develop renewables and alternative fuel sources, because we have bioethanol, biomethane, and a lot of other resources for build this. But I think unfortunately we have a big problem. We move not systematical, and we should be more have systematical and structure vision to all Ukraine and all communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should start with vision. You're absolutely right. You see what happens if we start implement without the vision. But it's always like that, no problem. And then if we start to talk about the vision, Victoria, what is the, okay, not 5, 10 words about the Ukrainian energy resilience vision?
Ima, I would like to say only 10 words, but unfortunately I cannot not to react what Wolfram said. He's very enthusiastic about green energy, distributed energy. I would love to be as well that enthusiastic, saying that it's very cheap. It's not cheap, because when you're talking about the whole system, you need to have maneuvering system, because green energy, unfortunately, is not maneuvering. We do need storages as well. But having said that, it's not about being against green energy. Of course, we need to move forward because it's energy security. I agree with you for 100% that it's much less a target than big stations. Yes, we need to invest in that, and we need to move forward. And when we're talking about legal environment, I think we are doing a lot already. We've passed legislation on net billing, on remit, and now we are working on market coupling. I think that we must be the part of European Union, and we need to comply with all the standards. So we'll do everything possible in order to achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We see a clear vision from Victoria. As you remember, she is a member of Ukrainian Parliament, so we'll expect that this vision should be implemented very soon. But for that, we need a lot of different kinds of support to mobilize partnership and also investment. So, Miriam, you have also 10 words to continue this discussion.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ima, so if you ask me what do I think would be now most important or most urgent for Ukraine, indeed, I would also like to build on what you just said. I think apart from the short-term fixes, what is needed is a clear vision on where does the country want to go. Is it a fossil path? Is it a renewable path? Because once this vision is fixed, then also private sector will have certainty to invest. Finance flows will be, directed into the necessary pathways. And also, for example, the municipal level, the local and regional level will follow suit. So we need this clear vision oriented towards the principles and standards and values of the European Union. And then, of course, the other actors will follow. And this is something that I would like to highlight.
Thank you very much. Now we see how 4 pillars is working together: business, innovations, government and legal framework, international cooperation. We can continue our interesting discussion for the decades, I would like to say, because it's interesting to us. It's a part of our normal life and a part of our heart. But I think today we should finalize, as our moderator said. So I would like to thank you all the panelists for this discussion, and I wish you a lot of luck in your difficult work and the each day fight for the energy resilience in Ukraine. I also have one very important, you can go, yes, I have also one important role to finalize our panel and also to invite the panel of mobility and urban tech. So I would like to introduce and also invite here Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris is enough, okay. So you can introduce your second name because I forgot it. Ah, you have it. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be moderating and also giving a short thematic input into this session, and inspired also by the last session and the other sessions. I think a common denominator is that we have to work together, as simple and pathetic as it sounds. And I believe in our session, when we talk about mobility and urban tech, it's definitely the case that we need to prove. And myself, as someone who grew up in Berlin and spent more than 10 years working in Kyiv and Ukraine, it's a pleasure to be here and support Impact Force, Kyiv State Administration, the Berlin Senate in building further these bridges. So we can start having our short introduction. We will talk in the beginning about how integrated solutions are needed for comprehensive recovery. And in this sense, how mobility, technology, participation, urban space have to grow together in a systemic way. About myself, I'm an architect and urban planner representing a large international planning and consultancy and engineering office. We work across Europe and, of course, as mentioned, Ukraine. And in this sense, what I would like to talk about with you today and also with the distinguished panelists is that, yes, we do have a variety of climatic, cultural, linguistic, and other realities in our cities. But as you can see here in this collage, the man-made disasters and the natural disaster that our cities and the climate crisis is being exposed to is something that unfortunately we share. So that's not something that one city is this exotic city and the other ones where everything is working, which I heard a bit out in one of the sessions. We can learn much more about each other, and this is what my work in different cities proves. On the left-hand side, this is Basel. You see, of course, these urban destructions and also the climate crisis. And we can only achieve that if we bring together the competences together. And in this part of the world, we had the pleasure to be able to specialize. And this has become our biggest obstacle in creating sustainable cities. We know all these dramatic numbers. Cities are responsible for 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, So the way we create cities as the biggest invention of humankind created all these issues. So we have to work together and not play aspects against each other. So the rational, technical, consequent, economic have to go hand in hand with emotional, inspiring, and atmospheric. And this could only work if we work together. And this is a collage of NGOs, academia, public and private organizations that we together here work with, and we all need them. So it's not the public and the private who are very often in a sort of a artificial conflict. We have to bring them into a system in order to implement change. And I think that's something that we already discussed and came to the conclusion today. We have to look into other dramatic examples. So after the full-scale invasion, and of course the war goes on from 2014, if you look to southeastern Europe, this is my hometown where I was born before I moved to Berlin. Sarajevo is a city that went through herbicide, systemic destruction of human habitats, and learning from its mistakes and successes. For example, we had the issue that many international collaborations have not been coordinated. We also have the issue that many of the international projects have not been exposed to the local legal reality, so that many studies and projects that stayed in the drawer. We have to do it differently, and as you saw on the last slide, some of these examples of post-war recovery project I was involved with, and that's something where I see here also my colleague Lydia Czyżewska and many Ukrainian friends and colleagues, we work together. But also somebody, I just added this slide last minute because we talked about, again, the common denominators. We have here many existing neighborhoods, large-scale housing estates from the 70s, 60s, and 80s. That's, again, a similarity, a commonality in Ukrainian and also German cities. So this is a project example from one neighborhood in Berlin, where we realize when we work in a systemic way, look into public space, energy, mobility, buildings, we can, here you see, create additional housing space, we can create additional green space, and in this sense, we can really bring an upgrade to the human life quality in the neighborhood if we work in an integrated way. And of course, we will later explore more technologies. We have nowadays all the tools we need. We heard it also from Google to work, to improve civic engagement, to make it more than pseudo participation, and also to work here, as you see, in different parts of the globe in making city and mobility planning human-centered. And that's, again, a final slide. I've been asked many times, is it too early and the war is not over? And there was this New York Times article you see on the bottom left that is European, many of you will recognize it, that yes, we have been started yesterday. So in this sense, you see here also organizations, and it makes us very proud and very optimistic that the World Economic Forum, many organizations are now joining this Ukraine Comprehensive Recovery movement. So with that, I would like to leave you with some impressions, and of course now move on, and I'm asking kindly the panelists to join us on stage, because we do have exactly here today this mix that we aim to have, having the Chief City Architect of Kyiv, we have the Chairman of the Vienna City Council, the Committee of Urban Development, Mobility and Public Utilities. We have, of course, as you see here, the private sector, and also just wherever you feel like, feel free, take your space. And as we mentioned also, and Alex, you already, we already saw you before on stage at your Crowd Ukraine platform, one that is really interesting and really brings also this financial investment element into the whole discussion. And as Olga mentioned, we have to be very strict with time. I also realize that somebody needs also to leave very sharply to the airport. So in this sense, we'll try to keep the time. But we will start with our, I would say, hosts. It's the Kyiv Investment Forum. So we start with Mr. Svistunov. And this is, I feel, quite remarkable how in the hardest times, the more radical times, you mentioned to still keep strategic planning happening, you still function or you execute mobility and public transport, and this has drawn some international attention, and how you manage to execute all of this and still think about sustainable urban development in these dramatic conditions. So feel free to share more impressions and reflections with us.
Well, in the first place, it is a great pleasure for me that you are interested in our city, in our problems. And in the first place, that you are interested in strategic documents as the general urban plan and generally the strategy of the development of our city at war. Well, it's true that we see the strategic documents differently. We have different strategic partners, and we are living under constant shelling, and we constantly have to hear that we are not going any electricity, and we have acute challenges. So security is key for us. Key is normality. I'm sorry, I can repeat what I just said if you have to hear it from the beginning.
I'm not allowed to use that after working for 10 years in Ukraine.
Okay.
Well, this is why our most important task is to ensure security. We plan for the location of bomb shelters, anti-atomic shelters, and we are providing planning documents on bomb shelters and anti-radiation shelters for schools, for nurseries, for hospitals. We also develop schemes as for the general security of the city of Kyiv. We realized that the strategic document of the peaceful time is not up to date. This does not only concern the mobility and transport, this concerns the energy security of the city and the life of the city in general. Our strategy is as follows. We decided to renew our master plan, taking into account the way and what other countries have been through. And fortunately, there are not too many countries in the world who went through obstacles and challenges like we are experiencing now. For example, when people cannot go to work because the transportation is not going, and I can tell you that we also have learned something from COVID when we learned how to work online from home office. But the challenges that we are now facing, they have to do with the national security. What we want to do is to have a tender procedure, an international tender procedure on amending the master plan of the city of Kyiv so that leading architecture teams take part, and the team that wins brings their experience into our master plan. And to do so, we must put the right questions. Number one question is the security, because the territories which were supposed to serve for logistics centers or housing or maybe huge sport facilities, these territories are reserved for other purposes, for purposes of our armed forces. I mean, we do not see bridges, for example, as actual. We would rather build tunnels. The city of Kyiv has a peculiarity that we have the river Dnipro and the right bank and the left bank, and we know that people go from the left bank to the right bank for work, and on the right bank we have great rocks, and UNESCO told us, the monitoring service of UNESCO told us that we cannot interfere into the architectonic heritage on those rocks of the river of Dnipro. So we must take that into account, and again we plan for international tender to face the challenges that we are now facing. But if you ask us how come that we have new bridges in the city of Kyiv, new cultural facilities or parks, the answer is simple. These zones are rehabilitation zones for our citizens, for our military servants. When they come from the front line, they can see why and what for they are fighting. Then socialization, this is also a huge problem for Ukraine. So the investment climate is not as good as it used to be, but all the initiatives in the city of Kyiv, all the investments, all the development efforts, we now see with optimism, and we have higher requirements on security. So the questions you ask me are acute, and we hope that development of the master plan will take approximately 5 years. So this is an honest answer, because we know that this is not a quick thing to do if we want to conduct an international tender procedure and get a document that would correspond and adhere with all the legislative requirements is not easy. If we take into account the cultural heritage, the environmental aspects, and the prospective development of the space that can get the second life. Yeah, I can speak a lot about it.
Those are, I think, valuable impressions. And if I'm not trying to summarize, but the reuse of urban spaces, urban infrastructures that you showcase in difficult conditions, I think it's remarkable. It shows us how the city can be rethought. And maybe we can also do this in more conditions that are not that dramatic. So you inspire us at showing that also digitalization, ecological aspects have to be thought about even in difficult times. And also, thank you for finding time for international collaboration. I know many colleagues and are collaborating with you in these difficult times, so you can always count on our further support. So thank you for that. Now I have the pleasure now to live for many years in the city of Zurich, and the city of Zurich and another city in Europe are always competing for the most livable city without discussing the criteria. But a city that has been selected 2 years ago as a European capital of democracy for many years, highly ranked in the livability index. Of course, we talk about the city of Vienna, and a city that managed to balance urban governance with innovative housing policies and still not forget about public participation and forget about sustainability. And it's a pleasure to have you, Omar Al-Rawi, here with us today, a long-term leader in this field, to tell us more about how do you manage to find a synergy, a symbiosis about all of these different elements in your city.
Yes, thank you very much. And I was very amazed to hear that UNESCO is making problems with the rocks in Kyiv, because we have also a big issue with the UNESCO for any project being realized in Vienna. So it's very nice to hear the problems of other. Thank you for the invitation. As you know, Vienna was really indeed voted for more than 13 years as the #1 in life quality, the most livable city, and every time the results come, so you're in a stress. So last year we were voted second, and then it's because once you're #1, you can only lose. It's very difficult to do that. Indeed, what makes Vienna as a capital of the social housing and affordable housing worldwide, with 61% of all Viennese living in a household that is either belonging to the city of Vienna or is subsidized by the city of Vienna. As a smart city spokesman, we decided and defined smart city. It's the city of social cohesion. It's the city where everybody who wants to live in Vienna should afford to live in Vienna. And of course, the obligation to have the challenges of the climate change and the affordability. And since we're talking today more about mobility, so I will focus on these things, and maybe then we can, in the second round, then talk about the other measurements, how the energy and the reduce of emissions is. But one of the most ambitious goals that we decided in Vienna to make is achieving 85% share of eco-friendly modes of transportation by 2030. So by 2030, we want to reduce the private cars to 250 per 1,000 citizens of the city of Vienna. And by 2040, we want to reach the zero CO2 emission in the mobility sector. So now we managed in our model split. If you want to realize this, you have to have push measures and pull measures. And one of course, the pull measures is, of course, to build a very good public transportation system that should be modern, affordable, and reliable also. So, you know, if once the train doesn't come or it comes out, so you will hear the discussions. Maybe in some cities people take it as something normal. In other cities it would be a big discussion if this doesn't happen. So this is one of the most important things. And so we reached already that about, let's just say the figure, I think more than 30%, 35% are already using the public transportation. We manage also that 30% of the people are pedestrians, so using walking also. This is also one of the things that you have to make the city and design it in a way that people would like to walk and would use it by the urban planning, and 25% are still individual motorization traffic. And so you have still a possibility or a place where you will need the car. And needing this car, you have to see how there's a possibility to reduce the way of how using logistics within the city by using bicycles or even cars with electricity, and to achieve all these things. This is also, of course, a thing that you can manage by, for example, in Vienna, where we decided that all taxis has to be by a certain year to have this electricity traffic, and you have, of course, to build and invest a lot in the charging system in the city. This is not very easy. And the second thing, also to build the possibility of hydrogen refilling for the larger trucks and for the buses. This is also a big investment. And of course, don't forget the capacity that you need for the grid to offer all these electric things. And we decided in the city of Vienna to change all our fleet to electric and neutral. So this is not a very easy aim to have, since it's more than 5,500 tracks, including tracks who are for the garbage, for the waste things that you have to get away. And you need, of course, we invested a lot also in the cycling path. So by 2024, we made about 50 new kilometers for the cycling highway also here in Vienna. That also helped us that the cyclists increased by 11%. And of course, we changed also some logistic laws, so enabling the cyclist to cycle in streets where there is a one-way, or even is for them allowed to turn right when the traffic light is red. So it's a thing of many decisions that you have to implement to reach this goal and to making mobility more friendly.
Thank you very much. And that just I told this anecdote in the coffee break. I will share it now with the audience, where inspiration reaches almost unimaginable levels. I was on Tuesday in the city of Ashgabat in Turkmenistan, and this is maybe not the city that was planned in the most bottom-up way, let's call it that way. And there was a colleague of yours, Omar, who shared the experiences of the adaptation of the Barcelona superblock, which is a pedestrianization and soft mobility planning, translating into the Vienna context, calling Supergrätzel, which we call it Superkieze in Berlin. And that the local colleagues from Turkmenistan were inspired and say, this is very interesting. We would like to adapt this in the future planning of our city. So you never know where the seed that you plant, where it pops up. So I think we are globally inspired by what Vienna does, and thank you for sharing that. Now, as we are moving slowly to, and we are not making this hard cut to the someone who can bridge the private and public sector, and this is, of course, going to be you, Alex. You already showed, you already signed your MOU, and you were far ahead of many initiatives. And but it would be very interesting, and I mentioned that in the beginning, that many of the international funding programs, it's not just in Post for Bosnia, and many cities around the globe don't reach the ground. And that's something that I'm really hopeful that your initiative that connects business-driven initiatives, connects entrepreneurship. It's not this traditional international collaboration, we call it Entwicklungszusammenarbeit in German. So can you tell us a bit more about how can your approach accelerate reconstruction or make it happen in this sense of also sustainable infrastructure projects? Because I was looking at the conversation before. What green is it green or sustainable or economically viable? So happy to hear your reflections on that.
Could I ask first into the audience, not how many people speak, but maybe understand German? If I would say some words in German, would everybody understand that? Could everybody raise their hand who would understand it? That's not that much, so I will try to make it in English, because some of the words I was thinking about what to say today, and it's a bit emotional. It's emotional for me. I also feel a bit emotional now, and I can tell you the background. Yesterday, I was invited to Frankfurt at a family office day. And I was there together with Ulrike Hopny-Schanker, maybe know them. She's the head of Ukraine desk at the German, Development Ministry, BMZ. And we were there as Ukraine speakers in the afternoon. The morning speech was held by Professor Hans-Werner Sinn. And maybe, I would guess, all of the Germans know him. He's a very, very well-known, well-reputed professor. He's very, very straightforward, direct, super honest, definitely biased in many regards, but he's a voice in Germany, and he was very negative. He started his morning on world global politics. He started his morning on everything that happens on a world scale with regards to China and the US. He always brought politics down to investments, to money. He also brought it down to the war with Russia and Ukraine. And he said, number one, the Americans are out. They are losing interest. They are not giving money. They want the Europeans to pay for it. He said the Chinese, and I only quote him now, he said the Chinese, they're actually pretty happy with the conflict in Ukraine because it keeps the Americans away from Taiwan. And he said, again, I quote him, the Europeans are too weak. The European politicians and the European society is too weak to stop Russia. And again, I get goosepimples now, and I quote him, it's a matter of time until tanks will be standing in Lviv. Obviously, I was in the audience to talk about Ukraine as an investment opportunity, and I, after that, thought, well, okay, then now I can go home. The tone is set, why would I talk about Ukraine now? And when I was at the lunch with all of these family office people in Frankfurt, I was like briefly talking about this. None of them was supportive of Ukraine. It's not that they don't like Ukraine or don't want Ukraine, but they did not regard Ukraine as an investment case. They wouldn't even understand why I was there. And I kind of gave an investment speech in Frankfurt, family office, the room was full of money. And I thought like, man, I now give a presentation about your question, would that do? And I kind of stood up, I said, look, skip my presentation, nobody cares about the presentation. I can talk about green reconstruction, I can talk about us, but who cares about that? I have to make a counter statement to Mr. Sinn this morning. And I told him, you know, why I so much believe in Ukraine and why I go to Kyiv investment days and why Ukraine is an investment case and an investment opportunity. There are not 1, 2, or 10 reasons, but 32 million reasons. And these are the 32 million people that live in Ukraine. I have been to Ukraine 14 times in my life. I didn't just go in and out. I can stay 90 days, and I spent the first war winter. I was living Polytechniczny Institute, Smart Plaza, on the 14th floor, 6 weeks with no heating. And I survived it, can you believe it? Last summer, I've had 6 weeks in Podol Plaza on the 19th floor in Podil without electricity, which means on the 19th floor with no running water. I showered in the office, and I was not the only one doing it. 3.5 million people in Kyiv did it. I had my summer vacation last year in Odessa, and Odessa is not as protected as Kyiv is. They have flak systems with light ammunition, and you see the sky lit up. And it was now, I really get goosepimples because it's not a joking story. I had my apartment on Potyomkin stairs overlooking the port, and I saw one rocket. I saw it on BBC next morning. It was obviously the 100 tons grain house that blew up in front of my eyes. And the whole night, the old town was shelled. I was sitting in my bathtub. And obviously, I was full of adrenaline, and at 5 o'clock, I couldn't sleep. At 7 o'clock, I thought, okay, man, Alex, fuck it. Go out and just have a walk. You know what? Every Ukrainian knows Odessa and knows Deribasovska Street. Every coffee place was open. I was like, what? I had a night full of shelling in Odessa, and at 7 o'clock, the coffee places are open? I bought a car. I love Ukraine. What I do not love is the streets. I bought an old 10,000 euro SUV, and I drove to more than 35 cities in Ukraine. I even drove to Saltivka in Kharkiv. I was there in November during the first war winter. 5 o'clock, I was at Yaposhka, a sushi place, because Kharkiv was empty. All bars, restaurants were empty. Yaposhka was open. It was full and full of families with little kids. Out of the blue, boom, electricity was off. It was pitch black dark. You know what happens? The Ukrainians know what happens. Nothing. Everybody gets out a flashlight, the waiters bring candles, and it goes on. No shouting, no crying, no drama, no children. It was full resilience. And why am I saying this today? Does anybody care about green housing right now in Germany and Ukraine? They don't see Ukraine as an investment case. They watch Tagesschau, Heute Journal, and many people think of a lost country. And I said yesterday, look, we are now a German stock company raising 100 million. For those people in the room yesterday in Frankfurt, it was a piece of cake. It would have been a bar drinking, and we would have had the 100 million euros together. But there was no interest because there was no perception what Ukraine means. German television shows us a lost country, and this is so wrong. And this is now my last sentence, then I'm kind of done, and you don't have to give the microphone back to me. This was my last sentence then to Mr. Zinn in the room, and I said, 32 million reasons against your statement. There will never in my life be a tank in Lviv. It will not happen. And Ukraine is not an investment case for all the economic opportunities, but because of the resilience and the bravery of the people. They do not give up. And if you want to invest into a striving future, striving economy, and to a country which is worthwhile to invest in, it's called Ukraine. And my last question is, this is Berlin. This is my capital. We have 4 million people in this country. Where are the investors? Where are they? Why are there like 95% or maybe 85% Ukrainians in this room? It's an investment case for my country, and the German government is supporting it. So this is what I'm questioning, and I think this should be the mission that we have to showcase what Ukraine means in terms of investment opportunities and spirit and bravery. All I have to say. Thank you.
You can keep the microphone for later. No. Just like one word. You're right. You know, we are preaching to the choir. We're already convinced. And thank you so much for going out into the circles that they have misconceptions, let's call it that way. And thanks for going out there and telling the story, because it is an investment case, and it is a potent country with a fertile economy. And this is not this exotic or country that's going to disappear. So thank you for telling us. But again, we need technology in the end of the day, and we need smart infrastructures, and we, at the end of the day, have to implement solutions. And we have here a speaker who is implementing a project that moves from electric mobility, digitization, and energy efficiency in 600 cities. And this is, again, a project. We talked about reuse of space. I think, and there are different data, how much urban public space is being used by cars and parking. And I think this is a huge asset in every of our cities. So very glad to hear from you, Roland Krakow, President of St. Pierre Foundation, CEO of Interparking, more about your project.
Well, thank you so much. After your very impacting words, I will try to draw your attention on the fact of what we are trying to do. I have two hats. I'm president of the Hospital St. Pierre Foundation. The Hospital St. Pierre is one of the largest hospitals in Brussels. It's owned by the city of Brussels, and the mayor of Brussels, Philippe Claus, is here among us. It's a university hospital. And the foundation has been supporting, with the city of Brussels, Kyiv and Ukraine since the month of May 2022, so extremely quickly, after 6 weeks after the war started. At the same time, I'm running a car parking company, which is present in 16 European countries, 2,200 car parks in 600 cities. First of all, the foundation has been supporting Kyiv and Ukraine, I would say in two ways, hardware and software. Hardware is medical and humanitarian aid with the city of Brussels. Software is, well, promoting, exchanging knowledge between our medical teams and the medical teams in hospitals in Kyiv. And this has been going on now since quite a few years, since the start of the war, and we will continue to do so. As far as car parking is concerned, and the theme is intelligent mobility, it's extremely interesting to see how strongly Kyiv and Ukraine has been resilient. Extremely resilient, and has been going on, as you have said, bombings at night and people continuing their daily life during the day. And if you look at a city like Kyiv, it's one of the 7 largest cities in Europe today, more than 3 million inhabitants. So how can we help this city at war at the moment, and maybe afterwards, hopefully, as quickly as possible, after the war? Today, we can assist the city by studying, as you have said, you have major projects to assist you in these projects as far as mobility is concerned. You only have 10,000 car parking spaces for a city of 3 million. To give you a comparison, in Brussels, we have 40,000 spaces for a city of 1 million inhabitants. And car parks are important because 30% of the cars on the street are looking for a place to park. So actually, we are working for the environment by providing quickly a space for cars and liberating the open space for pedestrians, for people who would like to cycle, to give back the public spaces for more interesting use than just parking cars. So at this stage, we are quite available, and we have had the opportunity to speak about it, to see how we can together start preparing the post-war situation and possibly also make some tests together. After the war, well, car parking, mobility is a major challenge in all European cities. And car parks, as far as the future of car parks are concerned, is much more sophisticated than just parking cars. I was invited lately by the European Commissioner of Transport in Brussels, and I had really prepared all that I could present concerning parking and mobility. The only 2 questions he had were the following: how can car parks contribute to the new energy network in Europe tomorrow? Car parks today are more and more charging cars, but in the future, they will be doing more than that. After charging cars, they will be re-injecting energy in the utility systems. We will be shaving peaks in electricity consumption. We will have batteries. So car parks will have a much more sophisticated role than just parking modern or old SUVs. Second question, dual use of car parks. And our friends in Ukraine know what dual use is of car parks. Today it is becoming a very major theme, not only at European level. The Minister of Defense in Belgium has decided to integrate car parks in the new defense policy of Belgium. In Spain, I met lately the Minister of Transport of Spain. When I don't know someone to start the discussion, I often ask, what is your challenge? Mr. Minister, what is your challenge? My challenge is to transport the Spanish army as quickly as possible from the Atlantic to the Mediterranean and from Algeciras to the Pyrenees. These are new challenges we are faced with. At NATO level, as you know, the budgets are being increased to 5% of the gross national product for defense. But in this budget, you have 3.5% for purely defense-related objectives and 1.5% for dual use of infrastructure. So these are the challenges we will be facing, that Kyiv is already facing, and in which you have a knowledge which can be shared with the rest of Europe. So car parking is more sophisticated than that, And we can also add last mile delivery. This is a theme which is becoming very up to date, I would say. Urban farming is also a theme. So these are all things on which I just wish to draw your attention. And I really wish once more to thank the city of Brussels and its mayor, Philippe Claus, for supporting us in the context of this global support we try to bring to Kyiv and Ukraine. And I would like also to thank the mayor of Kyiv and his whole team for the way they are showing us how to resist and how they are defending, actually, the freedom of all of Europe.
Thank you. Thank you for your beautiful words. As we are already, and I got the signals from the organizers, are running out of time, but I think most of us will stay here for the coffee breaks, here for the reception, so let's please continue our conversations. Please approach our speakers and panelists with your questions and reflections. And I won't even try to summarize this session because it's practically impossible, but still, we heard about the reuse, resistance, we heard about cross-sector collaboration in a complex, large European city. We heard about new investment models and new ways how smart infrastructure and public space can interact. So in this sense, I still believe that this platform here, so thanks again to the organizers, three organizations, and many of you who brought us here together, that we have the right ingredients, because it's often about the political will that it's missing. It's not, so we heard it. So just to finish up with a optimistic reflection, we do have a political will. We had our city leaders with us. It's also very often not the lack of expertise. We have enough talented architects, planners, engineers, mobility, traffic planners, and it's of course, and what you said, it's not the lack of funding. It's about how we bring these bits and pieces together, and I believe that this platform is the right place to do so. So I look forward to the future discussions and synergies, and would like to thank you for your attention.
Can you hear me? Distinguished guests, thank you. Okay. Joint picture. Thank you, our previous panelists. Thank you. So, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, it is a great honor for me to open this special dialogue on health and biotech for urban well-being. This topic that speaks not only about innovations, but to the sense of recovery and human resilience. In Ukraine, health became both measure of endurance and a foundation for our future. Over past 3 years, our country has shown that rebuilding healthcare system is not just about restoring hospitals or infrastructure. It is about redesigning the systems that keep people strong, connected, and hopeful. from digital rehabilitation, prosthetics innovation, to mental health program, reaching community affected by war. Ukraine is building new models of care that merge technology with empathy. This transformation is led not by institution alone, but by collaboration between city authorities, innovators, universities, entrepreneurs, NGOs, and international partners. So today we will explore now how can it turn Ukraine into a regional hub for health innovation and biotech, where technology serves people and recovery becomes an opportunity for progress and thriving. And I'm very pleased to welcome our distinguished panel of experts and change makers. Marina Honda, Deputy Head of the City State Administration, who will share how Kyiv is integrating innovation and partnership into the recovery of its medical and social infrastructure. Jane Klepa, Director of Innovation and Entrepreneurship at SAT University and Program Director of General Health Tech, who will highlight how education and startup ecosystems are shaping Ukraine's new health tech sector. Manuel Veiga Aldemira from Ukraine Scale, who will present how technologies like 3D printing and AI-powered design are transforming rehabilitation and patient-centered care. And Javier Chercalis Blasquez, Director of Simon Project, who brings a global perspective on how ethical standards, ESG frameworks, and data-driven health tools can connect innovations with social inclusion. Please, welcome again. And together we'll explore how Ukraine's health and biotech sectors are not only rebuilding, but redefining that it means to create well-being, a time of recovery, to create something new for fast recovery. To begin our discussion, it's essential to start from the city level, from where health system meet people's real needs every day. And so let's start from you, Ms. Honda. Kyiv's new Human Titans Prosthetics Center, created with LifeBridge Ukraine and Berlin's support, show how innovation and partnership can restore dignity and transform healthcare even during war. And how is the city building such projects to create a modern, resilient and inclusive healthcare system in our lovely Kyiv?
Я можу говорити українською, да? У нас буде переклад.
Yeah.
Well, I can speak Ukrainian, I believe, yeah?
And finally, somebody in the Kyiv Investment Forum will speak in Ukrainian. Thank you for this.
Hello, everyone. I would like to use the opportunity to thank the city of Berlin and Brussels and all the organizations who and which engage into the innovations and developments in healthcare and health tech. For your understanding, what is the status quo? Even though we have constant shellings and outages, our doctors keep providing aid not only for the citizens of Kyiv, they also are engaged into rehabilitation. And this is a huge load on the system and on the people. And not to mention the absence of the specialists and the absence of the needed equipment and innovations. And though the active warfare, we are doing active reconstruction of our hospitals and introducing new services. During the war, we introduced new departments in hospitals, 3D technologies and rehabilitation centers for military servicemen and veterans. In the parallel, we did refurbishment of the hospitals, and at the same time there were 200 to 300 veterans on rehabilitation. So we united it all, and this was possible because of our joint cooperation. So for your understanding, the services that are needed by the Kyivans and the Ukrainians, they are diverse, and one person can have multiple needs. Let me give you one example. There's a woman who had been raped in the city of Mariupol by a Russian soldier. She lost her father at war. She started being a volunteer and then went to the front line and got wounded as a military service woman. So this is one person with that complex needs. So people can have multiple needs, starting with mental health issues and ending with medical rehabilitation. And rehabilitation can be really different in duration, from 1 week to 1 year. But sometimes some people need rehabilitation throughout their lives in some cases, and this is not a cheap story, and this requires new technology. So we are constantly adapting to the challenging, even though the war is going on. And I am very grateful to Mr. Vitaly Klitschko. He opened an innovational department at one of the Kyiv hospitals on rehabilitation and prosthetics. You know, these prosthetic systems are not being manufactured in Ukraine. They are being imported. But we are interested that we have departments of this sort in Ukraine. Additionally, we also need know-how on academic level, because the doctors in Ukraine are professionals, but they may not have all the needed technologies and skills. So vocational training is very important. And when we were opening the prosthetic department, our doctors got trained in Berlin. Or, for example, we also sent our doctors to Japan, because Japan has certain technology that needs to be provided. And so, last but not least, let me tell that not all the time do things that work in European countries work in Ukraine, and vice versa. There are some methods that are used in European countries, when adopted in Ukraine to Ukrainian reality, can be really impressively effective. So it is important for us to concentrate all the newest technologies and know-how, so that we can restore people as soon as possible, and we all together can rebuild our country. Because when the war is over, and it will be over, we will have lots of work to do, and for that we need human capital, and we need to restore people with all the available technology. So thank you very much for joining our panel, for investing your time, energy and resources. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Honda, for showing how Kyiv's healthcare transformation is already touching lives. And from new clinics to new technologies, and now we can share our experience through whole world. And this brings us to another vital layer of recovery. One starts inside the human system, because while prosthetics help the body walk, again, mental resilience helps a person move forward again. At Impact Force, which I have the honor to co-found, we've been developing a model that treats mental resilience not as a therapy, but as essential infrastructure for national recovery. Our program, Impact Health, was created at the intersection of medicine, neuroscience, and community engagement. It combines a scientifically validated mental relaxation technique with a heart rate variability diagnostic, and helping people manage stress, restore balance, and track their own recovery as clear as a doctor track your blood pressure. This technique itself is simple, a short breathing-based practice that helps the nervous system switch from stress to recovery. You're now even sitting here, just we've been working hard. Just try to relax your shoulders, just to try to think about the skin under your hairs and relax. And just try to breathe by your, using diaphragmatic breathing. Just try and listening, and you will feel how your nervous system began to feel something new energy. And so it's some kind of this, because all tools for restoring our system is inside us. But it can be learned in minutes and practices anywhere, in hospitals, schools, workplaces, or even at home. And it doesn't require medication or complex infrastructure, just awareness for all of us and consistency. We train instructors, doctors, teachers, social workers, who then bring the practice into their own communities. And each person trained becomes a new point of resilience, creating a ripple effect that spread far beyond the program itself. And this model works. A scientific study in Kyiv, conducted together with the Center of Preventive and Clinical Medicine, showed that after 8 weeks of regular practice, stress level dropped by 43%. And anxiety by 36%, depressive symptoms by 43%, and psychological resilience measured through HRV increased by nearly 30%. These are not just numbers, they represent thousands of calmer nights and renewed confidence for people living under constant pressure. At the National Academy of Medical Science in Ukraine, they have officially approved this method for use in healthcare system and included in the doctors' continuing education. This is free innovation tool for whole Ukraine, and we can scale it. So today, Impact Health is not just an NGO project, it's a part of Ukrainian national framework for restoring human potential. And I'm especially glad to welcome here Dr. Viktor Matsyshin, neurologist of highest category, and he's the author of mental relaxation techniques itself, and that finally makes Impact Health truly special, and special because it's scientific, human, and scalable. It gives people tools to self-regulate, to restore calm and clarity by themselves, because resilience is not a fixed trait, it's a skill. And every person who learns it becomes a living part of Ukrainians' national recovery. So when we speak about innovation in healthcare, it's important to remember that progress, it's not only the program, it's not only measured in machines or new facilities, it's also measured in how people heal from within. And that perspective turn now to us, to Jane Klepa, through SET University and Generation Healthcare. Your accelerator, you are shaping Ukraine's next wave of health movement and innovators, and how do education and startup accelerations work together and turn to us some ideas?
Thank you, Ola. Actually, let's start from when we talk about the rebuilding Ukraine, which we're talking about today as much as we can, we often speak about infrastructure, energy, mobility, and so on and so forth. But the most strategic infrastructure we are building today in our country and worldwide is human, because the people, knowledge, and this innovation capacity that define the real future of healthcare or another one industry. At SET University, we are see this transformation. We are talking about that every day, how education, technology, and science and entrepreneurship intersect to rebuild trust in healthcare, in AI, in cybersecurity, and create solutions that are not only just for Ukraine, it's from Ukraine for the world. In every program, that we are building at university, I mean master degree, micro-master program, or other entrepreneurial track acceleration programs, we are building that on these three pillars: science, entrepreneurship, and technology. Why and what the strongest part? Because this model integrates these three pillars, and we are preparing students and startups and businesses, new businesses, not only turn ideas into something like prototype or MVP. It's real viable ventures that has customers, users. And when we are talking about the Generation H program, for example, of course, we started only 2 years ago and run it for these years with dozens startups. But we start only from the very beginning, where we gather together the community. We're starting from building the community of the people who are from the industry, business, the medical sector, I mean doctors, I mean researchers, and of course the government and regulators. So we are gathered together them to build not only this bridge of trust, but to start to build the dialogue. Because in this sector, very fragmentary sector in Ukraine, it's a gap between not only human resources, but only dialogue. I know that it's not only a challenge for Ukraine, but for Berlin as a part too. And we start from this part. And then we are going to the next level of building these innovations. From this community of their ideas, from those real sectoral and real industry challenges and requests that we have as a customer development part. And of course, that will be the second part, working with these small and young businesses, with startups, with innovators, who are actually gathered together this IT and tech background and the real market and scientific approach of these solutions. So on this case, we're build this strong initiative, strong program with the solutions and startups who are working not only in Ukraine, but of course abroad. And in our program, we are supporting them, of course, with some mentorship and expertise, niche expertise, and of course with network, with those people, organizations, with those infrastructure that we can give them to build these ventures, real market ventures. So as an example, when we are first year, when we are talking with our partners from Tokarev Foundation, we're discussing that that's very important to build the community. And now we can measure some part of the impact, because those people who meet each other firstly 2 years ago, they built new innovations inside hospitals, inside healthcare industry, and they built new even policies and advocacy for the industry for this moment in Ukraine. And that's the part of this impact, not only physical tech solution, because we are working not only with this stereotype mental health apps or something like that, but with strong deep dive biotech solutions, which is like working with cancer or something like that. So that is why it's really important for us to support.
Thank you, Jane, for showing how innovation and education can drive the future of Ukraine and health tech in Ukraine. And let's turn to the technological side of recovery. Manuel, your work with Ukraine Scale and the Superhumans 3D Innovation Lab has demonstrated how cutting-edge tools like 3D printing and AI design are transforming rehabilitation and prosthetic production. So from your experience, how can technology and design innovation make patient-tailored care faster, more affordable, and scalable, not only in clinics, but across entire healthcare system?
Thank you. First of all, I came with some notes, which I'll touch upon, but I've heard quite a few. By the way, I have just a reel on the background. You can see some images passing through, because we've talked a lot about prosthetics rehabilitation, and so on. So I want to show you what this actually looks like. I will not run through them. Just so you know, all of this is done with new technologies, 3D printing. Sorry for people who are squirmish, this is the only one like this. But this reminds me, or I've heard the comments from Mayor Klitschko, and Mariana also mentioned earlier about these issues with prosthetics, implantology, and so on, right? And I just want to take a second to say that there are so many stories like the one that you described, and it's heartbreaking, but there are thousands of people, such as this lady who took up arms to defend the country and to defend the people, and so we have an obligation to take care of them. And because we are looking at a massive scale of the needs of the country in the hundreds of thousands, therefore the only way to actually manage to do this, and excuse me for the quality of the picture, some of this I just took some of the work that we've done. Now, putting this aside, I'm very happy, well, not very happy, but I'm pleased to hear from the Mayor of Brussels and Mayor Klitschko the emphasis, and then followed by Mariana, the emphasis on new technologies, additive manufacturing, 3D printing, and so on. I have quite a few things to mention, so I'll go quickly because I know that time is limited. But the key message is, currently, Ukraine is facing one of the most challenging public health situations in Europe, arguably in the world at the moment. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of people who need care. We're talking about tens of thousands of people who have suffered amputations, multiple amputations, but differently from the O&P industry across most places in the world, in the case of Ukraine specifically, the vast majority of the people who have suffered these injuries are relatively young. These are young people who are active and who want to go back to live their lives, and they still have a life ahead of them. And therefore, also at the state level, there is a burden to take care of these people. And therefore, we talk about amputations, but we're also talking about complex trauma, burns, nerve damage, traumatic brain injuries, and so on, right? So and Olga, you talked about the psychological aspects as well, which, if I may mention, in Ukraine, among the amputated population, there is a significantly higher incidence of phantom limb pain than in other regions of the world. The last data that we saw was about 90% of the veterans who have had some traumatic loss of a limb have experienced phantom limb pain. Phantom limb pain can improve over time, but it can also appear after a while. And so to have the emphasis to treat these conditions, to educate, also there is systems to train professionals to do these treatments is of particular relevance. Today, the country simply does not have enough specialists to deal with the current need. And traditional prosthetics specifically, it's not scalable. Right, so training prosthetists takes 5 to 7 years. I'm aware that in Ukraine, people are working extremely hard around the clock, and prosthetists are being trained very, very fast. But the fact of the matter is that clinical experience, it just takes time. And this means that Ukraine must leapfrog. And it must leapfrog not only to do what other developed top Western economies are doing, it actually must leapfrog beyond that, because a lot of these innovations are still being tested, are still being piloted, but they work, and the reason why they are not more aggressively implemented is because there is no need, there is no pressure. But in Ukraine there is this pressure, right? So rehabilitation in the context of Ukraine is not optional, it's not a luxury. It is essential for the country's reconstruction, it is essential for its resilience, and it's essential to bring back these people to the economic activity, so for the economic well-being of the country over time. So how do we modernize this pathway, right? So in order to scale and modernize the entire clinical pathway, we're talking from the moment where the trauma occurs all the way to the reintegration into civil life, and then after, and then some labor force as well, coming back to be productive. Because the trauma of one person is not just their trauma, it's their family's trauma, it's their community's trauma, and the weight that bears upon them, and ultimately is the weight on the economy as well. So what has to happen? We need to have first of all, digital patient assessment tools that are aligned with international and European standard. We need to have big data and AI-supported digital surgical planning to improve accuracy and the outcomes. We also need to have much more widespread digital design and fabrication in the rehabilitation process, right? And this is done to replace that workshop craftsmanship, let's say, tradition, which is not scalable. And ultimately, we do also need these technological advancements to address mental health support. So to take the example of digital surgical planning, this is not theory. This has been implemented. We know from our collaboration with top institutions like the Radboud University Medical Center in the Netherlands. They are top in the world for this, and we've worked with them in Ukraine, but they can do more. But we also need buy-in from the local authorities in Ukraine to actually create this environment. But we know from this data that digital surgical planning can reduce operating times between 30 to 50%. This is tangible. This is more time that specialists can spend with other patients, process more patients, and so on. So we know it works. We have established additive manufacturing facilities in Ukraine where 80 to 90% of the workflow we've developed with what we call digital processes. And the outcomes show that delivery times are reduced from weeks to days. There is a significant cost reduction if you manage to actually do volume, so that it retrofits into itself, because the more you do, the cheaper it gets. It also has a significantly lower amount of waste that is produced compared with traditional fabrication, and is consistent and is repeatable and is very precise, because if you use a good 3D scanner to scan the residual limb of a patient, you have very accurate precision. When you use digital tools to design the prosthetic socket that a patient is going to wear, and you use additive 3D printing fundamentally, you have micron precision. Right? So what you do is you have much lower iteration in the process. You can process your patients faster. Your clinicians can spend more time with the patient rather than time at the workshop building with their hands. Right? And what this gives is an opportunity to develop also centralized production hubs. This is, by the way, a good investment opportunity. But I'll move faster because I know I'm getting over time. These centralized production hubs are particularly relevant because you don't have rehabilitation centers where they want to start investing on 3D printers and softwares, and it's hard to find people who can operate them and maintain them. So it makes sense to have this economy of scale within healthcare. Now, we're talking about prosthetics because it's the most visible, but digital fabrication also supports the development of anatomical models, which surgeons can use to prepare for surgery, increasing patient outcomes. You can also develop patient-specific implants, and working with startups as well to help with medtech prototyping as well. And of course, advanced manufacturing. So Ukraine really needs an in-country implant production. And I know that there are 3D printing hubs, but they're primarily for industrial purposes, right? So when I'm talking about medical 3D printing, the standards are a little bit different, particularly for implants. And this will avoid also the fact that you know from the hospitals, if you have someone who has lost the jaw or has lost their nose or their eye socket or part of their cranium, it takes a long time to ask from, say, for instance, Materialize in Belgium, which are top in the world doing this work, to produce a titanium implant, which will be made in Belgium and later sent to Ukraine, and it has to cross the border and it has to get to the clinic. This simply does not scale, and therefore what is required is to do this domestically in Ukraine. To conclude with some investment opportunities, what we are seeing now is that there is this developing new sector, which is at the intersection of healthcare, manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, artificial intelligence and big data, and international cooperation. And this is not a temporary thing. This demand will continue for decades to come. In many cases, the patients will require these treatments for the rest of their lives. Right, so this creates a strong investment opportunity. Also, high impact options for NGOs, funds, and charities with very immediate impact and results from the capital that they would put or the donations that they would make. Also a very clear academic and training agenda to train this multidisciplinary expertise which is currently needed. And obviously this was discussed through the entire day today, great opportunities for public-private partnerships to actually make this happen. So in conclusion, we need to treat the people, rehabilitate them, but then also reintegrate them into society and into the workforce. And all of these must scale really, really quickly. If Ukraine, and I believe this is what we want to happen, actually does this, I believe Ukraine will become arguably one of the best, if not the best, most advanced rehabilitation ecosystem in Europe and probably in the world. So this has to be done quickly, not in decades, but in a matter of a few years. So yeah, let's get on with it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Manuel, for that inspiring perspective on how technology can restore mobility and dignity through innovation. Thank you so much. Javier, your work at the Simon Project bridged health, ethic, and data connecting medical innovations and with responsibility and inclusion. And from your experience, how can ethical standards, ESG frameworks, and data-driven assessment tools help to ensure that health innovation is not only effective, but also socially inclusive and investment ready?
Yeah. Thank you for having me here. I just only let you know that I just landed from Bangladesh. I came last night, and I'll be back tomorrow. I only came here for the opportunity to present you our experiences in Bangladesh in terms of developing what's called an e-disability ecosystems. And because our idea is not to focus like our colleague Manuel is doing in Ukraine, our focus is to reinstate the workers, or they can say the disabled, soldiers with disabilities or civilians with disabilities to the previous job. It's something like it's not in the agenda of any stakeholder right now in Ukraine. Everybody's talking about prosthetics. It's really necessary. Everybody's talking about whatever assistance to the injured people, but nobody is thinking further in the future. What is going to happen with them? Don't forget that Ukraine ratified the UN Convention for Disabilities, and it's mandatory to reinstate the soldiers, ex-combatants with disabilities or civilians with disabilities as soon as the healing and rehabilitation process is finished. It means that you are breaking the international law, and as soon as possible, we must reinstate it. Then, just to move the presentation. Yeah. Oh, I can manage this one. Yeah. The first thing is who we are and our experience and what we do and framework. The question, who are we? We are really a very new foundation established in UK. And I can say only we have 2 years experience in the legal arena, but we were working in the last 20 years in Bangladesh and in other developing countries, managing big crises and big disasters. Yes, please. Yeah, okay, I can manage. Yeah, this is the green one. Yeah. 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 This is the, then as I said before, we are a British non-for-profit research institute. We are connected with universities, especially in forensic department from the in Madrid University, in Navarra University, also in Santiago de Compostela. And we are funded by global international cooperation agencies, especially GIZ. Well, in case we are GIZ connected. We are experts in crisis management. We'll discuss later, we have been dealing with the biggest man-made disaster in the world. And we are, managing all these experiences to try to reinstate the beneficiaries to the previous job, not only finalizing or ending the process in calculated compensation or calculating or diagnosing the disabilities or whatever. Our final goal is to reinstate the people to the previous job. Our experiences, for example, are three here, is Spectrum 2005, Tasrin 12, and Rana Plaza. Rana Plaza was the biggest, a man-made disaster in the world. In one shot, more than 1,300 people died, and more than 6,000 people who suffered injured in this disaster. I was engaged in solving the crisis, calculating compensation, diagnosing what is the level of the injuries, disabilities, and the most important thing, to reinstate the workers to the previous post. Because what's the really important thing is to finalize the cycle, not only focusing in offering them some protective, devices or or tools, whatever. The important thing was to reinstate them to the previous post. All of them were reinstated. And what we can do, we can offer to the, the Ukrainian context, I can say we have two areas, inside for the medical scope or the ecosystem scope. We are experts in developing ecosystems, we call e-disabilities ecosystems, to reinstate the workers. The idea is we can connect hospitals, rehabilitation institutions, Ministry of Labor, Entrepreneur Association, and all together work to reinstate the workers, in this case, reinstate the soldiers and the civilians to the previous post. It's important to mention that, to the previous post, not to the workforce, because under the UN Convention 2006, it's mandatory to implement this called reasonable accommodations. Reasonable accommodation means, for example, if somebody before the war was a tailor, and as a consequence of the war lost, for example, his thumb, it means they cannot be again a tailor. Why? Because he cannot use the scissors. But based on the UN Convention, he has to be reinstated in the factory on the previous post, for example, as a quality controller. But we cannot say, because you lose your thumb, we can offer a prosthetic, thumb, and goodbye. No. Under the law, international law, ratified by Ukraine, they must be reinstated. Okay, this is the important thing. Then, for us, we in the last 10 years, we have been training, forensic, doctors and paramedics in Bangladesh or in India. It's difficult to find doctors in the factories, but there are too many nurses. Then all our methodology is very easy, very flexible, and using the international, law, for example, WHO 2001, on all these, European methodologies, we train the forensic doctors, or, paramedics, to assess, injuries, first one. Second one, disabilities. The third one is to diagnose what is the residual capability of the patients or the beneficiary, and after that, to design individual reasonable accommodation. This is the whole flow. And then what is our ecosystem scope? The idea is Bangladesh is not Ukraine, Ukraine is not Bangladesh, because we are only having 40, 50 cases a year. Then it's not very difficult, you can do manually. But probably in Ukraine, you have thousands of cases that have to be managed in the same way. It has to be managed in a normalized way, without any discrimination between different patients. Then for this reason, you need to have a system in place. The idea from the beginning, from the assessing the injuries to assessing disabilities or the reasonable accommodation, has to be a normalized way under the international law. Under international law, it means Convention 2006, or under European law, because we have a common law for assessing injury, disabilities, and reasonable accommodation. And probably Ukraine is going to join soon the European Union, as is expected, and they will comply with European Union law. And there is a good opportunity just to anticipate the future demand for the European Union. And then, for us, it's very important just to manage, large scale of, papers. You can imagine, for example, to assess or diagnose any case, any potential beneficiary, is like 100, 200 pages. If you have more than 1,000 or 3,000 or 10,000, will be millions of pages, and it's very impossible to manage in a whole, very normalized way. And then we are also offering the possibility to interconnect hospitals, rehabilitation center, and all the stakeholders. And for us, one of the most important thing is to data sharing and reporting. The current context is requesting to have a reporting normalized that all the main actors can take decisions. And our system now are providing that. Just for, let me one, no? Okay. As I before, our framework is the ICDF 2001, is the standard implemented by the WHO, or the UN CRPD 2006, and also all the European Union standards. The process, as mentioned before, we assess the injuries assessment tool. It's an online system. They can calculate in a very easy way. I always make the same joke or question or whatever. My mom is 91, is able to assess injuries using the computer because it has been designed for paramedics, for nurses, not for forensic doctors, because we are not expecting forensic doctors in the factories in India or in Bangladesh or in Pakistan. And then it's very easy. The second one is the disability. 6 months later, as soon as the healing process is finalized, we also, the doctors, now here doctors, forensic doctors, go to the system in less than 20 minutes. They can assess what is the level of disability, percentage of disability, and based on that, the system can calculate what is the residual capability of the workers. And then what? Based on the residual capability of the workers, the European Union has developed a big database of more than 3,000 occupations, and based on a balanced scorecard, you can identify what will be the best solution or the best option for these people with disability. For example, in our case, the tailor without thumb will be offered the possibility to go, for example, to be an accountant, or can be a quality controller, or the doorman, or whatever, but has to be reinstated in the previous factory. This is our theoretical scale, and this is the pilot we are looking for. We have a theoretical level. We are using a methodology. It's an international standard. Individual level, we are standardized independent way to assess injury, disabilities, and reasonable accommodations. At management level, we are obtaining or are gathering a very homogeneous information, transparency, and accountable. And for a reporting level, we are offering to the government, can say the city hall of Kyiv or whatever, and a very standardized information, because information goes to your telephone. Your mobile phone is receiving information about what is going on in the hospitals and all the indicators. Sorry, yes, one? Yeah, no. Yeah, the conclusion. Okay, people will say, what is the cost of that? We are a non-for-profit. We are not interested to charge anything to anyone in Ukraine, because thanks God, we are supported by one of the biggest and most important foundations in UK. And this is no question of money. It's question to help people and to involve to helping the people of Ukraine, okay? Then what we're looking for, our challenge is to find 1 or 2 4 hospitals in Ukraine to start with. Why 1 to 4? Because just to go for the whole body is quite complex, but if you ask me what would be my dream, is to go for 1 hospital in Kyiv, to go to the trauma department, engage 1 or 2 doctors, train them in no more than 10 hours to assess legs, amputation of legs, translate all the material to Ukrainian, because probably, in my experience, in Bangladesh, India, or Pakistan, or in Asia, all the doctors are studying all the time in books, English books. Sometimes they are, books smuggled or not respecting copyright. They buy in India, and without any copyright, with a very bad pages, they study the whole studies in English. And then you can talk to them in English, and they can make all the process in English. But probably in Ukraine, doctors are not very familiar to start with book in English. Probably, I don't know, sorry. They're using Ukrainian books, or probably Russian or another languages. Then for me, it's very important to identify 1 hospital to help us to translate at least 1 piece of the program. Second one, to work, for example, in amputation of legs. And the third one is to engage 1 faculty of medicines, just to start with the discussion of to make more efficient the system. The benefits, and I'm trying to finalize now, we are going to offer transparency for the whole process. Then no more people could say that in Ukraine there are some corruptions or whatever, like in Bangladesh. Second one is we are going to use an efficiency of the digital case, and of course, we are creating a digital ecosystem. One of the meaning of that is we are going to engage from the hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and at the end to the Ministry of, can say, Labor or Health. And that's it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier, for so inspiring insights. And thank you, all of you speakers, for this really powerful insights. And I have one question for all of you. After now, we can see all this, how we can build this ecosystem in health generally. And my question is, what do we need from regulation, infrastructure, or education to integrate these innovations into national or municipal healthcare system? And so every community from Kyiv to frontline regions can benefit from them. And Ms. Honda, can you start, please? Yeah, because I see how you
Я реагувала, тому що не все так просто в Україні, насправді.
Yes, I have reacted because it's not everything good in Ukraine, because we have a large amount of people who need help, and it's increasing in geometrical progression, and we cannot find a supervisor for every amputee. In Kyiv alone, we have 100,000 veterans with official status of veterans, and we have hundreds of thousands at the front line, and we have 150,000 people with disabilities. So we need people who can help these people, and it's a problem. And now it's about the status of these people with disabilities. So we had the Soviet system, the first, second, and third grade of disability, but now we want to change the system. And it's about the workforce, also the reintegration. And this question is really bigger, much bigger than reintegration or workforce return to the workforce. So it's about the companies who are waiting for the employees, and they don't know how to communicate it. So it's about people with disabilities who are now at home and thinking if they can go back, if they should go back. For example, a teacher who was teaching sports who is now in wheelchair, and he would like to teach children, but he cannot because for example, outside of Kyiv, he cannot move freely because there is no infrastructure for people in wheelchairs. And he says, I don't want to be a teacher, even if I have the right to. I have to go to IT. I want to remain in Kyiv. I want to make some kind of requalification. So we also have to adapt our work places, the facilities for people with disabilities, so they have the possibility to leave their homes and to get to their workplace, and also to adapt their apartments and flats. It's also about universities. It's about the access. And we have lots of people with really high disability now, so that they can also have access. And also we have lots of people who don't have amputations, but if we cannot see it at the first glance, it doesn't mean they don't have trauma. They have inner trauma, and they have also psychological trauma, or it's about inner organs, and they need time to reflect, what do I want to do with my life? And lots of them then decide to go back to the front, to their brothers in arms. And we can use every possible technology or try to implement it, but if it doesn't work with the people, if it doesn't resonate with people, then it doesn't work, and it's not impactful and scalable. So we have really, our peculiarity is that the people have multiple traumas, and it's not about the body, it's mostly about the psyche of the people.
And so now we can see that we have to build some new kind of ecosystem based, first of all, on mental resilience, and find the way how to scale it. So, Jane, what can we do with innovations and institutions?
Yeah, I want to continue a little bit previous words about actually the veterans and those who are in army for this moment, because we are at Sato University working with this target audience, as I can say about that, because they are also a part of our students and participants. They also build these solutions, and as a role from the students' role, that's absolutely impact track for the university. They get the master degree absolutely for free in our university. And they go into the reskill and upskill actually in AI, in cybersecurity, because we are teaching tech, that only about. But yeah, and that's the part. And they became the part of the community of SAT University. And it's not only about the academia track, as I say previously, it's about the innovation and entrepreneurship. And that is why, by empowering talent through education, enabling founders through entrepreneurship, and scaling solutions through these international partnerships that we have, we are building more than startups or innovation or personality as is. We are building a new generation of innovators who see healthcare or other industries not only as a system to fix, but as a mission to transform, and they're the main way.
Yeah. Right, Javier, Manuel, pardon. First you. So behind every innovation lies cooperation. So I know that you have a decision how to cooperate between all these technologies, doctors, cities, governments. So how can we solve these all problems?
That's big, but just really right before that, I just want to make one comment, because you talked about the invisible trauma. And you reminded me of conversations that I had with some of our patients, veterans, and only when you spend some time with them, and of course in this case it's like amputees and so on, but you ask them, how did you sleep tonight? And the answer is, if they open to you after you know them for a while, is like, I can't sleep for more than 2 hours, because many of them have night terrors. There is and then others have phantom pain, which just wakes them up in a jolt, in pain. And you can imagine the exhaustion that they go through. So the psychological rehabilitation is extremely important. So absolutely right. With regards to your question, I think it's important to realize that it is unreasonable and unfair, even though this is something that just happens, to expect that because there is a donation or an investment on advanced technologies that are implemented in rehabilitation centers, hospitals, and whatnot, that is going to be the experts, the ones that are going to actually implement and change the system. The fact of the matter is that most times than not, that is not the case, and therefore it's we do need to work together, actually, and these PPPs are particularly relevant, but just in general, to be able to work together so that yes, we have the latest technologies, the latest equipments, but we also have a buy-in, an acknowledgement from the authorities that this is the way we have to go. There is a mandate from the public sector to all the other operators that we do need to advance, we need to have this leapfrog into this new way of doing things. It is scary, yes, because we have no very clear examples of this system. It has to be adapted to the reality of Ukraine, but I do believe that it's particularly important to see by everybody, whether it's a startup, a university, a research center, a foundation, or a charitable rehab center, to see that actually the central government, the authorities, the city administration is actually giving the guidelines. You have to lead in that sense. You have to actually tell the people in the country, we support you, we support these developments, and this is the way in which the healthcare system in Ukraine is going and is going to be like. So people need to feel encouraged to get out of their comfort zone, get away from traditional rehabilitation processes and embrace and challenge themselves to these new technologies, new methodologies, and it is difficult. So.
Thank you, Manuel, so much. Javier, and finally, I guess this would be the most essential question. With your experience, you offer really amazing, and as for our reality, as Marina said, this is some kind of ideal situation. According to our reality, how can we ensure or to build how kind of collaboration, I don't know, whether with international investor, European partners, city networks, like to be able to accelerate this and build or, I don't know, develop this kind of new system?
Yeah, I guess we have the opportunity here in Ukraine to develop the first e-disability ecosystem. Nobody's mentioned that, but I say again, it's an e-disability ecosystem for what? To obtaining data. Without data, for all the people involved, we cannot build a new future. Then all the time people are talking about, again, prosthetic limbs and so on, but nobody's talking about data to reinstate workers in the future, data to build a new future for more than 200,000 people that is actually injured or with disabilities, and they will need a special data never used before. There is one example, but it's not similar, was the end of the Second World War. The Americans, when they moved the people from Europe back to the States and they mobilized all injured people, they developed some specific tools to assess disabilities and offer them, for example, join the big universities in US. But based on what? In a very poor data. But now with the technology, and we know it's very easy to calculate this data, we can start to thinking about what will be the next for these people. Probably the peace process will come soon. I am very positive, I'm very optimistic, and hopefully in next year we will see the end of the war, hopefully. But the question is, what's after that? What will happen with 400,000 or 300,000 people with disabilities? Multiply by 10, because 10 means people living with them. It's like 4 million people. We are demolishing the life of too many people. We have data to help them. We have normalized data for all the patients that we have in Ukraine to offer a comprehensive solution. The answer is no. We have system in place to calculate, what will be the next. We have data, recurrent data. We have the same way to calculate or diagnose disabilities. All the disabilities are treated equally in the different hospitals in Ukraine, or all the reasonable accommodation that are necessary to reinstate the workers, in this case, will be soldiers or civilians, is going to be uniform and normalized. Then my suggestion for the next step, for the next month, is to start to building an e-disability system, ecosystem, engaging universities, engaging, hospital rehabilitation center, and using some software, a normalized software based on international standard to produce the data for building the future.
Thank you so much, and thank you, organizers, for giving us more 10 minutes, and thank you all of our distinguished speakers for such a powerful and deeply human discussion. And I invite you for joint picture. Alexander? Thank you. Thank you so much again. And we continue, and it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of next session, Smart Industry and Dual Use Technologies. Please welcome Bogdan Panamar, CEO of AI House, a tech entrepreneur and ecosystem builder who has turned frontier AI into practical impact. Bogdan, floor.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I know it's end of the day, but let's keep and finish strong. My name is Bogdan. I founded one of the largest AI communities in Ukraine, united more than 10,000 engineers. Been involved in a couple of dual-use projects, but let me first invite and introduce our esteemed panelists. They're true legends. So unfortunately, Matthias got sick and he couldn't join us. So please welcome Alex Kurgievsky from NATO Innovation Fund. He's investing in dual-use startups across allied countries. Please welcome. Sure, just pick up any seat. Then Dr. Adrian, Managing Director of Optech BB, leading Europe's photonic and optical tech cluster. Please welcome. And Alex Ulyanovich, partner of AMROP Ukraine, helping Ukrainian industries modernize and meet NATO and EU standards. Thank you very much. Let's have a seat, have a wonderful conversation. You know what? So I've been observing a fascinating past years in Ukraine. A lot of companies I knew from AI community been doing different stuff in agriculture. They've been building we have a very wonderful school of computer vision. So we did found a lot of stuff for drones before the war started, AI analytics for warehouses, etc., etc. And suddenly, within overnight, everyone shifted and pivoted into defense and militech successfully. So I think Ukraine is right now one of the most growing R&D lab in terms of dual-use technologies, etc. But you know what? I'm in contact with all of them, and they're saying to me, Bogdan, we just found a magnificent new advancement, cutting-edge technology. How can we scale it? How can we enter other markets? How can we manage the European procurement stuff, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, GDPR, compliance, all this stuff. In general, how we go to the other markets. So we're going to tap into this right now. We're going to tap into dual-use technologies. How can we join forces? How can we create one unique ecosystem? Because it's not just about Ukraine, it's about European industry, right? So let's start with Alex from NATO Fund. I know you have some slides to show us. I think I have the clicker somewhere around here.
I think I got it here.
You got it, yeah? Perfect. So I know that you have very good use cases. You can definitely show us in broadcast how actually investing in dual-use technology increase the safety and in general resilience of Europe, etc. Please welcome.
Sure. Thanks so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here and to be taking part in this discussion and event. I thought it'd be helpful first to give a brief overview of the NATO Innovation Fund, or NIF as we refer to it. I imagine some of you are probably not familiar with who we are or what we do. And so we are a €1 billion Euro venture capital fund. As the name hints to, we were birthed from NATO, but we stand apart from NATO. We are a private venture capital fund. We play the role of market maker and direction center for the European defense, security, and resilience ecosystem. And as such, we make investments into dual use, deep tech startups, as well as funds across our 24 participating LP nations. And ultimately, we seek to address the most pressing strategic needs for the NATO alliance. We're driven by really three objectives. First and foremost, we are a venture capital fund, and so the primary one is to drive competitive financial returns, ultimately achieving the proceeds needed to return the capital that was provided to us from our LPs. The second is to build capacity across NATO, and I'll come back to that in a second. And then the third is ultimately to invest in those technologies that address the allied priorities. And so, three objectives, how do we actually do that? Now, because we focus on dual use and deep tech investing, we actually touch on three different verticals, very much pertinent to dual use and the discussions we've been having today. First off is defense, second security, and then resilience. So as we look at our investments, we actually span those. So going back to the three objectives that I mentioned, I'll start out with capability delivery. So that's where we really invest in adoption-ready technologies that can be inserted and address those critical needs of NATO forces and allied forces as well. And so that really touches on that defense and also a security vertical. When I spoke to capacity building, that's where we're making seed investments and fund-of-fund investments into regions or countries, ultimately to really catalyze their venture ecosystem. There are oftentimes areas where traditionally venture capital has not been very active or played a big role. And so that can even span into security, but ultimately into resilience. And then finally, as we invest in those true deep tech and strategic technologies, that's where ultimately we're delivering and impacting industrial resilience, providing those next generation capabilities. But that is also where ultimately we'll realize those competitive financial returns to return that capital back to our LPs. Now, given that we focus on dual use and deep tech, and we have a somewhat unique position within the ecosystem, we do very much look towards the war in Ukraine and draw lessons from that to help us think about where the market's going, where technologies are going, and how we can invest and forward this DSR framework. And I'd like to highlight three learnings that we certainly use and I think are pertinent to our discussion. First and foremost is really that innovation has shifted to frontline, end-user driven innovation. And so what that means, traditionally it was maybe top-down driven from a research institution, et cetera. And now we're seeing innovation. I think some of the previous panelists have talked to this, that it's really being driven from the front lines at a necessity and at a pace that we haven't seen before. The second point is related. As innovation is cycled much quicker, procurement systems and approaches need to match that. And so we're starting to see that, and I'll bring one example comes to mind is earlier this year, NATO came out with what they call the Rapid Adoption Action Plan, or RAP, since we love our acronyms. And that was really driven to drive innovation procurement cycles within NATO to match that innovation cycling and iteration that we're seeing from the front lines. And that shifts more to capabilities-based acquisition and procurement versus requirements-based. And then finally, the third point I'd bring up is that the war in Ukraine is really highlighting that modern warfare is not limited to a force-on-force engagement. It is truly hybrid warfare. It involves attacks on infrastructure, cyber attacks, attacks on the civilian populace. And so in that type of environment, dual use is really at the core of what we see and what we do. We see defense-centric technologies migrating to commercial and civilian use, and vice versa, we see commercial and civilian technologies migrating to defense use. And so, again, we play a somewhat unique role in the ecosystem, and I'll leave it there and look forward to the panelists and discussion.
Thank you. I just have one question. Thank you for such a details. If I have a startup in Ukraine and I run like Miltech startup, like drones or something, how can I get money from your fund?
So directly from the fund, we actually focus on our 24 contributing LP nations. So those are within the NATO alliance. However, we have sub-funds, those fund-of-funds investments, what we call indirect investments into regional. And oftentimes they have a mandate that goes beyond. And so you'll see some of their portfolio includes NATO, European countries, as well as within Ukraine. Now, we do also have portfolio companies that are certainly active in Ukraine, but direct investing from the NIF, no, but from our indirect investments, our fund-of-funds, probably yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now let's move to Dr. Adrian. I know that your industry is like photonic and optical technologies ecosystem is like evolving in rapid speed. There are a lot of R&D stuff going on. So how Europe's ecosystem can drive dual-use innovation in industrial transformation, first of all, in your area, and this cross-border cooperation and research industry, how can it strengthen the supply chain resilience?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you also for having me here. And interesting to hear there's money. And I think my community, we have some ideas. And first of all, I'm Adrian, the CEO of Optic BB. And Optic BB stands for Optical Technology in Berlin and Brandenburg. And this is the association of the photonic industry in this region. And with around about 130 or more than 130 members, we are right now one of the largest clusters in photonics in the world. And these companies always driven by new ideas, by innovation, because also photonic itself, it's an enabling technology. And so if something crashes and something has to be renewed, photonics is always in the game. On the other hand, normally nobody knows what photonics is, and so just give me 30 seconds.
Please, more than 30 seconds. Can we have 2 minutes, like proper small lecture?
I have a sample with me. Maybe
Please.
you know something like this. I think everyone has something like this, so statistics tell. And just to name, there's a display. This, in general, photonics is a use of light. And so with a mobile, it's a display, of course, it's photonics. There's a camera inside with lenses, with LEDs to illuminate, it's photonics. Even the curing of the surface, there's a glass on top which is very well shaped, cutted by lasers, this is photonics. Here's also a protection shield on it, it's cutted by laser also, or 3D printing, something like this. Use of lasers, use of light, this is photonics. If you start to phone, okay, then we leave photonics. This is mobile radar, something like this, electromagnetic field. This is not photonics. But then at the antenna, you go through the internet, and the whole internet, it's all photonics, because all the information are transported by light, by lasers, through fibers all over the world. This is all photonics. And in this field, we have a huge amount of companies, and then also a huge ecosystem here in town, which is normally also really unknown. It's an industry with some 25,000 people working in photonics, and we have 100 companies in our association out of around about 400 companies in the capital area, and also a huge turnover of some 6.5 billion, even only in photonics. And all these technologies are enabling technologies like mentioned for mobile, but also mentioned for communication and sensing and also computing. Let's come back to the aspect of dual use and the ideas. There's some money and there are a lot of ideas out there. When you build a mobile, you have small cameras, illumination, something like this. If you shift this a little bit to the infrared region, you have the sphere, or you have thermal imaging. And small, smart, and you can put it on a drone. You can reduce weight of a drone by several kilograms. On the other hand, to detect something, you need light, you need invisible light normally, range gating and detecting of an oncoming drone. This is all optics. You know glasses, but normally you have automatic systems with cameras and optics on top, operating all the time. And if you detect a drone, first step. Second, okay, maybe Patriot, but on the other hand, you can also use lasers. Much smarter, much faster, much more powerful, and a 1 megawatt installation of 100 kilowatt laser can shoot down and a drone within seconds over several kilometers. So they're dual use. It's used on civil sites. You can shoot with a laser to a satellite to communicate over continents. But on the other hand, you can use something like this to shoot down drones, which try to attack you. In this field, all my companies are working, and Normally it's because you have to explain what is photonics and also enabling technology. You never buy photonics. You use photonics to build products, to build something else. And so it's double time to explain what you're doing. And for this, we have a huge network of clusters all over the world. So the cluster Optic BB, if there is a problem, I call my colleague in Finland, I call my colleagues in Scotland or in the US and in Maryland and all over the world. So we have contact to more than 40 clusters worldwide to connect my local, my regional ecosystem with the rest of the world. And this is also needed because we have an export rate of around about 80%. So we sell to the world, not to Berlin. And in Ukraine, when the war started, there was the manner, what can we do? What can we do right now? Maybe we cannot arm ourselves and go there, but how can we support the Ukrainians? And even half a year after the war started, colleague of mine, a part of Optic BB, we go to the Ukraine and we talk to the people over there, to universities and companies working in the field of photonic. And just after 3 months, the photonic cluster Ukraine was established. So in May 2023, with help and support of Optic BB, also this cluster was founded. And right now, it's the same than to the rest of the world. If there something appears in the field of dual use, I call my colleague in Lviv or in Kyiv, it depends a little bit on the local situation, and ask him for support. We are looking for a company, we're looking for we have a medical application and we need some studies and some ideas, or even in quantum tech, for example, quantum communication, we have very strong cooperation built up with research institutes in Berlin and in Kyiv, based on this cluster cooperation over countries. And so it's dual use and everything what you're doing, but it's also the try to help the Ukrainians on this meta level to connect ecosystems to each other.
Thank you very much. By the way, there's going to be a small exam after we finish the panel about the photonic. So, and the winner going to have a prize. But another question, what's your favorite use case right now in Ukraine in terms of application? Can you just highlight some things that your top notch?
Maybe 2 of them. First, it's just it's a range gating system, all optics, which is normally used for quantum key distribution, and which is now equipped with a very high powerful laser, and you can buy just a suitcase in this size like this, and you install it on your house, and you can shoot down drones if you have to. Second example, it's a startup from Berlin together with the hospital of Lviv. They set up optical sensors which can glue on the skin directly, mass producible, scalable in terms of hundred thousands of devices, very cheap, maybe not several times useful, but one time useful. And this was a direct cooperation established just half a year after the cluster was established. And this is a second example where really projects come to market between these 2 clusters.
Thank you very much. It's such a heavy scientific industry, and to scale and to do the productivization is really a high level. Thank you. Alex, I know that you are an advisor and been in the industry for 25 years, been working in so many fields. But can you first elaborate about the Amprom Ukraine, what you are doing, what your use cases, and then how the governance reform, the leadership, the institutional modernization underpin Ukraine industrial transformation?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting. It's a pleasure. So first of all, a couple of words about our company. We are international, quite large partnership operating in 60 countries around the world. We have a couple of, maybe 4 offices in Germany. And I'm based in Kyiv, running business in Ukraine. We do advising for the companies. We do executive search, meaning we do headhunting for C-level or board-level executives, non-executives. And we've been operating in Ukraine for 20 years, so we have established a really good reputation and trust with companies, organizations, and stakeholders. We've also completed the longest list of supervisory boards for Ukraine's SOEs, meaning state-owned enterprises, critical ones. For example, Ukrainian Railway or Ukrainian Post or biggest banks, state-owned. So we are really deep into corporate reform, corporate governance of Ukraine, on one hand with the government, but of course most projects we do with the corporations, private companies, Ukrainian and international. So we focused on structure of the company, management structure, and people. And if we talk about dual use or defense sector, in Ukraine there are a couple of, or maybe more, unique things and features about this process, about the progress, and about the industry. Starting with dual use. As Bogdan has mentioned, new Ukrainian defense industry jumped out of civic field. I would say out of 400 or 500 operating companies in defense, maybe a couple of dozens existed before the full-scale invasion, and they were busy in civic sectors, as Bogdan has mentioned, vision, computerized vision, or drones. We had, I believe, 3, 4, 5 companies that were producing drones for different civic uses, like agriculture. Couple of companies that were using computer vision for different civic uses, including warehouses. But those were maybe just dozens of companies. After the full-scale invasion started, these companies switched to defense, and hundreds, if not thousands, new companies appeared within months. So the first unique thing about this, that current new defense industry appeared out of thin air just because people who were busy with normal jobs, IT guys or engineers, they all in masses switched to defense and started to create products, started to help the front line. So this is the first unique thing. Second, we are focused on people, and 90% of owners or C-level management in Ukraine, new defense, would be the age on this side. Bogdan, a younger? Not this group. So my colleague was using phone to help you understand. I'm going to use human beings. Not these people and younger. 23, 25-year-old founder with laser gimbal getting A-round investment of $1.5 million from VC funds is a typical, absolutely typical situation now. Probably 5% of owners or C-level executives within the new defense industry, they might look like me, a bit more mature with experience because they had businesses before. So this is the second unique thing about new Ukraine defense industry. Now, why am I saying new defense? This is the industry which appeared just 3 years ago, 4 years ago. In Ukraine, we have like 3 big sections, let's say, of defense industry. Number one is state-owned companies called UDI, Ukroboronprom. This was a state-owned monster which existed from Soviet times. Big company, 60,000 people working. They produce practically everything, tanks, cannons, ammunition, warships, whatever. Let's say typical traditional military hardware. Then we had private defense companies that existed before the full scale. They were also mostly producing typical traditional hardware. APCs, mortars, cannons, munition. Not so many of them, but they did exist. And now this new defense, created by young guys and girls who wanted to help frontline defend motherland, and they got a chance to be creative and to be productive, to be helpful for the motherland. Now, the third unique thing is this. This new industry was not organized by anybody, not by the government, not by big funds. It was absolutely volunteering movement. Guys and girls just wanted to help. They started to know volunteering things, delivering something to the front line. And when they got feedback from people on the front line in trenches, why don't you deliver this instead of that? They started to build, started to engineer, started to experiment, and started to grow. So this critical element, freedom, decentralized, thousands and thousands of small companies, absolutely decentralized, having direct access to the front line, having ability, capability, and desire to create, change, build, test, again build, again test. They've created this absolutely fascinating phenomenon, which we have now. And I'm working, and we are working with some of these companies. They're growing, they're building up their production capacity, they're building up their teams. They already require more structured management. They already require, let's say, specific professionals. And I'm seeing this progress. Also, I'm seeing a quite energetic, I'd say, approach from Western companies who are willing to be partnering with Ukrainian counterparts, with Ukrainian defense companies, not just investors, but defense companies, even non-defense companies. So they're showing really great interest to partner with Ukrainian companies, and I see this a big trend. Maybe later on I will go over that a little bit.
100%. Thank you. Wow, I can't agree more. So the speed and creativity is insane. But let's have like a quick short round. How can we that speed, creativity, transform into business? What should be happen in R&D, investment, policy, whatever, to make that shift work? Quick round. Alex, let's start with you.
So that's a pretty broad question. I'll attack one part of it, and hopefully the other panelists will take the other. I'd say one is there's been a talk about the human capital aspect of it. So harnessing that energy that Alex talked about, the innovative, creative aspect of the human capital side of it is really, like I said, the NIF plays one part, and there are other bodies and organizations that can really add to that, supporting on the mentorship side, non-dilutive grant funding, et cetera. So to me, a lot of it is really providing that support to those newly created and emerging companies.
Perfect. Dr. Adrian, your turn. Quick one.
Of course, quick one. So I don't see any problems instead of politicians. So BAFA is the most important problem for this innovation process. To cooperate between these companies, it takes minutes, some emails, some video conference, no problem, starting, going to lab and improve something. But then to ship goods from Germany to other countries, you need Exportkontroll, Zustimmungsbescheinigungsantrag, something like this. And this takes months to years. So this is the main problem the companies on both sides have to to deal with.
Indeed, Alex.
The trick here is how to marry Ukrainian creativity, speed, flexibility, and open mind with traditional Ukrainian and European standards, bureaucracy, and regulations. The only way is to really simplify the rules, make them simple, make them really understandable, and do not interfere with business, state-owned or private, to develop, to cooperate. Yes, the rules must be in place, of course. Export controls is the same in Ukraine. You cannot just export weapons. You need to get your license to do that. But it has to be simplified. And I believe if and when a mutual space, political space for defense unity, Ukraine plus NATO, or Ukraine plus EU, or Ukraine plus a group of the willing is created and the rules are simplified within this space, the processes which may speed up dramatically. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Definitely together with Ukraine and Europe, we can make something bigger than either alone. I would like to thank you, our esteemed panelists. I really enjoyed our conversation. And thank you, the audience. I saw your eyes. Thank you for the involvement. Now, let's thank our panelists, please, with applause. Perfect. And now, it's my pleasure to welcome Olga and the next panel. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much. With this official part of the program just finished. But the most interesting part, we have one more session ahead. So while the stage is being set up, I would like to take a moment and thank you for our partners, for our speakers, for our colleagues. So, dear friends, please stay on your seat, because as we come to the close of this day, I want once again to thank you, everybody, to stay with us. As we close the formal part of the forum, we would like to turn to a conversation that embodies the essence of what we've been discussing today, how innovation, technology, and leadership together shape a new investment agenda. It's my pleasure to invite on the stage, I'm just looking in audience if our speakers is ready. Okay, so then I'm the last announcement to take your seat, please. I see last selfie taking place. No, it's okay. I'm just looking for another speaker. What a wonderful pause. While we have this interactive moment, I will ask you to raise a hand. Who was, so we have 4 industry-led dialogue on energy, on health tech, on urban development, and on dual use. Who represent which industry? Now raising hands, who is represent energy sector? Okay, so we still have audience from that sector. Who represent health tech and biotech? Okay, great. Who represents innovations and technologies? Who represents urban development? Okay. And I'm still waiting for our speakers to arrive. I just got information that our speakers will arrive in 2 minutes, but let me check for sure to stay on your place. I will come back in 2 minutes for you. Sorry for that delay. ladies and gentlemen, so right now we can continue our program. So it's my pleasure to welcome on the stage two remarkable voices for our closing discussion. Please welcome on the stage Annette Kroeber-Riel, the Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy for Europe at Google, and also our mayor, the mayor of Kyiv. Please welcome Vitaly Klitschko on the stage.
Good evening, dear friends. Great to be again here on the stage and with our partner and one of the biggest company in the world and most famous company in the world with a representative of Google. And we as city of Kyiv very happy to work with the best in the world. Yesterday I told a very famous saying, if you want to be the best, you have to work with the best. We're happy to work together with Google, and it's great to have the same vision, great to help each other and deliver. It's because our mission, we have the same mission, to make life of people much easy, much comfortable, and that's why we have the same goal and work to support each other and to move to our goal to make life of people much better. And we're talking about Ukraine. Thank you very much for the trust. Thank you for proposals we will be talking right now. We have a meeting last night, great meeting. Actually, difficult to surprise me, but I was really surprised last night from know-how what we actually can implement in our homeland, in our home country, because we need that so much. And as I told, main point to make life of people much more comfortable.
Thank you. So maybe let's start with the fireside chat. It's my honor.
Let's do it.
To have to actually lead you to the final event of today. This is the fireside chat with the mayor of Kyiv, and obviously the most resilient city in Europe these days. And I had the privilege in being in Kyiv a couple of times in the past years. And I recall last time around, the first night, you had to spend the entire night in shelter. And then the next morning, you come out of the shelter, you brush off what you experienced during the night, and you start your day. And whatever happened during the night, you are there. The citizens are on the street and doing their meetings, are committed to progress, transform the city, to do their meetings, to be professional. It's hugely inspiring, hugely inspiring. So let me start with a personal question. What does resilience mean for you personally?
It's a very philosophical question, not easy. Resilience is very important. Trust yourself, trust your team, trust your country, and fighting for your team, fighting for country, fighting for your dream. We have a lot of challenges. We never expect so huge challenges we have in our life, but it's very important to have a spirit and never ever give up. And actually we Ukrainians surprise whole world, because it's not secret A lot of people have huge respect, and a lot of experts give to us a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks to fighting against one of the strongest, biggest army in the world. We fighting and defending our homeland already almost 4 years. And it's very important, it's actually spirit of Ukrainians surprise whole world, and it's very important to have a spirit, to know what you want, and to trust yourself and trust your team, and to support each other. And the main point right now in Ukraine.
Thank you. You have mentioned our cooperation in a couple of areas, and obviously digital resilience has been mentioned a couple of times today. Would you mind to give us a couple of examples where you see technology can play a role in helping in keeping the city and its people connected and hopeful?
To be honest, you're expert, you're professional. I try to play expert in IT, but just 2 weeks ago, I tried to bring all information from my old cell phone to new one, and everyone in our team told it's so easy. And I give me question. Yes, of course it's easy. I'm modern. I understand so much. I'm not stupid. But in a couple of hours, I called to Victoria Iskevich, head of our department, and told, I'm sorry, I'm overestimate my skills. I need help.
Okay.
That's why I'm simple users, but it's very important to receive the question what people need. They may need in our hometown, and to provide easy way to help them. From beginning, it was we starting our smart city program, Digital Kyiv, in 2015. In this way, it's many directions to give the services, to also we invest a lot of money in program Save Kyiv, Save City, and from beginning, not everyone understand what we're doing. We have a lot of critics, but right now we receive much more feedback from the people because they enjoy the services. They understand we make lives much easy, and I'm very proud. Very proud Kyiv received twice main award in Barcelona in the IT exhibition, where participate more than 700 cities, and we make one of the main award for digitalization. And I want to say thank you to our team, smart people, who actually take their part of the work and do his job pretty well.
Yes, and I have to say, having been engaged in Ukraine since many years now, and the way the country, but also in particular your city, is leading on technology, adopting new technologies, is so much more ambitious and so much more execution strong than you see it in other parts of the world. That really is inspiring and should be a role model for other cities, other countries. It's something that I always take away from Ukraine. That you are leading through urgency, because it's important for you to catch up and to not to only catch up is not the right word. The urgency is there to be faster and more aggressive and more ambitious than other countries and other cities. So compliments. So obviously, still, investors are very much concerned about the risk investing in Kyiv. What is your call to the audience, and why to invest in Kyiv today?
Actually, today morning I told already it's during the war to invest in Kyiv. It's huge risk, but I want to say thank you very much for everyone who trusts Ukraine, who have a vision, and we understand investment is very important to have a good connection. It's very important to build trustful connection, and we speak right now with European Bank of Reconstruction. We have a lot of projects, and I told to every partner, we want to be and present us as trustful partner. We do it everything what we can to following our negotiation, following our contract, and show to everyone we are serious, we're trustful, and we expect much more investment. It's not, it's a lot of challenges. I can talk about the challenges many times, but we as crisis management right now is our main mission to fix the problems, to help the people, and many direction. And I told today investment is very important. Ukraine, Kyiv as capital, as heart of the country, have huge potential in many directions. And our task to present our potential, to involve investors, and show it can be very interesting business case to everyone. Yes, of course, not easy, but it's work. To be honest, I'm not happy how I expect there will be work. We have much more investment, but anyway, step by step, we receive much more trust, and Kyiv developed also during the war. We make much more know-how. We fixed a lot of problems what we have in our hometown. Also invest a lot of money to technology, and it's work. By the way, you're expert in IT. Sometime will be not easy to propose some ideas. Not everyone from beginning to share ideas. I remember, I want to explain you some story. As good example, 2015, I was in Tel Aviv and showed the program Safe City, and I was really surprised. Very surprised how effective works this program in Israel and in Tel Aviv, and we starting to do it exactly the same story. I have a lot of critics. Not everyone understands what we're doing. To put a lot of video cameras to fiber optic is cost a lot of money, and I have a lot of critique for the people. We don't need that. We lose the money. For what that? Before one interesting case. We implement all schools and all preschools, first of all, with video cameras. Its incident happens, father with his daughter coming to the preschool, with baby coming to the preschool to take the sister from the preschool, and coming to коляска, як буде. Дитячий. Як?
can't help you.
Kinderwagen of English. Stroller.
Oh.
Stroller.
Okay.
Sorry. Pretty long time doesn't speak English, and that's why, sorry, my vocabulary reduced. And in this time, when the father take the oldest sister from the group, coming and stroller was empty. Somebody stole the baby. It was alarm in the whole city. What happens? Some woman, in some reason, have idea to steal the baby, to steal the child. She don't know. All preschool and all schools we implement with video cameras. We don't know who is a woman, but we know the face, and our camera and our system with face recognition. And just in 4 hours, we receive alarm. This face, this woman, by the Pampers in pharmacy. In 5 hours, the baby was back to the family. And after that, nobody asked me, and nobody give the question, we need the system or not. And everywhere where video cameras, the crime reduced to 0. And I'm the mayor, give some message to everyone. If you have just ideas to break the rules, you have to be sure we identified you and you take responsibility for your illegal activity. It's work. As mayor, all my friends, I'm sorry, I'm always guilty. I received it many times. Oh, mayor, you communal transportation to take my car away, evacuate my car, where I can take my car. I tell them, sorry, you can take application, go there, and you see where your car and pay penalty because you park illegally your car, and everyone told after that, we don't know, it's so easy and so fast. I am, as a mayor, enjoy to invite my colleagues from European city and present our system, our smart city system, Kyiv Digital, how it works. I'm surprised. No, my colleagues surprised how it works, and they told we need this is the same program in our city also, and that's why it's not the present. We received the main award in Barcelona. I talked about that already. We do it everything to make life simple, easy, and comfortable for everyone. It's function, but not always easy. I explain this one second. I explain the joke about mayor jobs. I'm famous in Ukraine about the jokes. Snowing, everyone complain, and who is guilty? Yes, of course, the mayor. Raining a lot of water. Yes, of course, everyone remind the mayor, and mayor is guilty. It's windy, trees go down, and we have to clean the streets very fast, and mayor is guilty. Sunshine, blue sky. Nobody tell to mayor thank you. Sorry, it's side effect of our job.
Yes. But if there's one message that you want to leave the audience with today, what would be the key message of the forum you would like the audience to take away from today?
I begin my speech today morning, and I will be never tired to say thank you. Thank you for support. Thank you for the trust. Thank you for the help. What we receive is critical important for us. Message Ukraine, largest country in Europe. Ukraine have a lot of potential. Ukraine, in many directions, have so much opportunity. It's very important to find the way and develop this direction. I give you just some example. It's not regarding the capital of Ukraine, but you can Google and receive the information. Can you imagine Ukraine as territory, 0.5% whole territory in the world, 0.5%. 36% of world reserve of black soil in Ukraine. 36% black soil of world reserve of black soil in Ukraine. And after these numbers, you go to deep in the country and see how poor live the people in richest property in the world. And that's why we need technology, we need know-how, we have to develop our potential, use our potential in many directions. And I'm more than sure Ukraine, strong Ukraine, successful Ukraine, make Europe also strong and successful. And that's why today we're fighting for our chance to be the part of European family. We're fighting for that. We pay the biggest price what we can pay for that, lives of our citizens. We will be part of European family because historically, geographically, mentally, we European, we have to make just European standards of life in our homeland. And we give the best to do that, but without your support, without support of our partners, it will be difficult to do it. And that's why I want to say one more time, thank you for the trust, thank you for the support, and we give all the best to show us as trustful partners. And with strong Ukraine, Europe will be much stronger.
Thank you. Well, it's a powerful closing word, but just also let me close by saying that your words obviously have been a stark reminder of that investment in Kyiv is an investment in shared European values and security. And that's why it's important that we all leave from here not just with the admiration for your resilience, but with the clear commitment to support you in your transformation in the years to come. So thank you very much for being here. You're an inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. Annika, I want to ask, last night, we have, I received a small presentation, how we can, using without hands, your cell phone. If you have a problem with your ear and some new programs and new technology make lives of people, it's much easy. And that's why today I tell thank you to Mayor of Berlin, Kai Wegner, for support. And the program, what I saw last night, can be really fantastic. It's great dreams for many people who have huge damages and in Ukraine. It's very important to help the people. I remember in one day I make huge mistake. Huge mistake with a conversation with some guy who sit in the wheelchair. I make mistake and tell him, listen, understand how difficult to sit in the wheelchair, they told me stop to talk about that. You never ever understand how look in the world from the wheelchair. To be the mayor is a very thankful job. Thankful job because you change the life of the people you present, and you can you imagine, you receive a lot of energy when people tell to you thank you for new street, for new preschool, for a new school, for good changes, positive changes in the life. But also in my mission as mayor, I have to help to the people, especially right now during the war. It's very difficult to visiting hospitals, to see the children. The boys, the Israeli children, a little bit older than 20 years old, no arms, no legs. And very important to help them, to bring back to society. Just a couple of weeks ago, I was visiting our hospital and bring from surgery station young man, was 24 years old. Just a couple of hours ago, they make amputation of both legs. They was naked, folio in the legs, and catheters, blood, was explosion. The doctors fighting for his lives. And he was with his mom. I see the mom and the poor family, and they ask, Mr. Mayor, what else? What yet? What we have to do? And I have to be positive and deliver good positive energy for everyone, and I'm starting to tell, listen, we have great protection center, we fix it all your problem, I promise you, we play soccer together, this very soon, we have to be strong. And one moment I see his eyes, I touch with his eyes, and I read in his eye, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Just cut at my legs. They was under pain medication. Just in 1 year, in this year, more than 30,000 young people have an amputation. And it's very important. It's very important to bring them, to everyone, to normal life, to be active, to stay active part of society. And that's why I want to ask to use our IT department and develop this program which help to the people who need the help, for people who needs. And it's critically important, and we're very thankful for everyone who support Ukraine, who help us, and without your assistance, it's difficult to build Ukraine as a European country. And we counted for your energy, of your knowledge, of your help. Thank you very much for everything what you're doing. We're still fighting. We know no fight, no win. We're still fighting for our dream to, in one day, in blue European flag with yellow stars, we have one more star, Ukrainian star. And we're fighting for that. We have a dream, and thank you for your help. Thank you for your support. And it's important to be here. It's important to talk to you. And one last question, one last message. Many of you know me as sportsman, but not so many people know. I was 17. I starting to make my money and working 3 years long as guide, touristic guide in my hometown. As sportsman, I visiting a lot of countries and a lot of cities. Kyiv is beautiful city, an amazing city, a lot of hills, a lot of islands, big river, very green and very clean. And I have a chance to make my city a real European city, and I'm enjoy my job, what I make many years ago as guide. You have a chance, welcome to Kyiv. Welcome to Kyiv, you will be surprised. It's really European city, it's modern city, it's beautiful city, and I promise, unforgettable positive emotion from visiting in our hometown. Welcome to Kyiv, welcome to Ukraine. Please stay with us. And I'm more than sure in one day we have a peace in our homeland. In one day, Kyiv will be really successful. I do it everything to make from him real modern city with great infrastructure which make life comfortable, easy, and good for every citizen and for every visitors. Welcome to Kyiv.
And Vice President Kryberoril for this inspiring conversation and for reminding us when vision meets technology, resilience turns into opportunity. With that, we officially conclude the Kyiv Investment Forum 2025 here in Berlin. On behalf of the organizers, on behalf of Kyiv administration, I would like to thank all our partners, all our teams, speakers, guests, media, dozens of volunteers, guests for being part of these essential days, for your ideas, for your commitment and your belief in Kyiv's bright future. Before we close, I warmly invite everyone to join us for networking reception in the foyer, and Vitaly Klitschko, Annette, I would like to ask you for our joint picture with whole our team, please, with all our speakers. Please come to the stage. Thank you. Marina, please join. All our speakers who are still here, come on. Moderators, teams, please join us. We did a great job together. Just